Very good morning here from Stellenbosch. We've got a big game here ahead of the CUBS Week 2021. It's the Cape Cobras versus the Hollywood Dolphins. And what a day it is here in Stellenbosch. We're at the Marty's main ground, and it is simply stunning. We've got a full action-packed week of schools cricket, and these two teams look very strong on the face of it. It's a beautiful wicket out there. It's a beautiful day. And we've already had the toss. Yes, the Dolphins have won the toss. They've put the Cobras into bat. So the Cobras are going to have first hit. And just looking at these stunning views, I'm going to bring in my compatriot here, Louis Wilkinson. He's going to be joining me for the first. And Louis, what an exciting game we have for these young guys.
Yeah, morning, Nick. Yeah, true. And seeing as we didn't have this type of cricket last year because of COVID, it's something special and something that we look forward to. The team sheets, that's on the screen for you now. And on a beautiful day this week, it's normally a belter, so it should be a good game. There should be some good runs, but you'll get your value if you bowl properly. Those two sides, yes, there's COVID has played a role. Van Staden, who is one of the Dolphins' main players or key players, he's tested positive, so he won't be participating. So unfortunately, with the times and with COVID, we've gotten used to that. But yeah, two strong sides, and looking forward to a fantastic game on a fantastic day. Better weather you cannot ask for.
Absolutely. We've got the two umpires who are walking to the center. We've got Andre Olivier and Warren Vaingard, who are going to be starting off this first match. And gee, what a day it is, hey? Two strong teams. We've been told that they're almost at full force. Of course, COVID playing a little bit of a role there, but isn't it great that we've got some cricket, you know? I mean, you come back to places like this and you just think, this is what sport's about, and this is what is so exciting. You know, it takes me back to those days, Louis, of being a young player, you know, and really wanting to emulate some of my heroes and make it big. And this is where it really starts, isn't it?
It is where it starts. No doubt about that, but the other part about it, and that was why it's so sad that last year we didn't have this, is where you identify players for the future. This is where they develop. So very excited, very happy that we're back, and we've got some cricket on. Maybe not back to normal, because we know that the Australia tour has just been cancelled, or was cancelled yesterday. So I'm afraid we'll have those sort of problems as time goes on, but at least we have this. And very important stage for these players in their careers to show what they've got, to strut their stuff. And yeah, looking forward to a good week. Two openers for the Cobras.
Yep.
If our information is correct, that would be Daniel Smith and Dewald Grove. And they should have about 20 minutes of maybe a little bit of testing where there's a little bit of life on the wicket, although the sun gets up so early, comes up so early now that most moisture will be gone. But maybe the first half an hour just find their feet, and after the wicket should really be a good one-day wicket.
Yeah, I had a little walk this morning. Of course, sun plays such an important role, but just walking on that wicket, I have to hark back to the last time I actually played here, to be honest. Driving up here, some good memories. I played for Middlesex, my English county. We were on a pre-season tour, and I just thought I'd put it out there. I did get 100 on that occasion, so I think it's a nice memory. I almost get this itchy feeling of getting out there. You look around and you think, my word, wouldn't I like to be a batsman out there? It'd probably be a little bit tacky, a little bit slow to start, but I think during the day it'll tend to firm up. Just got the Cobras batsmen taking guard, making sure that they're getting themselves nice and settled. There'll be a few nerves, just reacquainting themselves with matches and getting back into it. It's always that first ball, isn't it, Louis? I mean, you'll remember facing that first ball. There's a few nerves. There's two slips. Pretty regulation field to start from the Dolphins. They're going to have first crack with a new ball.
Yeah, I think everybody sort of, you go back to standard at the moment, but you'll have a look, and as the week progresses, you'll see what the wicket plays like, and more plans will start to be used. Maybe a spinner, start with a spinner or whatever, but at the moment, yeah, your normal standard seamer that starts the attack. See if he can get some swing, see if there's a little bit of life in the wicket. Maybe try and knock one or two over. From a Cobras point of view, same with the batters. They'll they'll have a look-see on what the wicket's doing, try and find their feet and take it from there. Later in the week, yeah, you'll have more knowledge, so you'll have plans in place earlier. But for now, standard stuff.
Ready to go. Here they go. A little bit of swing early on. Nice pace. Strong bowler. I think it's Keegan Crawford who's got use of the first ball. And he's definitely getting a little bit of movement there. I think there's a bit of a prevailing wind that's just assisting him. So he'll be looking to try and take an early edge. They have got 2 slips in, so they'll try and take an early edge and try and get really aggressive. Try and pitch the ball up in these conditions.
And Matthew Boast, who's got the ball in hand. And it seems like he's got a little bit of pace behind the ball. That one hit the bat nice and hard, and there was a little bit of bounce. Well played, though.
Yeah, right behind it, isn't he? It's always nice as an opening batsman just to make sure you get bat on ball, even if it is a defensive shot, just to make sure you get a feel for the pitch. You sort of understand the conditions a bit more. It is a little bit tacky. That just reared a little bit, so you want to give yourself the best chance. 50 overs is a long time these days.
Yeah, I think from Grove's point of view, and you'll know as a batter, he's left well on 2 occasions. The one that was shortish, where the bowler really put some effort in, try and rush him. He got behind it beautifully, played in the middle of the bat. That's making a statement in itself. I've got you covered, boy. So he'll feel comfortable. His feet movement at the moment is quite good for this early in his innings. So looking good.
And he's bowled him. He's bowled him. That's the first blood for the Dolphins. And looks like they've made the right decision. They've won the toss. They selected to bowl. And my word, have they been right on the spot. A little bit of swing. That one was a bit straighter. Almost yorked him there, Louis.
Yorked him. Having said that, he looked comfortable. His feet movement was good. That's sometimes we do early. You want to get your feet moving. The bowler Boast was good. He bowled a yorker. And if you're looking at moving your feet, you can so easily be caught with that yorker. Fantastic delivery. First one down. And, yeah, first blow struck by the Dolphins.
Yeah, just looked a little bit late on it, didn't he? It was a very, very good ball. We said that he wanted to pitch it up. He got a bit of swing early on. I thought the batsman was going about it the right way. Almost put a kiss of death on him, didn't we? He was saying how good he looked in his setup. He was nice and still. But, you know, I think the most important thing is Dolphins have been right on the money. They've got the ball nice and full. And looks like they've made the right toss.
Yeah, one thing, and as a batter, you're always vulnerable that early in your innings. And I think sometimes bowlers forget the value of a good yorker early on, because you as batter do not pick up the ball that quickly.
Yeah.
You're trying to get your feet moving. You're looking at picking up the line, and you don't pick it up that early. And a yorker can so easily sneak through. And that's exactly what happened there. We said that Boast looked like he's got a bit of juice behind the ball, a little bit of pace. And he definitely beat Grove there with pace. He was past him before his bat could come down. And well bowled. He's bowled 4 good balls.
Nicholas Keevy, the new batsman. Oh, it's a wide ball, but he is really aggressive. These Cobras have got their tail up. And, yeah, Nicholas Keevy, the new man, walking to the crease. Hasn't had too much chance to sit down and acquaint himself with conditions. He's out there in the first over.
Both tried the full straight one again there. Didn't get it perfectly and lost it a little bit down leg. But nothing wrong with the tactic or the thinking of the bowler.
Lets that one go. So much 2020 cricket on at the moment. Almost feel like we've almost forgotten about one-day cricket and the skills behind it. You know, as a player nowadays, you've got to have that ability to really move between the different formats.
Yeah, the biggest, let's say, negative I've seen from the T20 is, and I wouldn't call it's not T20's fault. It's just in players' minds. They get used to T20, and when it comes to the 50-over game, so many times they they don't realize the amount of time that you have left, and players tend to take chances and push for the run rate a lot earlier than they actually should. 50 overs is a long time. You have more than enough time to play yourself in. You have more than enough time to accelerate. So no need to take risks. And having said that, from a bowling point of view, you have enough time to probe. Where in a T20, you as bowler only have 4 overs, and you've got to be spot on and just try and keep the runs down. Yeah, you can probe. You can test the batsman. You've got 10 overs to work in your spell. So you've got time to work out a batsman and put him under pressure.
For those of you who just joined in, it's been a very exciting first over here at the CSA CUBS Week 2021. Here live at Stellenbosch. It really is a beautiful day. Not a breath of wind. Two very competitive teams, the Cobras versus the Dolphins. The Dolphins did win the toss. This was the first wicket. This was the first over. And as Louis quite rightly said, he completely beat him for pace. Full, straight. Bat came down very late, and he was cold. So a fantastic start from the Dolphins. They did win the toss. They put the Cobras into bat. And at the moment, it seems like, but this is the second over. And we've got Keegan Crawford.
Like his run-up and his action, he's busy, and you can also see that he gets it through and spot on with the first delivery. Good line and length, and if you've got control that early, you'll ask the right questions.
Absolutely. Fabian Lazarus is the Dolphins coach. He used to play for the Dolphins, and he'll be very happy with the start. Bowlers have been right on the money.
Early wicket always gets the tails up of the bowling side. That's the way you want to start. You strike early, you put the opposition under pressure early, and you'll reap the rewards. The Dolphins well on their way.
That was a bit stray. Not the start that they've had, but we'll let them have a bad ball here and there. You're never going to quite get it right. There's a little bit of swing again. We just said Matthew Boast, who opened from the top end, he bustles in a bit. He's got a stronger, broader frame and really hit the wicket quite hard. Keegan Crawford, on the other hand, is a little bit shorter, but it seems to be someone who wants to pitch it up, try and get that swing back into the left-hander, really threaten the stumps, threaten LBW.
Free hit coming up. Oh, flies for one down to third man. It was a wide, the previous delivery, but also a no ball. So the batter could swing at that, and that's a gift that, unfortunately, in my career, we didn't have. Wouldn't that be fantastic, where you can just take a swing, especially early on in your innings, because, any batter, if you get a good, solid hit on the ball, it just lifts your confidence and gets you going. So if you can do that regardless of the risk, because there's none, what a fantastic way to get yourself going and get your innings off to a good start.
Yeah, that is something that came into the game towards the latter parts of my career as well, and it did make a huge difference, just being able to swing freely, let the shackles off, take the fear away, and get one away.
Apart from that one delivery, he's been good, Crawford.
Yeah, it's well played, actually. Daniel Smith, who is still there. We lost Deerveld Grove early on, but a nice positive forward defence, hitting the middle of the bat. It's always what you want to feel as an opening batsman. Just make sure you're making positive movements forward and back.
Interesting backlift that he's got. His stance also, he gets his hands very low and bat low down, and then has a big pickup and stands up straight, almost like Gooch, type of Graham Gooch type of attitude. With a busy bat at the back, I'm just worried that that bat sometimes drifts a little bit too far out to the offside. In other words, it doesn't come down in line, which sometimes make you a little bit vulnerable, especially to the away swinger. That's exactly what I'm talking about. He's got it straight behind him initially. And then just before the bowler bowls, he pushes out to almost a gully past gully type of line. And to come from there, you've got to come from the outside in. And it makes it a lot harder to put bat on ball. And it makes you susceptible to small changes of swing or a little bit of pace. Because your bat is not coming down the line of the bat of the delivery.
It's almost a bit of Johnny Bairstow, who had some struggles technically, also held the bat quite high up. It's like it seems to be quite a modern way.
It's not good keeping. That's one you would expect your keeper to handle. A couple of extras being added, but also wide.
Yeah, so a bit of a mixed bag from Keegan Crawford. He's showing a little bit of pace, seems to be getting into his stride a bit, but his radar's just been a little bit off. There is a bit of swing, and I said earlier, there's not a breath of wind. There's a little bit of wind, though, just coming across the side of the ground, so aiding that swing, aiding the ability to really pitch that ball up and try and get that early edge or aim at those stumps. Both teams trying to find their way. The nick, and it's over the top, a second slip, another runaway for 4. So it's a little bit loose, but it's a welcome boundary for the Cobras. They've been a little bit iffy. They lost a wicket, but they've got a nice welcome boundary there.
I tell you what, Nicholas Kiwi is going to be vulnerable in that area all the time because of that back lift of his. Lucky to get away with that one. That tells you also that Crawford has got a bit of pace behind him. He'll have to consistency because he started very well and then adjusted with the right-hander, but every now and then things seem to go awry and he misses his spot way off. But that there is something to work with, I have no doubt. There's pace there. He seems to manage to get a little bit of swing, gets bounce. So a bit of consistency, and he might be really something for the future. He asked some very good and difficult questions off the batters in that over.
That's the end of the second over. It's 10 for 1 for the Cobras. We've got first hit out on the Kutsenberg Oval here, the Marty's cricket. Beautiful day, sun's out, and yes, I agree with Louis. Very impressive start from these two impressive Dolphins bowlers.
Maybe we should stop doing that. Every time we give a compliment, they just sort of blow us out the water because
it's commentator's curse.
Yeah, it is.
We should have learned by now, shouldn't we?
Let's just comment after the fact from now onwards, because every single time I said the batter looks good, he got bowled the next ball. Said the guy looks like he knows doing with the ball, then we have a wide or a no ball.
Oh, it's a beautiful delivery. There's a little stifled appeal. Don't think he got near that, but wow. Difficult to set yourself, Louis. I know, you face certain bowlers throughout your career and you get to know their lines and lengths and how they bowl, but yeah, it's just been a real mixed bag. And as a batter on a new wicket, it isn't easy to sort of find yourself. You don't really know where the next one's going to go.
Yeah, a lot harder. You get a wide and a no ball and a this and that, and all of a sudden a peak. That's a lot harder to handle than if it's it's an edge and it didn't carry. But bowling well. I'll give him a bit of leeway. That first one was the adjustment to the left-hander. He was bowling to the right-handers in his first innings both, but first one was a bit wide. Didn't get the adjustment quite spot on initially, but since then, absolutely in the right areas all the time. Beat the batsman, and then this time got the edge. Unfortunately for him, didn't carry, but he deserved a wicket the way he's bowling.
Yeah, both batsmen just looking a little bit vulnerable outside the off stump. When the ball's been a bit straighter, they've looked quite solid. Nice solid forward defence there. Just got to keep reminding yourself there's plenty of time. 50 overs is a long time, and new conditions. Bowlers are being a little bit here and there. Again, that's disappointing keeping. That's gone for 4. That'll be 4 byes. Just rolled along the ground, full toss. So, as we've said, it's been a bit of a mixed bag, but some welcome runs here for the Cobras. They'll take everything they can get at this early stage. Lost an early wicket. Devalt Grove was the first man to go. He was bowled in the first over from the man on the top of your screen. Keegan Crawford, he took the first wicket. Sorry, Matthew Boast took the first wicket. It's a nice shot there. It's a little bit short, and it's a beautiful shot there from Daniel Smith. Width, short and wide, and he's carved that over almost deep gully, back point for 4 runs, and that'll give him a lot of confidence.
Most of the time a strong ear for a left-hander. They love width because of the normal line of attack that they face from right-handers. That's what they look for, and he got that there and capitalized on it. Got off for his efforts.
Yeah, a little bit short. Just as we said early on, a little bit tacky. Just gives the batsman time to adjust. Took the first wicket with a very full delivery, a Yorker almost, and both bowlers have looked very threatening when they've pitched it up. There's a little bit of wind aiding some swing, so they want to try and get the ball nice and full to the new batsman.
Oh, straighter in the last 2. Obviously wary of giving that width. That cost him the boundary earlier in the over. Hilton boy. And I'm sure you can say something about that, Matthew Boast.
Yeah.
Played for KZN Inland from grade 6, and his best is 7 for 19, which is proper in any man's language.
Yeah, that is proper. Hilton boy, I was there for almost a year before I went overseas, so I know the place well. Fantastic school, great way to learn your place to learn your cricket, that is for sure. Mind you, there aren't too many bad schools in South Africa, and particularly in the KZN area. Another short and wide delivery. This is the start of the 4th over now. Keegan Crawford is the bowler. He had a bit of an indifferent start to the first over. Got a little bit of swing, bustles in. He hasn't quite got the height of a Matthew Boast. Tries to pitch it up a little bit more, but just lost their way a little bit. Need to get back into good lines and lengths. They were looking quite threatening when they were right on the money.
That's too straight. Flicked away nicely. Will only bring 1, but yeah, Crawford needs to work on his line and lengths. He's a little bit indifferent at the moment and making it hard for his skipper as well. Difficult to set a field if you're bowling both sides of the wicket, and also your length varies. And he's got a man in front of him that is, I tell you, very vulnerable. He'll definitely be vulnerable early on outside off stump because of that backlift. One has now brought Smith in front of the sticks, the left-hander.
That's an interesting fact for you, Louis. The bowler, Keegan Crawford, says that I like to feel that on my day I'm the best death bowler in the country and I have red hair to back up. I love a bit of self-confidence. That's great. So saying that, he might not bowl too many up front then. It might save him for the back end.
Well, you can think with his action, and you pointed out that he isn't that tall, which makes it easier to get it in there into the toes. We'll see that later, but once again struggling with his line and tickled around to fine leg for another 1.
Yeah, the first 2 overs, they just looked quite ominous, both bowlers, but they've just of late. They've been a little bit short, a little bit straight, and just allowed the Cobras players to have a bit more of a look and get off strike and get their feet running. And I mean, it's so important. And suddenly you realise that you're on 23 for 1. There's only been 4 overs. This is the 4th over, so haven't really bowled too badly, although the Cobras haven't done much, and they've got 23 runs without doing much.
They haven't had to because of a little bit of lack of discipline, because there was bad deliveries, there was no balls, wides. So, oh, and that's interesting. That early in the innings, walks across, flicks it, and just short of that boundary. It's it's a shot that's worked, and he pulled it off. But under the circumstances, this brings me back to 20. There's a lot of time left.
Never have seen that.
Why take that risk in a over game this early to an opening bowler? Pull it off. Give him credit for that, but unnecessary risk for this early innings.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. It was an incredible shot, I have to say, in T20 cricket. I mean, how it's changed the minds of batsmen alike and all over the world. And you'd never have seen that back in your day, Louis. Hey, the coach would be going absolutely mad.
Well,
thinking, what is he doing?
I'll tell you what, you get out to that.
You want to walk the other way, don't
you? You're not heading back to the dressing room. I was on the point of saying that prior to that shot, that the Cobras batters haven't been forced to take risks to get the scoreboard going, because of ill discipline. And the very next one, which reiterates my point, the batter took a risk. He walked across and flicked it. There was no need for that. The run rate is good enough. I'll give that to him. He pulled it off, but I still question his thinking on reading the situation and circumstances as it is now.
Been a little bit of a delay here. I think they just trouble finding the ball. Batsmen have got a chance to get a refreshment, just regroup, regather. 28 for 1 in the middle of the 4th over, so I suppose they've clawed their way back a little bit after an early wicket. They lost Deerveld Grove very early on, got bowled, but since then the Dolphins bowlers have been a little bit erratic, just allowed the Cobras to get themselves in, tick it over. Both players have played a couple of good shots, that one in particular, a scoop over short fine leg, not a shot you would have seen in too many one-day games that early on, but such are the adventures of batsmen these days through T20 cricket. Some of the shots they have now. Back on. It's a big shot, and that one's going to be a thick edge. Not the most convincing shot, but short third man was up. It was obviously a free hit, and he's got the desired result. They've managed to get a boundary away, so the Cobras, a few runs are coming, and they're coming fast.
Well, they obviously know something about Kiwi. If you look at the field, because you've had fine leg up and you've had third man up at some point, so they know that Kiwi is very aggressive. But I mean, he hasn't shown a head on the field over long on or long off. For me, I wouldn't have that man out. I'll have my normal fine leg and third man down there. It's early in the innings. Although he is showing intent, he's definitely shown aggression. He walked across and flicked one to fine leg, and that one he tried to clear the covers.
Yeah, you also get a feel that if it is a free hit, I think you're better off hitting a good length, just because the ball's probably not coming on as much. Maybe keep your fine leg and third man back and say, come on, try and hit that good length over the top for 4 or 6. It's not an easy shot, and not many have gone straight down the ground. So,
yeah, well, at least you're asking him to dispatch a good ball. Where if you give him something that makes it easier, it doesn't really help your cause. Ask him to hit good balls.
yeah, a better finish to the over from Keegan Crawford. That's the end of the 4th over. The Cobras now 32 for 1, and they've got themselves in. The Cobras had a good start, as we said. They got the first wicket, removed the opening batsman, but since then they've been a little bit erratic.
They have, and don't take away The little bit that Kiwi has added on. He's put pressure. We maybe in a way criticised him for taking a risk or two, but he has put pressure on the bowlers. And he has accelerated in the last couple of overs. And now, no doubt, where the Cobras were under pressure after that early wicket, the pressure starting to build on the Dolphins. The run rate is healthy, and these guys seem to be putting them under pressure and causing bad deliveries.
It's a bit of length, a bit of line, nice and straight. Lacquer of the new white ball just coming off a little bit, ball not skidding on as much. As we said, just short of a length. It is sticking up a little bit, so not a lot of pace to work with. But I think both batsmen looking quite self-assured, especially when the ball's a bit straighter. That back of a length, just easier time to sort of really respond.
Post has been good though. He's gone for 7 so far. He's taken the wicket as well. He's been good, but his partner on the other side hasn't helped his cause, because it's not that easy building pressure if you're leaking a lot of runs on the from the opposite end. And I think that is something that the Dolphins can definitely look at, especially if your statement or about being a tail ender or being a good bowler at death has some merit. Then maybe not a bad idea in making a change on the opposite end, because you're really nullifying Post's efforts. He's doing well, he's keeping the run rate down, but not managing to build the pressure that he would like to because of his partners on the other side's inconsistency.
Yeah, the Dolphins want Bose to get a couple more wickets ideally. Got 2 slips in place and he's hunting for wickets. A little bit of movement away from the left-hander. It's well left, showing a mixture of discipline, but also at times when the loose balls come, they have got onto it. They have tried to be aggressive. So I'm quite impressed with the way they have gone about it at this stage. But Boast is hunting for wickets. You can see there's a bit of pressure on him to really try and get through 1 or 2 more Cobras batsmen, put them on the back foot. He starts again.
I think he'd love to have a bit of a spell at Kiwi. Smith's been good. He's been leaving well. His judgment's been good. His strike rate's low. I mean, he's only got 6 of 17 at the moment, but nothing wrong with that. There's a lot of time, and he is handling one of the big threats of the Dolphins in Nicholas Boast. So nothing wrong with that. I just think if Kiwi can have a go, or if you can have a go at Kiwi and be consistent, he might just ask a question or two that Kiwi will have a problem answering. Anyway, it over. And 32 for 1 after 5. It's a good start for the Cobras.
It was a maiden over, wasn't it?
A proper over, maiden over. Asked good questions, but well left. That you must also say by Smith. He played it well. His disciplines were good. And yeah, as a bowler, you go and you do everything right. And you hit the right areas. And the discipline is better than of the batter. It does sap your energy. So well done by Smith. Let's see what he does. Crawford remains in the attack. I would have thought of maybe make change there.
Well, here's the batting card. We'll come back to it now. Just after that first delivery, that was a better delivery from Keegan Crawford, just back of a length. As you see there, Grove was bowled by Bose, naught from just 4 deliveries. So that was a good start from the Dolphins. But since then, Smith, they've just been quite self-assured. Kiwi being a little bit more of the aggressor. And Smith is just holding fort at this stage, trying to build a partnership. As you know, it's all about building a partnership. And the Cobras' run rate is quite healthy. They've managed to get a few boundaries away. Dolphins have been a bit erratic, but can they turn it around?
Better so far. 2 good deliveries.
I think Louis, as a batting partnership, you always look at, potentially who's the dangerous bowler, and we're just looking at this previous over here from from Matthew Boast, who really has been the aggressor, the guy that's looked to take the wickets. As a batsman, you almost identify that, don't you? And you sort of go, you know what, let's not try and give their linchpin a wicket. Let's try and be a bit more disciplined, which they were in the last over. So it's some good thinking from the Cobras.
That's why I'm giving Smith credit. His judgment was good. That's the danger area. You'd like to cut, because with the horizontal, but no problem. But in between and closer on your fourth and fifth stump, he's going to have a problem because of that pickup. That bat is hardly ever going to come down vertical, and it's coming from the inside out.
Absolutely. Looks like he's got quite a big bottom hand, so anything short and wide, he's going to sweat on that. But when it gets a bit fuller, you've really got to try and get a batsman like this driving through. Get him on the front foot, get him playing down the ground. It's a little bit too straight, and that's easily worked off his legs from Kiwi. They'll pick up 2 wickets. Sorry, 2 wickets, 2 runs.
Yeah, as when you bowl, you got to identify strengths, and you picked it up. We spoke about it since he came in. Kiwi, big bottom hand, so identify the areas where he's going to be strong. So if you'd rather err on the full side than on the shorter side. Anything straight he's going to whip because of that bottom hand. So you got to identify your areas and attack them.
It's better. Still a bit straight, but better.
At least you ask him to hit areas that he will not be comfortable with, not with the pickup and the grip that he's got. You want him ideally to be hitting mid-off coverage.
Yeah, you've got 2 slips in, haven't you? So let's use them. Let's try and get him playing outside there. Try and bring those guys in. Let's look a little bit deep for my liking. Just wonder where the first and second slip could just come a little bit closer.
You got a point there, because we've already had 1 or 2 that did not carry one off the edge.
Yeah, you're not really there for the slash short and wide one, are you? You're there for the good delivery, the one that brings that batsman forward, that makes him just reach for it a little bit. It's the good delivery that these Dolphins have got to try and get back into. Try and hit those good areas. And he's just been a little bit all over the place, has Keegan Crawford. He is ginger, he is fiery. They usually are, aren't they?
Why? Nobody knows. But yeah, truth in that.
Lucky not to be a wide there, I have to say.
He's not hitting the right area consistently enough.
Just wonder whether he's trying a bit hard. Walking back to fine leg at the end of the 6th over there. So the Cobras are 35 for 1. Yeah, just look at, sometimes when things aren't quite working as a bowler, you're trying to find that feel, maybe the ball's not coming out of the wrist correctly. He just looked like there that he's almost rolling his fingers over it.
And you do have those days, that's like in any sport. Golf, one day you play fantastic, the next day everything just collapses, and you think you're swinging the same, but the results is not there. The same with the bowler. The one day you feel that you're doing, but the rhythm's not there. The wrist is just not holding. That's what makes it interesting. Stealing one there off a misfield. Well run.
Yeah, can't just wait for the boundary balls. Got to make sure you keep running those singles. Daniel Smith, he's looked quite self-assured. Nice confident shot in the front foot. I haven't seen many of those through towards extra cover.
And that brings me back to your point, saying it's a little bit tacky. It should be a little bit tacky. That is then, as a bowling team, where you want the batters to try and score, because of the ball not really coming through, and we haven't seen enough of it.
Just getting away with down the leg side there. Not sure there was genuine interest from the fielding team, whether it hit anything, but just struggling with his line there. Obviously been bowling for left-hander, and suddenly Kiwi's on strike and just didn't adjust.
Umpire signaled that it did clip the side of his, that's a wide or a, he turned the appeal down, so there must have been some sort of sound. Although you and I know that bowlers use that ploy to get away with wide so many times.
standing there as a batsman thinking, what on earth's going on here? I haven't got anywhere near it. You get the good with the bad. But back on to Mr. Boast. He's been quite impressive. Strong run-up. Really gathers himself well at the crease.
And that's the areas you want to hit.
I suppose, Louis, watching some of these young guys, and you'll remember back to when you were coming up through the ranks, I guess part of you wants to keep an eye on which bowler do you think has the ability to go on to the next level. I suppose you look at someone like him and you think he's got some of the attributes, hasn't he?
Well, that's the main aim of weeks like this. Players needs to develop, yes. But you want to identify which boys are the guys for the future. That's one of the main reasons why weeks like this are held. And there is something there with Boast. There's something there, but I've seen some good proper talent so far, and we only half an hour into the game. So
yeah, I agree with you.
And that bids well for the future of the sport. He's lucky to get away with that. There was nothing on that. That's a wide, in my view. But anyway, got away with it.
That is a wide, and that's the end of the 7th over. The Cobras are 36 for 1. We're at CUBS week. It's been a fantastic start to this week. We've got a full week of uninterrupted cricket from some of the franchise underneath. We're going to have a change in the commentary box, and we'll be back soon.
Get the batsman playing down the ground.
I think it's just the excitement of getting out of the green.
For sure, for sure.
Just wanting to bang it in there.
There we go.
Lots of excitement.
I think you also got to take into consideration their preparation for this week. Obviously, with COVID around, it probably wouldn't be as
Oh, that's a big shot there.
looked a bit high to me.
I think, yeah, the preparation. You're looking at young boys, some of them still at school, haven't had a game. There's been no amateur cricket. There's been no club cricket. It's really difficult to actually get out there and get out in the park. They've been stuck in the nets. They've been, that's the only preparation they have. So to come out in the middle, that's really exciting for these young men.
Absolutely, absolutely. All credit to Niels Momberg and CSA for just that previous LBW shot, a little bit high. Yeah, young Keegan Crawford's struggled to find his line and length here this morning. He's given away a few extras. Hopefully he can pull it back for the Dolphins.
a nice little push into the covers there. Good running. It's lovely to field out here in Stellenbosch as well. It's the lush outfield, you know, just throwing yourself around. You know, there's no reason not to get down and get the greens a bit green, isn't it?
Definitely. Beautiful backdrop as well. Nice to be here.
Ah, it's fantastic. It's fantastic. Just to have to watch some cricket, to get to see the young men out in the park.
Absolutely. Yeah, like I was saying earlier, all credit to CSA and Niels Bomberg for making this event happen. Obviously, this is an important part of our structures in cricket, and we need to get these guys out there playing cricket, you know.
You've been working with some of them. You've worked with the SA Under-19 coach, Shukri Conrad. You had a look at some of these guys?
I have indeed. Some really exciting talent. We've had a few camps with the under-17s because obviously the World Cup's in 2020.
Ooh, a little slower ball there. Threw that one in there.
Which makes them eligible for the World Cup. So we kind of using this 2-year period to plan for that, and yeah, hopefully we can pick the right squad and give a good account of ourselves in that World Cup.
I remember you playing in the ACC Under-19 World Cup. How many years ago was that now, Rose?
A long time
Down
ago.
in New Zealand, wasn't it?
20 years ago now.
Yeah. You had Hashim as your captain?
Hashim Amla was our captain. Myself, Ryan McLaren, Ryan Bailey. We had quite a few guys who went on to represent either their franchises, provinces, or even South Africa. So
young Keegan is struggling with his not just his line at the moment, but overstepping as well. He's got to bowl that one again. It's another free hit.
I think that's the consequence of not having game time, really.
Just that run up.
Speaking from experience, you know, early season you're always trying to find that rhythm, and that can be a struggle, especially when there's a bit of wind around. Ooh, he's just bowled two.
He's just bowled two in a row. Maybe so. What goes through your mind like this? Now, if you're a young bowler, you just bowled two no balls.
Yeah, I think it's important not to get anxious and not beat yourself up too much. Take deep breaths and calm yourself down and focus on the next ball. Really, it's easier said than done. It's a lot easier saying it
we've
from
all
here,
been there.
you know.
Yeah.
But when you're under the pump, it's tough to keep those emotions in control.
He's obviously come from the hotel this morning, excited to get out there, wanting to do well, wanting to show the guys that, you know, I'm on the park, I'm keen.
Definitely. Feel for the young lad, but he needs to get it right.
Oh, that's not a bad comeback ball.
I'm not sure the batsman knew it was a free hit there, the way he played that.
I don't think so. We saw earlier a delightful little scoop on a free hit. He looked like he was just having a normal ball bowled at him there, two in a row. So Cobras missing out there. It's 43 for 1 after 8 overs.
Yeah, I think with these young guys, it's the awareness factors.
Switching on, yeah.
Sometimes it's lacking.
But going back to that World Cup in New Zealand, I mean, what an experience it is when, as a young man, you know, playing against the best in the world in your age group. It must be a wonderful experience.
Yeah, no, look, it was an amazing experience, to be honest. We had a great group of lads. Our coach was Hilton Ackerman at the time, and he was brilliant for us because nice little shot there to mid-off. Yeah, he taught us the ropes.
Hard taskmaster, was he?
Hard taskmaster, but very knowledgeable about the game, and taught me a lot the hard way. A few tough lessons learned under Hilton, but yeah, it was good, really good.
For the younger viewers out there, that's H.D. Ackerman's dad.
Yes, that's him. It's a tad bit too short there.
And the other sides, do you remember who you played against? Were there guys who went on to play
Yeah,
international?
we lost to Australia in the final. Sean Marsh
Ah.
got run out on 99 in the final. Ran
He's done that
coming-
a few times, hasn't he?
coming back for the second, he ran straight into his partner.
Oh, lovely.
I think they needed like 4 to win as well, and yeah, he got unfortunately got run on 99. I think they had the likes of Cameron White, Bo Casson, and a few other guys who went on to play for Australia. India had quite a strong side. Pati Patel was their captain. We all thought he was 15 years old when we saw him.
Wasn't he 16 when he
He
made his
could-
test debut,
yeah,
like the next
exactly.
year or something?
It was ridiculous.
But I mean, this is where it all starts for these guys. You know, this is where the journey starts. This is where you want to show what you're about and hopefully go on to the next level.
Absolutely.
So this is, I mean, a very important week for these young men.
That's a lovely shot. Back foot punch through the cover region for 4 from Daniel Smith.
There's a lot been spoken about this young man in the Western Cape. Lots of potential. A lot of people really rate this young man quite highly, and predicting a big future for him.
Yeah, he's scored loads of runs at school level. So I'm looking forward to him making the step up. Hopefully getting a crack at amateur level for Western Province in the near future and seeing what he can do there. He reminds me a little bit of Andrew Patik in the way he goes about things. Very stylish.
Yeah. I was just about to say, there's always that, that something delightful about that languid left-hander. It's just where things just look a little bit easier, a little bit nice on the eye.
David Gower-esque.
No, definitely. So if he follows in Andrew Patik's footsteps, then he'll have a great career. One of the stalwarts of Western Province. You guys shared many years together.
Yeah. It was unfortunate you didn't get to play much international cricket because I think at the time when Patters was doing well and knocking down the door, he was competing with the likes of Graham Smith and Herschel Gibbs. That's a lovely cut shot.
It's running away on this beautiful outfield.
I think it'll be hauled in. That's poor running.
Yeah, a little bit more intensity there in the middle there. Could have pushed for 3. And that's probably, again, the learning focus, just the intensity out in the middle,
just the awareness levels, really.
That's 51 for 1 after 9 overs. A good little start here by the Cobras.
Yeah, they'll take that, I think. Being put in or winning the toss and batting first on a fresh wicket, I think they always knew it was going to be tough up front. They've negotiated that period now, and they've still got 1 power play over left, and let's see if they can take advantage of that.
Kevin Smith, actually, they've done really well since the loss of that early wicket, to put on the 50 partnership.
The new bowler. No, this it's a new bowler into the attack. I'll get his name for you in a minute. I think they got us a bit confused here because a few guys wearing the wrong numbers.
The wrong numbers on the shirts. The new bowler. The new bowler is Ronan Verdaya.
Let's hope he can just pull it back for the Dolphins by bowling a nice consistent line and length. He's a little bit something in the pitch. He starts off on the legs and gets clipped through square leg. Not running hard enough again, and they only get 2.
Definitely a little loose, just getting the legs a bit loose there. Floater outside on the leg stump.
Yeah.
Picked up by Daniel Smith. Cobras coach Gershman Rabi might have something to say about the running, though.
Yeah, I think they need to step up their intensity when it comes to the running between the wickets. Nice to see Dale Benkenstein's son, Luke, part of the Dolphin squad. I think he's captain.
That's much better from the young man.
Always nice to see ex-players, kids involved in the game.
We've always said that cricket is it's a family game. It's you know it's dads throwing to their sons out in the backyard, throwing to their daughters now as well. We see how
Yeah.
good the Proteas women's side are doing at the moment.
Yeah, they've had some amazing results of late. Got some really good players making their mark in overseas tournaments as well. And it's great for them to have that opportunity to test their skills in those big bash leagues and all those T20 comps, the Blast in England as well. And they benefited from it, you know.
No, it's the same with these young men. The better exposure, the more exposure they get to top level cricket, you know, it just accelerates the development, accelerates the growth, you know, of the player and the team as a whole.
For sure. Young Vardea is settling into a nice line in length here. Hopefully he can apply some pressure by staying patient in that game plan.
I thought Matthew Boast was really impressive from the mountain end. He really kept a tight rein on things. Unfortunately, it wasn't maintained from the commentary box end here, and that's what Vardea will be looking to do, to provide that support and sustain pressure through dot balls.
For sure. Beautifully bowled, well played.
You can see there's just a little bit tighter, a little bit more control now, and that'll make the Cobras think a bit. If there's no loose balls, there's no extras being, you know, just given away. How are they going to adapt?
Yeah, I thought the young opening bowler bowled nicely from the top end. If I'm going to be ultra critical here, I think his length could have been a touch fuller. But he did a really good job for his team. He struck early.
To all the young bowlers, I think they have a listen. This is the bowling consultant for the SA Under-19 side, so please have a listen.
Yeah, so he struck early now with a lovely Yorker, and he got a few to go through nicely. But like I said earlier, it was probably a touch too short. I think in power play with a brand new cricket ball, you want to be trying to pitch the ball up and knock a few bowls over early on to put the team under pressure.
That's 10 overs gone here in Stellenbosch. It's 53 for 1. The Cobras batters taking a bit of a drink in this the early morning heat out in Stellenbosch.
Yeah, I can get down out here in Stellenbosch. Played a few 4-day games here and sure, spent some time in the dirt.
But it is just the most lovely of venues. You look up and the mountain over there, the mountain trail. It's just it's not a few better places to want to play the cricket.
Absolutely. I think this ground gets underutilized. Be nice to see some more first-class cricket played here.
It reminds me a lot of those New Zealand test venues, you know, where it's a small little university ground. Yeah.
Get the students in, coming to watch, having a good time.
I remember going down to Dunedin at the University Oval. It's a very similar setting with all the fields along the side and the you know, and a little bit of a mountain there, and it makes just a different feeling to you know your big stadia around the world.
Yeah, for sure.
It's definitely a prospect looking at forward.
Has more of a cricket feel to it, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It's well played, just tucked away behind square for one.
All you're looking for is the picket fence, and
There
you
we
know, and get the picnic blankets out, and you know, a couple of marquees, and you know the president said he has said we can get 50 people in here. So
there's lots of space.
Lots of space. Unfortunately, due to COVID regulations, we can't get anybody out right now. But we look forward to getting people back at the cricket, watching this beautiful game.
Dolphins we're looking to strike here, I think. This partnership is coming along nicely now. I think if they don't break this partnership soon, they could be staring down the barrel. Yeah.
I think that's possibly why the skip was given Boast just another one. You know, it's a long spell in the early morning heat here. Just looking for that that another wicket. You know, giving his strike bowler every opportunity to get amongst the Cobras.
What's your take on the pitch?
I think it's playing nicely. It's actually traveling. It's getting through. It's actually coming through nicely. Maybe, as always, a little bit on the slow side. Maybe possibly getting quicker as the week progresses.
Looks a little bit spongy, but that's obvious because it's early morning start. Sun needs to get down on it, bake it a little bit, get it harder, and hopefully it will come onto the bat after the first hour. Quite interested to see if it will take any spin. Luke Benkenstein, the skipper, being a leg spinner, will look to get himself into the game early. I think, especially with him only having taken one wicket, you always look to your leg spinner to try and either break partnerships or take bowls for you.
Isn't it always exciting just to see a leg spin in action? There's always something going to happen, isn't it?
Absolutely.
That's another good one from Boast.
He's bowled nicely there, good 6-over spell. 1 for 16 in his 6 overs. It's pretty tidy work. I think he's going to take a breather now.
He's sweating down there. He's walking down there. He's struggling down there to find. Like he said, "Thanks, skipper. I'll take my hat there. I'll find my spot in the shade."
Definitely felt that before.
It's a good stint there. He's put in a good spell though. He's put in a good spell. He's done some good work there.
Creevy's creeping across his stumps quite a bit there. I'll probably getting into the bowlers here and telling him to maybe drop square leg back and just have a crack at his stumps. If he misses one, he's definitely going to be out LBW, I think.
I'm just watching this young man bat there, Rose. How do you feel about that forward defensive with the batter looking down? Just doesn't give that feeling of looking for the single, does it?
Yeah.
You know, just trying to rotate and you get defense and you get positive defense as well. You know.
Look, you don't mind seeing that in red ball cricket, but in white ball cricket, you need to always be looking for opportunities to either get off strike or steal a single somewhere. If there's a misfield in the ring or whatever the case may be, just showing that positive body language.
Vidal's been he's been quite impressive since he's come on. He's hit his lengths and he's shown he's got a Yorker in his arsenal there as well.
Yeah, he's hit a nice full length. He's got a bit of nibble there. You can see the ball's nipping about when you bowl the ball a little bit fuller. So hopefully he can maintain that discipline and maybe knock some over here. I'm a bit concerned as to how they're playing these free hits here. Oh, that's close, as we said earlier on.
And that's the experience of Rory Kleinveld right next to me, guys. He called it. He said young Kiwi was walking across his stumps, and Vidal clearly heard us from above, and he just slipped one in there, and that's the end of Kiwi for 22.
Yeah, it's impressive bowling so far from Vidaya. He's hit a lovely length, tight on off stump, and he's been rewarded for that.
Thought Nicholas Kiwi was just, as Rose said, was just slipping over onto the offside, falling over, and the umpire had no hesitation. It's Nicholas Kiwi gone for 22 of 37 balls. The Cobras lose their second wicket.
New batsman is Kai Curran, also prolific run scorer at schoolboy level. I haven't really seen much of him, so I'm quite excited to see what he's about. Hopefully he can get himself in and make a big score here today. I've only heard good things about him, so let's see what he's about.
The young man from Sax down in the southern suburbs.
They've been producing a few cricketers, Sax, of late, haven't they?
You're speaking to a Wynberg boy here, so we don't speak much about what Sax produces, but
there are too many Wynberg boys for my liking.
I do know the former Cobras captain, Dane Pitwood. He loves Kai Curran from his alma mater. He loves him. He speaks about the young man quite highly.
I saw him bat in the nets the other day, and he looked really good. Looks like someone who likes to take the game forward. So hopefully we can see some entertainment here.
That's what it's all about.
What was your take on the MODC of late? Ooh, that's a lovely delivery.
Vidar's been really impressive here. He's hit his length. He's learned from the mistakes of his new ball his new ball teammate, and he's really getting the ball in the right areas.
Yeah, it's I think it's the first time they're using this season, so there's always going to be something in it if you bowl the right lines and lengths. Oof.
Kai Curran really having a bit of a hesitant start here, a nervy start for the Cobras number 4. Beaten outside the off stump first up, and then a big waft following it. So
I've got a lot of time for that. Got a lot of time for that.
Go walk, settle yourself, come back.
No time to settle in white ball cricket.
No time to settle.
Got to get on with it.
Am I still speaking from 1992 here?
Unfortunately, you've been watching too much Kepler Vessels.
I'm still speaking about the World Cup in Down Under, Mr. 2019 one version, Mr. England team.
Yeah, look, I'm in the way white ball cricketing at the moment. You can see around them in England being the best team in the world at the moment.
So that's a solid start by the Cape Cobras. It's 5-2. They lost Grove very early on to Boast. Daniel's 50 not out. Kiwi gone for 22, and Kai Curran just walked into the crease with 3 balls. Just some nervy starts by the Cobras looking to settle again. Vidar has been really impressive. Walked across, and he struck his man right in front.
Yeah, I think that's something for you to think about moving forward in this week. Just planting that front foot across the stumps at the moment. I think if we can try and get it out the way and use his bat more and hit the ball up the ground, we'll serve him better moving forward this week. Change of bowling. First time we'll see spin foot today. Tula Chiliza is the bowler. Nice little start.
Nice little gentle start there.
Little tempter outside off stump. Just left alone by Daniel Smith.
Heroes, how's this wicketkeeper's helmet? When last have you seen a white helmet? That takes me back to 1992.
I think the last time I saw a white helmet, the umpire standing at the non-striker's end. Shot, that's a lovely cricket shot. Reverse sweep, pass point for 4. Like to see these skills being brought out by the young players, and he's obviously recognized that there's only one field in the point region, and he's exploited that with a beautiful reverse sweep pass point for 4.
I think that's what you're talking about, Rose. The modern day cricketer, it's only the second ball spinner's face, but he's not afraid to haul out the reverse sweep, not worrying what we think about if he gets it wrong.
Absolutely.
You know, that's the fear that we don't want these young cricketers to have. They should back their skills. They must go out there and really express themselves.
Absolutely.
nice little languid action here by this this left arm spinner, Chiliza.
Looks quite a steady bowler who's just going to bowl at the stumps, I think. Wait for the batsman to make a mistake. Doesn't look like there's much turn on offer. He's giving it some air. I like to see that. Not afraid to throw it up there. Tempt the batsman to try and go over the top. Ooh. Ball's just gone over leg stump. Tried another reverse sweep there. Shot was on with only one man behind point. You would have thought that they would have blocked that area up after he played it the first time. But they've given him that option again. Nearly resulted in a wicket. I'd like to see them get a slip in here for the new batsman.
Yeah, you saw him wafting against the medium pacer there. Just show some intent from the fielding side.
Oh, just looks like it's holding a little bit in the pitch there.
That's a good start by Chiliza. Cobras 60 for 2 after 13 overs.
Steady start that from the young left arm spinner. He got hit for a boundary early in the over and only ended up going for 5. So I think the Cobras will be looking at that, thinking there's a missed opportunity there to maybe get 7, 8 off the over by just knocking it about.
I think that's what we've seen is that the Cobras they're pouncing on the loose ball, but just the rotation of the strike, the intensity between the wickets, that's maybe a bit lacking at the moment. Just getting the other guy, the batting partner, to the other end.
Oh, that's a lovely shot. Yeah, it's a big part of white ball cricket, being able to rotate the strike. I know Herschel Gibbs always used to he used to have a moan at us in the nets when we were trying to whack the spinners all over the park. He always reminded us that working on your rotation game is probably more important than just hitting the big shot all the time, you know. Oh, it's a beautiful shot.
Stunning by
Straight
Daniel
down the
Smith. Nothing more beautiful in the game than going straight past the bowler. Vidaya just over pitching a little bit. He's been solid. Then this one he just missed it by a few inches, and Daniel Smith was over it.
Yeah, I don't think Vidaya will be too upset by that. It's a lovely cricket shot. You got to give the batsman some credit.
Nice little check drive there.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the bowler wouldn't mind that at all. He's in the game. He's first slip into the game. If it just nips off the seam. Oi. That's just a little bit. There's definitely something in this picture. I think.
And I think Vidaya has shown that you don't need to be express space. You just need to put the ball in the right areas, and the wicket will do the rest.
Definitely.
He just seems like that toiler, you know, when into the wind, throw me the ball and I'll do the job for you, Skip.
He'd make a good career for himself in county cricket. This. Oh, just opened him up there. Just looks like he's getting it to nip across the left-handers, yeah.
He doesn't even look like a big, strong fella. He's just got good rhythm.
Yeah.
You know, approaching the crease in a nice, gentle manner, and getting the ball in the right areas. There, he troubled Smith there. Be to see how he goes again at Kai Karen here after the last over. Maybe get a gully in there.
I'd probably get another slip in here. I think. Maybe get a man out of the covers there. Get him into second slip. With the ball moves the lefty. Oh, he's beat him again.
Kai Karen really struggling up at the beginning of his innings here. Vidaya all over him at the moment.
Yeah, he's bowled him 3 balls and beat him outside off stump. He could possibly consider moving across his stumps because the threat of LBW is probably taken out with him pitching the ball outside leg stump most of the time.
I just feel that Kai wants he wants some bat on ball. He hasn't been out in the middle. He's trying to just feel at the moment.
He's quite anxious, isn't he? Desperate to do well, these young guys.
Oh, let's not give it away, young man. Let's not get it. You keep working hard.
I think the Dolphins will be disappointed with today. I think there are far too many wides and no ball. In this day and age, it's particularly inexcusable. It's something you can control as a bowler. They need to work on going forward.
I remember watching you in the nets, though. It was always front line. always having a virtual discussion with that front line.
Never bowled him in a game. That was always my.
I remember those in the nets, always.
Yeah, look, I mean, the first half of my career, we never got punished for bowling with free hits and all of that. But once the free hit came into play, you had to make sure you got your front foot behind the line.
That's the first drink, Stellenbosch. It's 66 for 2. The Cobras after 14 overs. He hasn't got off the mark. Daniel Smith on 24. Back after the drinks break.
Yeah, I'd say they belong to the Cobras. To be honest, Dolphins made a bit of a comeback by getting rid of Kiwi, but there has been some damage done. But there's a lot of cricket still to be played. So it can swing back and forth, but at the moment, I feel the Cobras are, because of that start, they can manipulate things from here onward, unless the Dolphins start taking wickets or start stringing a few good overs, cheap overs. But yeah, Cobras, they've worked hard to, in my view, be on the up or slightly dominating things at the moment. It's a long, long way to go. Can quickly change. We know this game. One brings two, and all of a sudden, the whole thing changes around. Good reverse sweep, and that should bring four. Smith has worked hard to get himself settled, and his strike rate is low, yes, but he's given a solid foundation to the Cobras, and now starting to accelerate, and that's dangerous signs to the Dolphins.
Nicholas Hatton, the bowler here, number 3 on his back. Nice to see a leg spinner into action, isn't it? Just such a difficult craft, something that really takes practice, and especially at this age group, seeing a young guy really trying to apply his trade. There's definitely something there. He's got the googly well set. That's well played again from Daniel Smith. And just talking about his innings, you know, it's funny, you'd say his strike rate isn't that high. Sorry, I'm going to have to change that. It's Luke Benkenstein who's actually the bowler. He's wearing shirt number 3. So it's not Nicholas Hatton. Apologies for that, but that's the end of the over. That's the end of the 15th over. It's 74 for 2. The Cobras going along nicely.
Dai has asked some really good questions, especially of Curran in the previous over. He was hitting the right areas, and Curran, who's still looking to find his feet, he's got 0 of 6 deliveries, has had his hands full.
Ronan Vardea is going to continue here at the bottom end, bowling into a little bit of a breeze. Not particularly tall, quite wiry in stature. Field's a little bit more well spread, just the one slip now. First 15 overs, always the sort of time to get your wickets, get your early boundaries, and then the game tends to settle in a little bit. This wicket seems to be settling in. It's quite slow. It's good running, very good running. Nice and sharp.
No hesitation there. The call was immediate and the reaction was immediate, and then it's always difficult for you as fielder. You try and create confusion and maybe by that create a yard or two. But in that case, the call was immediate and the reactions also. And that's the type of thing you need now when you start going past the power play. You need to accumulate 1s and 2s, keep the scoreboard ticking over, and by that keeping pressure on the bowling side, and that was a very good example of it.
Yeah, just coming back to Daniel Smith, I think it's worth just talking a little bit about his innings. 32 or 51, yes, strike rate could be a little bit higher, but when you look at the wicket and you look at the conditions, it's been a bit tacky. Ball hasn't quite come on, and I like the way he's applied himself. Got himself in, and he's just picking up the run rate a bit now. Lovely shot down the ground, and that's what we're talking about. Beautiful. Probably the shot of the day, I have to say. Nice balance, and just didn't try and overhit it, Louis.
Well, that's the fruit of your pick of finding your feet, getting used to the pace of the wicket, and all of a sudden shots like that becomes possible, where initially you might be a bit early on it, a bit late on it, whatever the case may be. He's done the hard work, Smith, and he has played some delightful shots in the last couple of overs, and this, for me, he's best up to now in this knock.
Says a couple of points. I'm a resilient young man and a leader of men, has the ability to bat for long periods and keep wicket too. So we're seeing all these attributes as we speak. Another strong shot, good fielding at extra cover.
Well, yeah, you've said it, but you can definitely see that in his application towards his innings. He's worked out the way forward. He's found his feet. He's gotten used to the wicket. He's had a look at the bowlers before he started being the aggressor. You get the impression that it's a well-planned, calculated.
Another strong shot down the ground. 4 again. It's a poor delivery. He'll be very disappointed with that. 2 strong shots. Perhaps mid-off's just a bit close and a bit wide. Could he come back and just give himself a bit of time, especially with the wind down? But that's good batting from Daniel Smith, and he moves on to 40 now, or 54 balls.
Accelerating nicely now. And a ball, but you still got to put it away. And that bad ball, I'm going to give him credit for that. He created it. He created the pressure by that beautiful drive, straight drive earlier in the over. And the bowler wanted to try something different, his length wrong, and got punished for it. But the pressure was created by the batsman.
I just wonder, Louis, just looking at tactics, whether someone like Daniel Smith is set, whether you just give him a little bit of pressure off, let him get a single down the ground, try and spread the field. Have they been a bit late to know that, you know, Aaron's only come in, he's only faced 7 deliveries, get the new man on strike.
That's what will happen there. Yeah, valid point you're making there. And you also made the point earlier in this over before, when that 4 was struck off the bad full delivery, that mid-off was too close and too wide. Now, I'm not saying you need to push him back all the way, but with the guy being set, you can also just give him a few yards, because you know the guy found his feet. The chances of him hitting an aggressive shot is now a lot better than the other guy. So just move your mid-off a little bit straighter. Give him time to cut some of this off. 3-4 yards back and maybe a couple of yards straighter, and that would have run.
Yeah, these are things that you at this age, you kind of get the ebb and flow of a game, and you know, you suddenly want to really switch on quickly. Those 2 fours perhaps could have been negated. Put the man back, give him single, and get the new man on. It's not an easy wicket to start. You can see that it's a little bit tacky, and it's taken, you know, all the best of sort of 50 deliveries for Smith to sort of start to find his timing. It's a poor delivery from Luke Benkenstein, just dragging one down there, but nice to see the spinner continuing. You make of his action, Louis?
I don't think there's much wrong there. Main thing with your wrist spinners is consistency, and I like to see, just have a bit of a look and see how consistent he is. He turns the ball, he's got the googly going. Ideally, I think he'd like the ball to right-handers, but oh, and there it is. That nearly came behind the legs, eh? That came behind and spun well, but still a wide given. But you could see he worked to bowl the googly there, trying to get behind the batter's legs.
That's a better line. Just got to keep attacking. It's so difficult for spinners nowadays. They get absolutely hammered these days in T20 cricket. You've got to keep trying to be aggressive. That's better, much better.
Although you have the wickets prepared normally flat, and that's why your top bowlers worldwide in T20s seems to be your spinners.
Yeah, I just don't think he's quite got his lines right here. There's no 45 on the leg side, and it's a very straight line he's bowling here. You just almost want to see him bowl a little bit wider, bring in the offside, bring in that slip that he's got in place. Both left-handers. Just at the moment, it seems a little bit easy to get around the corner.
Wrist spinner in one-day cricket ideally would want the batter to come at him, and the way to force that is to bring the run rate down. As I said earlier, the main problem with wrist spinners is that they tend to be not that accurate. It's it's difficult to be accurate as a wrist spinner. So from a batter's point of view, you wait for the bad delivery and try and tickle the rest into gaps. If the pressure starts mounting and you've got to go after that wrist spinner, that's where you put the pressure on yourself, and that's where he becomes really dangerous. I mean, you can think about Imran Tahir, never really successful as a test bowler, but one day in T20 cricket he was exceptional because batters had to go at him and couldn't just wait for the bad delivery.
He was particularly good. Faced him a few times, and he bowled quick, and he was accurate. He really threatened the stumps with every delivery, so you had to be right on it. And his googly was very good as well. Vardeya's continuing, 87 for 2. This is where they want to kind of squeeze now. They've got the new man on strike. Currently, he's only faced 10 deliveries. As we said, it's not been particularly easy. The wicket's not that quick. It's not really coming on. So this is where there's a good opportunity now for the Dolphins to try and string a few dots, try and build that pressure on the Cobras. Maybe Daniel Smith gets back on strike, is a bit frustrated, and you force an error. And these are the games that these youngsters have to play. It's better. Nice and full. Get him on the front foot.
We touched on it earlier on this wicket. That's where you want a batsman to try and score. When you start bowling short the wicket, the ball just sits up and your batsman can pick the area he wants to hit it to. Full, it's not that easy hitting it on the up and piercing the field. And there he beats him. Beautiful delivery. All ends up. This is the man he'd like to bowl to Curran. And look at this for a good delivery.
Bat just coming down across it, possibly trying to work to the leg side. This is what happens when pressure starts to build. Those of you just tuning in, it is quite a magnificent year in Stellenbosch, I have to say. It's great being back here. I've spent a lot of time in the UK, and I can say I'm in no rush to get back with everything that's going on. COVID, even taking away COVID, it's just a great time of the year, and great to see these youngsters playing and doing what they love.
Well, it was an area he was aiming, and you could see he's happy on his legs. And Vardeya gives him exactly what he wants, and he flicks it over there. The one or two that he missed, he was actually playing across them, trying to attack the leg side. And this one in the right area, and unleashes that shot over mid-wicket, between mid-wicket and square leg for 4.
Actually didn't quite the boundary, funnily enough. Ooh. They got 3 for that. Probably deserved 4. Yeah, it held up. It's quite a big boundary out there on the left-hander's leg side. Surprisingly, didn't go for 4, so they get 3.
The outfield is a bit slow. I saw earlier another one to the opposite side as well. Never reached which you think would have gone. I thought the shot deserved 4 and gave him 4.
Oh, he's got the outside edge. It's almost quite well played from the man in form. That's Daniel Smith, and he gets another 4. And I suppose when you're playing well, those things go well for you. Vardeya pretty unlucky. Started the over well and just finishes with a 3 and a 4 to finish. So he won't be happy with that. But Daniel Smith has gone on to 46. The score is 94 for 2 at the end of the 18th over. So the Cobras are going along well. Plenty to think from the Dolphins camp.
Another example of reaping the rewards of finding your feet, playing, getting yourself going. He earned the fact that there was no slip. Batted for a long time. He's found his feet. He's played good shots. Captain has got no option taking the slip out. So when you do get beaten slightly and the outside, catch it. But he's earned the right.
The leggy carries on. bowling with a slight breeze. See if he can adjust his line a little bit, try and get a little bit more positive on the outside of the off stump here. He lost that one up. That's not the length he'll be looking for.
It's lucky to bowl to the newcomer there. I'm sure if that was bowled to Smith, he would have made more than one off it. But you get away with a bit more if you bowl to somebody who's still finding his feet.
That's a good bit of fielding. Potentially stops a second run. Another reverse sweep. You play the reverse sweep much?
Did yes. Sweep and reverse sweep, there's no better way than messing with the spinner's head, because that normally is the good length that he's looking to bowl, is the ideal length to sweep. Not on that occasion. It was a full delivery, but ideal length he wants to bowl to get the edge or bring players into play around the bat is the one that you would like to sweep, and it puts pressure on them. That's not a good delivery. Pulled it nicely in the gap. It gets cut off. Another 2 added to the total.
Curran just been given a few easy runs here. Really got to tighten up here. Dolphins got to put pressure on the new man. Make life very difficult for him. That's better. It's well played again. Good delivery, but manages to get one, get to the other side. That's the aim of the game, particularly in these middle overs. That ends the over again. Cobras are now 99 for 2 off 19 overs, so they're doing a good job here. Dolphins need a breakthrough.
The start was more aggressive. They've kept them in check a little bit. Basically now at 5 and over. Was better than that at some point, but yeah, that second wicket probably played a bit of a role in bringing the run rate down. But still a very good start for the Cobras. Foundations there, they can launch, they've got wickets in hand, they can launch later in the innings and really put a challenging target on the board.
Big shot, just short of mid-on. Doesn't get all of it. You can see he was trying to hit that up and over. Sweating on that fuller delivery. Vardea not offering a huge amount of pace or bounce, and he knows the ball's going to be up there. You look at the field. Just wonder, with lack of pace there, you wonder, could he vary and bowl a few more slow deliveries and perhaps bring up Egg or a third man, put one of these men back?
I wouldn't against at the moment. Curran's been struggling against him. And that's why I question his shot, because you've struggled. You don't have the pace yet. You've shown it. You're still trying to take your feet, and now you want to take a risk and pump one over the bowler's head. From a bowler's point of view, I'd be quite happy to see him try that. The chances of him miscuing it and getting caught are far better than him executing this properly.
And that's a poor delivery. There's nothing else to be said for that. You've got the pressure on, tried to force the error, and then you bowl a full toss and get hit down the ground. And it's just that one loose ball, isn't it, every single over, which is just allowing these Cobras batsmen to build momentum. Curran, who's looked a bit sticky against for sure, has managed to get another one away. Vardea 1 for 31 or 5.2 now, so looking a bit expensive, Louis.
It looks to me like he's struggling with his slow ball. I'm not sure about this one, but the previous over it was his slow ball that ended up being a full toss. So maybe he's trying variation, but he's not controlling it. And that's what he wants. Bowl 6 out of 6 there and force him to try and score runs off that.
Exactly.
And you'll get that loose shot, which he got earlier in the over. But then trying to vary or change things up, he just gave him a absolute gift, and the pressure is off, because a boundary per over now is an absolute bonus at this point in the game. You can get another single or two and you come to getting to 6, 7 and over without taking risks.
2 in a row. It's almost like you feel you must do something as a bowler. You've bowled 3 or 4 good deliveries and you think, well, let me bowl a slower ball, and then you get thumped for 4 and you think, why didn't I just bowl in the same place as the last one?
Yeah, I think it's sometimes over-analysing and thinking, well, I've got this delivery in my arsenal, so I'm going to try it. Whereas sometimes you just stick with what you got. You saw that you're frustrating the guy. You saw him taking a chance at. So why change it? Force him to try and take you on. Let him take the risk.
Yeah, I always find these middle overs in one-day cricket is quite interesting. That's why T20 came in to try and negate that, to try and make sure that there was a bit more action. And there's another big shot. This might not go all the way again. Depends on the bounce against that one. It will go for 4 though. They're just straying on the legs and allowing Curran to get his hands through that.
Well, I've identified that as a strong area for him. And Vadea lifts into those legs once again, gets the line wrong. The length is okay, but the line again, and Curran picks him up, and an expensive over from Vadea. Good one for the Dolphins, for the Cobras.
Yes, you're here for the CUBS week, and there is live action all week long. It is really a fantastic tournament, some exciting young players. Future of South African cricket, and I have to say I've been really impressed with what we've seen so far. Lots of cricket coming from the Marty's main oval here and the other surrounding Witzenberg. Beautiful day, a little bit of wind, and some talent.
Here's a good example of the reverse sweep from the perfect length. Benkenstein bowled that one exactly where he wanted it, and that's the one you want the batter to prod at, maybe get the outside edge, turn it between bat and pad and get him bowled. Reverse sweeps it, so the bowler will try something different, and you end up messing with his length. You end up making him take risks and changing his game plan.
You almost think ordinarily you'd almost bring extra cover across, wouldn't you? A batsman to play through that region. Just isn't it?
I would definitely bring an extra man across. He is indicating that as well. He's just giving so many free runs away on the leg side, and I agree with you. That guy on the offside, force him to try and score through there because he's playing against the turn. That's the 50 up for Smith, and a well-deserved 50, a well-constructed knock.
Carries on his good form from last year, averaged 60 in the same tournament last year, so he's a man who knows how to score runs here, and he's done it before, and he is carrying on. He is a run machine, this guy.
Could have pushed harder there and maybe get a second from him. The man that came off the boundary was slow in attacking the ball.
You'll want to make this a big one. Make sure selectors and people that are watching, likes of Graham Smith, etc., trying to impress him, left-hander.
Well, that's where you want to force him to try and score runs, and Curran obliges. He uses his feet, gets to the pitch, and hits that through the covers. This partnership's starting to look dangerous now.
Yeah, just not sure this experiment with Benkenstein. He's kept himself on, which is nice. Nice to see him being aggressive. Just wonder whether they're just getting the feel of it. It's a fantastic shot there from Curran, I have to say. He used his feet on, didn't he smash it through the offside? Bit of flair.
As a bowler, you're giving yourself a chance, but what made was the fact that he got right to the pitch of the ball, used his feet fantastic, and then also got the placement correct. Class shot. These two are batting well. Placement's good, the running's good, and I would seriously consider taking myself off if I was Brinkenstein. Maybe bring himself back a bit. These two look very comfortable against him.
119 for to the end of the 21st over. A big over there, and also bringing up Daniel Smith's 50. 51 now of 63 deliveries. Started off a bit slowly, got himself in, was quite watchful, but he's played really, really well since then. He really has held this innings together. His timing, the way that he's accelerated through the innings has been very impressive. He's an impressive young man. Leader of men, he calls himself. Averaged 60 last year. Knows how to score big and doesn't like to give his wicket away. Got to be something to look at for the future. Got to change a bowler. Varday has come off, and we've got a new man who's coming on now. We'll have his name in just a second. Number 6, and that is going to be, I'm actually not sure. Wanda Andile, possibly. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen.
Stride.
Just trying to find the names, but another medium pacer.
And immediately one of that first delivery.
Joshua Stride, that is correct, is the new man. Quite a spread field. Mid-off was down on the long-off boundary. Easy pickings now for the Cobras batsmen. Plenty of gaps. Although they are going to keep mid-off up for Mr. Curran. Still think he could come a little bit straighter.
That's not the area you want to bowl to him. That's a wide, but we've seen he's strong on the leg side. I would seriously considering protecting my bowler. Maybe a square leg. He's picked up 2 over that area. So put a man out there, just give your bowler a bit of a chance to find his feet.
Yeah, I agree with that. Definitely push square leg back. Give him some protection. Not a good start. 2 wides, first over. And that's probably where the Dolphins have just been a little bit lackluster. You've shown at times they've been on the money and they've looked like a good unit, especially up top, but there's just been too many wide deliveries, too many 4 balls. Just releases pressure, and these Cobras batsmen have just actually haven't had to do too much to keep it 4 and 5 and over.
A lot of freebies handed to them. You're quite correct. That's a better line and length. He's come around the wicket now, struggling with his line when he was bowling over. And around the wicket, better length, better line. Hopefully he can sustain that, because they need to build a bit of pressure.
You just feel, though, perhaps coming around the wicket, he's going to have to be quite good on his line and length, as you say, because Curran will probably look for anything that's just angling into him. Square leg is up. There's no one on the leg side boundary, and the wind is going that way. So it's a good option for a left-hander. Let's see how good he can be in the rest of this over.
Bit of a fumble in the field. We'll add 1 to the total.
Interesting when you watch young players, particularly the bowler coming around the wicket, naturally mid-off should shift a little bit straighter with the angle.
Of course, yes.
And he hasn't, and it's those little things that you've got to try and pick up on. Might have been a single there, you know. Just looking at the offside, and some of the guys are quite deep there. They've got protection either side of them, so point can probably afford to come a little bit closer. It's almost right on the inner circle there, and if you drop and run, I think there's a single to be had. I think the Cobras batsmen are well onto that.
Another wide. And the discipline not what it should be. Makes it so much easier. You've got 3 wides in this over, you've got a single. What you're really looking at, 5, 6, 7 over, and you're good for this time of the innings. And if you get handed 3 wides in an over, you're just making it so easy for the
That's better, nice and straight. One ball to come in the over. It's been a bit of a mixed array, a few wides. Hasn't been right on the money. But in between, he's hit good lines and lengths. This wicket proving quite difficult to score when you do hit back of a length. So a real focus for the Dolphins in their remaining 30 overs. Nice finish, just one down the ground. Takes them to 125 for 2 at the end of the 22nd over, and there's going to be a change in the commentary box.
Looks like there's another change in the bowling. Not sure what it is, to be honest. It's definitely not Benkenstein bowling. Anyway, good start here for the Cobras. Kai Currens looked like he's settled in nicely after his dodgy little start there. Hopefully he can kick on to a big score. Daniel Smith has eased his way to 54.
The Cobras have really laid a decent platform to launch a big assault later. 126 for 2.
It's a lovely shot. Straight to mid-off. Yeah, what do you reckon's a good score here?
That's well bowled by the leg spinner, the young leg spinner. I think at 126 for 2, you're always looking at about 30 overs when you start doubling, and that's still 7 overs away. So the Cobras should be at about 270 plus here. That should be the region they're looking at.
Yeah, the longer these two can extend this partnership, I think they could possibly look at 300 plus if these two keep going to about the 35th over. Possibly looking to exploit the last 5 overs of the power play before going into the death overs.
That's 126 for 2 after 23. I think that's the conservative look again within me. Raw's going for 300. I'm looking at 270 plus. I think I've watched the Cobras, the real Cobras, too often in the one-day cup to see the middle order just fade away. Unfortunately, during this last couple of weeks, that's where the hesitancy comes in.
Yeah, hopefully the young Cobras can show the senior players how to do it.
Yeah, I've seen the blue and yellow fade away over the last few days. So definitely
They did pretty well to get themselves into the semi-final. Had the Dolphins under a bit of pressure.
Basically the one-day cup semi-final being played over here, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
I think
Just shows you what experience brings to the party with Robbie Freiling.
it's funny that you mentioned experience in Robbie Freiling. I was hoping that you'd still be running out there in Portugal.
Nah.
Those days done.
Those days are over, I'm afraid.
For a long time we saw you running into from the Wab again there. I think that's actually, and with all jokes aside, I think that is what's missing in that side at the moment. Yourself, Vernon Philander, all these guys that performed so well for the Cobras over the years.
That's well bowled. Nicely left outside the off stump.
Just an older hand to take the youngsters along, and just somebody standing down at mid-on or mid-off and just telling the young man to, there's some really promising young kids in that side, but just to, calm them down. And like we spoke about the young bowler early on, there was who's standing at mid-on and just telling him, the next ball is important.
Yeah, look, unfortunately we lost the Cobras lost quite a few experienced players all at once. It's a good single. Nice intent in their running there. Just dropped the ball behind point on the offside and strolled through for the single. Yeah, look, I mean, we lost the likes of the captain, Dane Pete, to enjoying the snow in the US at the moment. Guys like Lazard Williams, who, to be fair, probably needed a move. Probably didn't get as many opportunities as he would have liked down here. But hopefully the Cobras can turn things around. They got one more competition coming up in the T20s, and let's see how they go there.
I just thought that when you lost the likes of yourself, you lost Vernon Philander, although he wasn't around much, but he did play a bit of white ball cricket. That you had to keep on to somebody like Lazard Williams, that came through the system, that has played a few games under his belt. Some
shot down to long off.
Some that could guide the likes of Ziad Abrams and and these type of youngsters, and basically just lead the attack. When you look at that side, it's Imran Manak, the off spinner now. It's just quite a lack of experience in that unit.
Yeah, for sure. As we see Stride nicely played behind point again for one. Having a few technical issues here with Zaire. He's put his headphones on way around.
Thanks, Rose, for that. That was meant to be off camera, but telling the viewers about that. Yeah, I know it's going steadily at 130 for 2 after 24 overs. Curran on 27, Smith on 50, setting them up nicely for some entertaining fireworks hopefully this afternoon.
Yeah, it looked like the pitches they played on in the One Day Cup were quite tough. It took a lot of spin. Looked like when you bowled wicket to wicket, it was quite difficult to score. So it's quite low scoring. Didn't see many scores above 250.
Just drifting down the leg side there for some extras.
Sure, there's been a lot of extras in this innings. I think the Dolphins will be looking to try and tidy that up for the rest of this innings and for the week going ahead.
I think that's probably just allowed the Cobras to get away from them as well.
Absolutely.
There hasn't been many shots played in anger, but the rate's still very good.
It's nicely bowled and well clipped off the legs for one down to deep backward square. Yeah, I think the Cobras will probably just look to knock it about, put the bad ball away now for the next 13, 14 overs. And make sure they have a nice platform going into the last 10 overs. They could possibly, if they're still 2 down at 35 overs, look to to attack the last 5 overs of the power play, as I said earlier, and get some good momentum going into the last 10 overs. It's an interesting one because, I mean, if you're in a good position, like I said earlier, I think there's a great opportunity to actually make those last 5 overs of the power play almost like, oh, that's poor fielding. Lovely reverse sweep again, and it's gone for 4.
And it's gone all the way for a boundary. That's the young man just putting up his hand saying apologies to the bowler. He should have done a little bit of that. It's a big fast bowler trying to get down, Rose. You know all about that.
Just get your body behind it, son.
Anything, just get anything, get anything.
Yeah, like I was saying, you could almost treat those last 5 overs of the players as death overs. Obviously, going into the last 10, they have an extra man out on the boundary, which a little bit tougher. The ball is a bit softer going into the last 10 overs, so boundary hitting is not as easy. So that's why I like to see teams, if they're in a good position, attack those last 5 overs of the power play and exploit the.
The one thing that's been really nice to watch is both batters haven't been afraid to all out the reverse sweep. It just shows a little bit of intent, not allowing the leg spinner to settle. When you know that a batsman can score both sides of the wicket.
It's such a big part of the game, and it gives captain
just manipulates the field, doesn't it?
Manipulating the field, yeah. Best players in the world are unbelievable at doing that.
360 degrees, that's the term, isn't it?
100%. It's a beautifully flighted delivery. And that's the over. Cobras 138 for 2 after 25, in a great position here. Like I said earlier, I think they'll be eyeing out that 300 mark come the end of 50 overs.
Be a good game if we get 300 from the Cobras, yeah?
I'd like to see them show a bit more intent in their running between the wickets. We've seen quite a few misfields in the outfield. If they can put the boundary runners under a bit more pressure, it just gains momentum on your innings, and it gets you going.
It's a big outfield as well.
It's a big field.
It's a big field, it's not a small one. It's
beautifully played.
I think that's important now, just to not to eat up the balls, try to get the other end, just to keep the momentum going.
Absolutely. I think from a Dolphins point of view, we're looking to try and strike here, because this partnership's now moving on nicely. I think the best way to stop run rates in white ball cricket is by taking wickets and being positive. Nicely worked down to fine leg. It's pretty easy for the Cobras at the moment.
I think that's what you're speaking about there. So that was always just one, but it would be nice to see the young batter just put in a little bit of sprint, putting the field under pressure.
Yeah,
you never know what you might, if you see somebody hauling down to the other end, maybe a little bit of misfield. That's something that we'd like to see, particularly in white ball cricket.
Absolutely. Oh, he's nicked that past the keeper, and that will run away for 4. Unlucky there for the bowler.
I think it was intentional though. He did open the face. He looked like he didn't maybe want that close to the keeper.
Yeah.
That's fine, but
I think this bowler's just struggling a bit with his line. He's buds of the wicket. If we can try and get a consistent line and length going in and around the off stump, and just apply pressure in that way, and force the Cobras batsmen to maybe try and hit the ball over the top, and maybe get a miscue or whatever the case may be, to try and get a pole here. But they've definitely struggled with their consistency in line and length today. Also, their discipline terms of wides and no balls have been way off the mark.
How much does that come down to rust? I think we've got to give these young men a break as well. They haven't been out in the park for such a long time.
Like I mentioned earlier, preparation probably wouldn't have been as ideal as they would have wanted.
You got a slip in there now, and it goes to his left. Yeah. So tough scenes for young Stride.
It's turning out to be a big over this.
Yeah. Do you think these guys would have played some warm-up games and all of them have had a chance?
I'm not too sure, to be honest. I went onto the Cobras nets last week just to go and help out a little bit there. But as far as I know, they haven't played any games.
So for many of them, it's probably the first hit out since maybe this time last year.
I think they might have played a few school games when the
lockdown level 1,
when
wasn't
the
it?
restrictions were relaxed, yeah. But I don't think they would have played many more than 5 games.
Yeah, I mean they missed out, and some of these boys missed out a Coke week.
Yeah.
You know, Coca-Cola Kai Majorla week, the highlight of any young schoolboy's career. You got to feel for those, particularly the boys in matric.
Yeah,
you know, your entire life you're looking forward to, you know, that big week, you know, the one that you want to be in, and then it was given a miss.
Yeah, unfortunately. Well, hopefully we're heading towards better times.
A little bit normality, is that what it is, or is it just the new norm?
I think this is going to be around for quite a while. Obviously, once the vaccine gets rolled out, might ease things up.
Yeah, I mean we've just seen even on the international front the Australians are not coming. I mean that's a huge disappointment for Cricket South Africa.
Yeah, it's a hammer blow for us, I think. Not only for spectators, obviously looking forward to a great series, but just for CSA financially and all that kind of stuff, and all the preparation they've done to organize these biosecure bubbles and stuff.
I mean, I've been following that quite closely because that's what I do on a daily basis, and the amount of money that Cricket South Africa were willing to put in, and just the effort that was made.
Yeah, it's pretty disappointing. They said, I mean...
Oh, that's a big one. Is that the first 6 of the day?
Nope.
Just a couple of bounces and another boundary. Young Curran.
It's a nice, juicy full toss on the knees there.
Yeah. Get up in the morning thinking of those ones, don't you?
Absolutely.
So, just back to I mean, South Africa willing to put Cricket Australia up. The Australians, they were going to be alone in the Irene Country Club. South Africa were going to stay in a different the Sri Lankan series where both teams played in the bubble. The staff will get quarantined for weeks prior to the series.
Oh, he's got another one. Oh my word! What a catch that is! We were just talking about the knee-high full tosses. Always gets wickets as well.
That's an unbelievable take by the young man. Kai Curry cannot believe his misfortune.
That is an amazing catch. One almost goalkeeper style with the wrong hand, and just snatched it.
Knock it out. Get that on the highlight reel, boys. Make a clip of that. Get it out on social media. This is the talent in South Africa. Was it Hashi Bogler that said there's no talent in South Africa? Come, watch that. That was fantastic.
That's an unbelievable catch. Young Chaliza throwing himself there.
Tulani Chaliza, remember the name. Hard luck, Kai Curran. He's gone for 38 for 46 balls. We're thinking about that dismissal all night. The Cobras 149 for 3.
New batsman in.
Here he is again. Watch him go. He's climbing, and he gets that hand up there. Word.
That's an insane catch.
I don't even think he believed he caught it. Otherwise, there would have been a big celebration. He's just sitting there. What have I done? The new batsman, Siyabonga Nwozi, walks to the crease after a miraculous catch Bacheliza.
Looks like he takes those in his sleep, that guy. The way he reacted.
Yeah. I think that was just pure disbelief. Have I actually taken this, boys? Kai Karen will be thinking about how did he do that?
I think it's a great opportunity now for the Dolphins to apply some pressure. See, they got the slip in here after the new batsman. Hopefully build some dots on this guy and put Daniel Smith under pressure in that way. Starve him on the strike. Oh, that's well bowled.
Well bowled. Suddenly there's a bit of chipper in the Dolphins team at the moment, a little bit of talk.
Yeah.
That's what some amazing piece of fielding does. It just lifts everybody. It raises the whole side, gets everybody awake again.
Absolutely. Spreading the field now. I think it's the last ball of the over, last 2 balls. Trying to get him on strike for the next over. Oh, that's well bowled again. He's been on the money here to the new batsman.
Not a fan of spreading the field, to be honest. I think you want to bowl dot balls. You want to keep him there. Maybe give Daniel Smith a single of the first ball.
Yeah. Oh, that's well bowled.
Just think he's on naught. He's nervous. You want to keep a batter on naught.
For sure.
A successful for the Dolphins. The dismissal of Kai Curran. Dolphins, the Cobras at least, 149 for 3 after 27 overs.
Yeah, it's an interesting period. This see how the Cobras will go about this. I think they've got themselves ahead of the game, so it gives the new batsman some time to play himself in.
We can't get enough of this catch, though. There's, he got his hand up. Look at the bowlers. Look at that. Oh, my word. That's a Stuart Broad celebration there. Has he done it? Fantastic. Fantastic scenes out in Kutsenberg.
You love to see it, don't you?
Yeah, look at that. He's got the hands in front of the mouth. Full on Stuart Broad. Lovely, lovely stuff. He'll be getting that. He'll be asking for the clip tonight. He's putting it on his Insta feed. He's putting it on his Insta feed.
Definitely.
Is that where the game gets played by these youngsters these days?
They love a bit of Instagram, these young kids. Instagram and PlayStation, that's what they're about.
That's what they're about, eh? I always ask the question, give them more, give them Wi-Fi. What would they choose?
Yeah,
What's the choice? Apologies, guys. The new batsman is Kamvaletu Feni for the Cobras. Apologies about that.
Oh, what a seed that is. Just nipped one through the gate there, knocked over the off pole, and the Dolphins are back in the game, yeah.
A beauty by Stride. Just went straight through the wall set Daniel Smith.
Smith will be disappointed there. He's got himself a great start here. He could have kicked on to 100. But it was a good piece of bowling, I think. Ball just nipping back eight. And just what the Dolphins needed. 2 new batsmen at the crease, and they're probably going to be building a lot of pressure now on these 2 new batsmen.
Told you all week I've watched the blue and yellow this week. Always the game changes in a split second.
It's just rubbing off onto the junior side here at the moment.
Oh, that's a beauty. Hitting the top of and off. Well done, Daniel Stride. Joshua Stride, sorry.
Yeah, the Cobras need to build a nice partnership here now between these two, Nayose and Feni. As I said earlier, they're quite far ahead of the game in terms of run rate, so it will give them a bit of time to play themselves in. Hopefully they can play themselves in by being positive, not blocking it.
I think it's too big weapons. It just changes that complexion, that score of 300 just put away now.
What do I know, eh?
You English way, you've been away for too long.
That 270 is looking a lot more likely than
they would like that 270 right now. I think it's but I think Feni and Uyozi got opportunity to work their way in. Beautiful top of off. So that's what any fast bowler wants to see. simple game when you're eating the top of off,
There
isn't
you
it?
go. The toughest skill in the game. Oh, that's well bowled.
Oh, a bit of chatter, a little bit of excitement. That's what wickets does.
There we go.
Just a piece of fielding. Next one hitting top of off, and suddenly the
Absolutely.
Dolphins are the ones on top of the game.
Back in it. Right back in it.
I think it'd be interesting to watch the captain at this moment in time. How does he manage his field? How do they keep maintain pressure?
Yeah, I think you'll look to keep men in the ring, force them to try and hit through over the top. Oh, that's well bowled. Settling nicely here to the under. He's struggled a little bit earlier with his line and length to the lefty, but seems to have found a good rhythm here to the right-handers.
Does the follow through just get a bit longer after the wicket as well? Is that something, Rose?
Few words come out as well. Start backing yourself.
The gallop is just a little bit lighter in it, eh?
Until the guy hits you straight over your head for 6. Put you back in your box. It's well bowled.
The greatest level of this game, isn't
Absolutely.
it? The greatest leveler.
Just when you think you've got it sussed.
He just says, "Mother cricket, mother cricket." I just love the antics of fast bowlers. Fast bowlers, the run up gets longer, the stride gets quicker. You know, it's just skipper's not taking the ball out of my hand now.
Yeah, like I mentioned earlier, this game is a lot about controlling your emotions. Great over for the Dolphins there. Cobras now 149 for 4 after 28 overs. Dolphins right back in it here. They can nip 1 or 2 more here in the next 2-3 overs. Will place them firmly on top.
Would have liked to know what the discussion is there between the two young men. How are we going to approach the situation? 2 new batters at the crease. What's our game plan? It's got a nice leg spinner. That's the Cobras scorecard.
Was the Cobra scorecard.
Came and went. And that's back, and it's back. It's Grove gone for naught. Smith just left us now to 61. Kiwi gone for 22. And Kai current to a brilliant catch by Shalesia for 38. 2 new batsmen, Fayeni and Nawazi.
We keep talking about the catch, but the delivery for me is the one that got the wicket. The knee-high full toss from the leg spinner. Always gets a wicket.
You said it from the beginning. You said it from the beginning that the leg spinner at any point in time always an asset.
Oh, that's well bowled. He settled in nicely here to the right-handers. He also struggled a bit to the left-hander.
It's not always the big turning leg break that gets the wicket.
Nah. It's the long up and the full toss.
The eyes of the batter just get big.
It's well bowled again. Dolphins applying some serious pressure here now. Only one guy out of the circle. Forcing the Cobras batsmen now to think about hitting over the top. To make the game easier for themselves. Oh. No, surprising, no appeal there. That looked closer than I thought.
Dot balls are mounting.
Torty Weingard likes to get the finger out the pocket as well. It's good pressure this now from the Dolphins. I like this intent from the captain by bringing the field in.
It's good energy in the field as well. There's a bit of the talk, the clapping of the hands, showing the presence.
Absolutely. Sending the long off out now. I'd like to have seen him hit one over there first before sending him out. Oh.
Squeezed one out to the covers.
It's 150 up for the Cobras. The 29th over. 4 wickets down.
They would probably have like one set batsman at least at the crease. But that's not to be.
Yeah, losing your 2 in batsmen,
Never a good thing.
never a good thing. Oh, that's well bowled.
Well bowled, young man.
That's another good over from
Stride, got a 1 for 17. And that's change of commentary. We have Louis Wilkinson and Nick Compton.
Dolphins they've turned the momentum around here. Cobras was going great guns at one point in time, but a little bit of, well, let's say, they lost their way a bit. Maybe lost concentration, was a bit too attacking at stages, and now all of a sudden lost 2. So they've 4 down and 2 new batters at the wicket. That just one thing that immediately brings time to squeeze, build pressure by that, by dot balls, and the Dolphins are doing it very well. Their energy levels definitely up. All right, the 2 wickets would have played a role there. It always does when you get wickets. It does bring a bit of an atmosphere, gets you going, and they're the one with the energy levels at the moment. They're the side with the energy levels. Cobras looking to get themselves back in the game, get a partnership going, and build from there. Build on that good start that they had. Wicket's not, it's not shooting through. It seems to be sticking a little bit. And especially early on, the batters have struggled with their timing. And, ideal time for the Dolphins to build pressure.
Absolutely. Oh, lovely delivery there outside the off stump, just nipping away from the right-hander.
Pulled him into that, and be a shot that he wouldn't have played had the pressure not been what it is because of dot balls.
Absolutely. What do you think's a good score here, Louis?
Difficult to judge this early, and I haven't been to the wicket, but with the start that the Cobras had, I think anything less than 300 would be disappointing for them, and even where they now, 150 for 4, we haven't had 30 overs yet.
Yeah.
So I'd say, yeah, you got to look at 300 there and thereabouts. Whether that's a good score remains to be seen. But my opinion, yes, it would be. It would be a score that you can build pressure on, that you can defend. But the Cobras will have to bat well from here. They had the chance to get there easily, but these last two wickets.
Yeah, it's always difficult when you lose your 2 in batters.
And you get away with things like
he's missed an
would
opportunity.
have dispatched that.
Absolutely, he's missed out on an opportunity to cut that pass point for 4. Time for a change in commentary. Mr. Compton, over to you.
Good over, another good over by the Dolphins. 150 for 4. Pressure building. 30 gone now.
Thanks, Legend. Nice to not be in the nets. Having to face him. He was pretty timed. Mr. Rory Kleinfeld. Oh, it's a cheeky little, isn't it? Very nice deft touch. All change, Louis, since we were sitting, 8 overs ago?
Yeah, in the Dolphins' favour. They've done it by taking 2 wickets to got rid of. and they with one or two loose deliveries. That wasn't one. That was a good delivery. You do get away with them when the batters are just finding their feet and it's just come in. Your hit as a bowling side is just so much bigger. Oh, and that didn't carry. Didn't carry. Almost. Chance for a run out. And they scramble through for one. But by no means a comfortable few seconds for the Cobras.
Funny how momentum just changes. Suddenly there's just in the Dolphins camp, you can see, a bit of excitement. They're walking in with more, these little half chances. They're diving at every opportunity. So 30 overs gone, 153 for 4. And there's a bit of action happening. It's coming alive. I think you 10 team after 30 overs try and double your score. So I think 3 just seems a bit much. I don't know. You start trying to work out in the changing room, what is a good score? What do you think is a good score?
A few moments ago. And yeah, 300 is what the Cobras will aim for. It seems like it was going to be manageable, easy to get there at one point in time. And again, moments for the Cobras. And energy and the momentum now with the Dolphins. They have got the Cobras on the back. These two will have to find their feet and manage to turn it around.
Yeah, they're going to have a little drinks break here. It's quite a warm day. Nice little breeze though, which is always nice when you're playing. Just keeps you going. Here's the lost ball of the previous over. A little appeal, and then also went for the stumping. Just managed to keep his balance so he didn't topple over, which is good news for the Cobras. So yes, the momentum starts for the Dolphins. They've been waiting for it for some time. This is the CUBS week 2021. We're here in Stellenbosch, and it is a quite magnificent day at one of the most beautiful cricket grounds I've ever played at. 153 for 4 from 31 overs, and Louis just talking about what is a good score, and yeah, I think 300 now, I mean, would be very good. I almost think if they can get above 250, I don't think it's a particularly easy scoring pitch. The boundaries are quite big. I think it's quite slow as well. So if they can get over 250, 260, I think they'll be very happy with that. You can really apply pressure when the Dolphins get a chance to bat, I think.
Well, the norm is to double the score on 30 overs, and that was 150. So you would think that the Cobras would look at 300 with these last 2 wickets. That one of Smith for his 61, and Curran that was in on 38. Those 2 wickets played a big role, and now that 300 looks challenging. One thing the Cobras can be disappointed with is those 2 that got into the 20s and 30s, because you ideally would like to kick on and make full use of all the hard work of finding your feet. Well, they haven't, and these 2 has now got to start a new partnership and start applying pressure on the Dolphins. Understand the drinks breaks, the 2 drinks breaks. That's warm out there. There is a bit of a breeze, and that helps, but still hot, and it definitely justifies 2 drinks breaks for these players. And at that drinks break, I think the Dolphins, the happier of the 2 sides. The Cobras will be well aware of the challenges ahead of them now. But they've done the hard work. They've got 153 on the board, and don't underestimate that. You pointed out that it is a bit of a slow outfield, and not really a wicket that makes scoring easy. Well, after 30 overs, the Cobras got 153. They've just got to take advantage of that and then put pressure on the Dolphins when they come to bat. So a big part of the job's been done. They're not in such a bad situation as it would appear, because they've got those runs on the board. They've got time. These two have got time to settle in and still get their side to that 300 or close to it.
Now Warsey just running one down to third man. He looks like a busy little player, small, diminutive kind of guy. Very busy at the crease, runs the first one hard. That's the kind of guy you need in the middle overs, just to run things around, get off strike. And that's straight to first slip, soft dismissal, trying to do the same thing, run it down, but that really is a time for the Cobras. Fenny goes, and he goes for one, and he's been there for quite a full 17 deliveries. The Cobras take another wicket. Stride is into his stride, and he's got his first wicket of the tournament.
Looked out of forward go and used a lot of balls to eventually get one on board, and then not a good option. Maybe the option shouldn't be execution of the shot should maybe be criticised, but anyway, Fenny back in the pavilion for that one. And the Dolphins, they seem to well on their way and turning this whole game as things at one point in time stood. The Cobras were in charge, but the Dolphins now, the side with the wind in their sails.
Yeah, that 300 looks quite a far distance off now. This wicket is getting a bit slower. The ball is obviously getting a bit softer, and you'd like to think that momentum shifting a little bit, these wickets, and the Dolphins have kind of clawed it back a little bit, that almost 240, 250 would actually be a good score. I think that's defendable, actually. I know 300 was looking possible at one stage. You always know that there's a twist.
It's used the wicket very well. He's bowled good line and lengths. He's not a guy that's that quick. Makes it harder to score, but he's given nothing away. And his 2 wickets cost him 18 runs of 5.2 overs. I mean, that's just over the 3 and over. Excellent bowling.
Absolutely. Solomon's the new batsman at the crease. Not easy starting. He would have known that. Slow. Strides bowling straight.
What the Dolphins done well, they've recognised the situation, and their fielders are in, blocking that one. From the Cobras point of view, what they would like now is to drop the ball into gaps and take quick little singles and keep the scoreboard flowing that way. The Dolphins have recognised that. Their guys are in tight and stopping those singles and building pressure.
It's well played. Nicely behind it. Nice little technique. Got to give yourself a bit of time. We saw with Smith, the opening batsman, who played ever so well, just how he sort of built his innings. Played a more of a 4-day innings where he just anchored up top and got himself going a little bit. Not easy to come in and start straight away.
Yeah, even like you said, even with him playing an innings, almost a 3 or 4 day innings, they were still well on their way to 300 because of him accelerating later in his innings. But even taking his time, finding his feet, they managed to keep that run rate more than decent enough. And you don't need to take that amount of so many risks, or it's a 50 over a lot of time. And I think people lose that, or don't always, where T20s forces them time is so short and brief, and you got to almost try and send every ball to the boundary. Completely different format this.
Absolutely agree with that, and I think T20 cricket has possibly not helped that. You know, players are very eager to get on with it now.
He's been good, Dyer. That one's not so good. It's gone down the leg side, but he's also picked up one. He's been fairly accurate. He's 5.3 going for 19, which you would be happy with as captain.
Absolutely. He's been very impressive. I do like the way he bowls. It's quite his attitude as well. I think, you know, there's one thing being able to bowl a googly or a leg spinner and have the repertoire, but on the other hand, you've got to do it with confidence. You've got to make yourself feel in the game. And that's not one way to do it. That is short. It's going to happen with the leg spinner. Dyer dropping that one short. He hasn't bowled many bad balls. And Yawasi, he's been busy when he's had the chance one away.
Yeah, I could pick his spot there, but he did it well. On mid-wicket, but nothing at square. So he waited for it and placed it well. And a welcome boundary for the Cobras. That's where you want to force him to try and off the front foot.
It's the end of the over. End of the 33rd over. It's 155.
That's the short delivery. We replay of it. That's one thing. A bad delivery is a bad delivery. That's one thing, yes, but batter's still got to have the ability to put it away. Time it, place it, and Yawasi did that well. Line and length, make them come at you. Stride's been doing that very well. He is in a very good position where they've taken the wickets, but he's put himself in that position by taking wickets, getting new batters in front of the wickets, and your area that you can hit is bigger. The guy's not picking up the ball that quick, and he's bowling well. He's asking the right questions. He's not giving a lot away, and the batters will feel the pressure.
It's a bit wide. Yeah, I think if I was batting now, I think I'd look at the scoreboard and go, look, it's 33 overs. Still got a long time, 17 overs. I'd almost say to myself and to Solomon and Yawasi, come together and say, right, we've got to bat for the next 10 overs. If we can get the team to 43 overs, only 5 down, you then got a good opportunity to go again. But if you lose more wickets, then you haven't got enough in the hutch to go, and they're going to have to take this game deep. So if they can consolidate, might be a bit slower. It might mean that they have to forego a few quick runs, but it gives them a chance at the back end.
Off the edge, only one. But I agree with you. You've got to talk between each other there and say, look, 43 overs, 42 overs. We bat to there. Once we get the runs we get, identify areas where you can maybe accumulate a few, and hopefully there's a bad ball or two. But if you can get to 200 or the vicinity, or you get to over 40, 42, 41, 10 and over, we've seen so many as possible in the last few, but you got to have wickets in hand.
Yeah, you just feel if they lose another one, it's going to make it very, very difficult. They've got to bat smartly. 161, so that's the equation. You start as a batter, you start thinking, okay, to get to 200, 40 runs, what does that work out? 7 overs to the 40th over. Start to do the math. Go at 5 and over. Maybe that's asking a bit much. 4 and over.
Oh, right through him. And that was exactly what you were talking about. Losing another wicket is not what you want now. Solomon, Clean bowled for his one, and stride. He's in his stride. He's got his third wicket, 3 for 21 of about 6.4 overs. He's doing a fantastic job here for the Dolphins.
Exactly that. Full, straight. He's played all around it, trying to work that through the leg side. It wasn't quite the right delivery for that. Didn't get his head over it. Fell over to the offside. And, you know, he's just consistency. That's all it's about. And Stride has been very consistent. Carden Solomon goes for 1 of 7 balls. He was bowled by Stride.
.300 starting to look a long way off now. Cobras now losing wickets at regular intervals, and that 6 down is starting to swing things heavily in the favour of the Dolphins. What can these last few guys contribute? We don't know the players that well, so we don't know their abilities as bad, how deep this side of the Cobras. But the Dolphins would be smelling blood now. They definitely feel that they can keep the Cobras to 200, just over the 200, which would be a very gettable score. Try to continue. He's got 3 behind him, behind his name. And as we've seen in his bowling stint so far, accurate. Accurate, big part of his makeup. Builds pressure with it, and it's played well for him. But impatient there. Can understand the full straight one was what he tried. It's a new batter. Try and beat him with a Yorker, or try and hit his pads and see if you can get him LBW. It's early in his innings, so worth the risk. The execution, though, not what it should be. So one area that the Dolphins really has to work on. They are giving a lot of extras away. There's one more. It's a no ball as well. It would have been a wide, but a no ball as well. So a free hit. And as has been the norm for the day, you compliment the guy and say he's accurate, and then he immediately proves you wrong.
He's just, I'm not going to try and use the pun, but Mr. Stride is just overstriding at this stage. Striving and striding go together, just looking for a bit too much, trying to get another wicket. Oh, there you go. Cunningham has only been in for 2 balls, and he said, I've had enough of this.
Yeah, well, if you got a free hit, there's nothing wrong with 3 in your arms, and he did there, and he did so very well. And I tell you what, that shot will make him feel a lot more comfortable in front of the wickets. He's taken one in the middle of the bat. He's got a boundary behind him, so it adds to your confidence. Absolute bonus. And we did touch on it earlier that these free hits can really the momentum of a batter's innings, because that is one thing of a bat. That first boundary, where you time that first one and get it in the middle of the bat, it can way in settling you in front of those wickets. Cunningham, he'll feel a lot better than prior to that delivery.
Looking at Cunningham, I'm not sure there's any singles in him either. I think he quite likes to put the foot down and give it a slap. Oh, don't know if he got some bat on that.
I'm concerned about the option. There's a man at 45. He tries to walk across at His side is under pressure.
Best you're going to get is 1 for that, aren't you? 1 or 2.
Higher it for 1.
Better off hitting down the ground like that. But living dangerously is Nyawosi. But that's what I mean. If it's up there and the mid-off and mid-on are up, whack it over the top, get a man back. Wouldn't you say?
A lot better option. At least you give it. The execution wasn't there, but the option was good.
Well bowled. I like a spinner who needs to throw it up there, even if he gets hit for 6.
Yeah, but it's better. You got to make a plan. You either use your feet, sweep him, put pressure on him, one way or another. You'll know in your own abilities which areas you would prefer to attack. But just to stand around and have a swing and start trying to just deviate it or push it down, fine leg, scoop it to fine leg.
If you're going to sweep, there's no one at deep square
That's
leg.
4.
There's got to be an option for them. Picked up on that now is 45. Now goes to the inner circle. That's well bowled. Well bowled. They got mid off back, so they're being clever. He's possibly lost the opportunity to. Just took the wrong option. Hard sweep or a strong shot over the top would have been the go now. Now it's a case of just don't give your wicket away. Last ball of the over. Well bowled.
Dyer, another good over by him. That's the end of his 7. 3 for 27. Tried on. He's going to continue. Turning the screws. That's what the Dolphins are doing.
And here he is. The opening bowler's back on. Is that Matthew Boast? It is Matthew Boast, who looked quite destructive in his first overs. There's a look at the scorecard. Yes, Daniel Smith batted very well. 61, held it together. Wasn't able to go on, unfortunately. Curran played a good innings too. 38 from 46. He got himself going, and since then it's been all the Dolphins picking up wickets at good times and just halting this Cobras score.
Bowled from the opposite end earlier this morning.
I guess they feel that Dyer, the leggy's doing a good job. He possibly might just bowl through. You wonder whether Boast might bowl 2 here, maybe come back up from the top end, but he bowled pretty well early on. 1 for 17 or 6 overs. Got the important breakthrough in that first over.
Yeah, with a good Yorker. Got rid of the Cobras opening batsman.
Yeah, it's just seems like one of those wickets that if you do bowl back of a length, ball's a little bit softer now. Outfield's not particularly quick. It's quite hard to force the pace. Really hard to coming away, and when you've just come in, you need the ball coming on a bit to get yourself going.
Yeah, Smith was a good example of that. That one struck powerfully, but not piercing the outfield or the inner ring.
Yeah, cracking shot that. Bit like the free hit he over 2 overs ago. Likes to free his arms, you can see that, and he's a big man, so you have a feeling that one it's gonna go a long way. They need a few of these lusty blows that he needs to be in. It seems like Cunningham's the man that if someone can get going, it's him.
The Dolphins didn't move a man out to the point boundary. Give Boast a bit of protection. Bowls the straighter one. But I think they've also recognised the fact that Cunningham, when he's made up his mind, he has a full go.
Yeah, it could be a good combination. You will see. Small, busy, running singles hard. Cunningham likes to take it on. good first over from Boast. His first over back, 1 for 17 off 7 overs. Guys, do we know where the other commentators are? Just a quick look at the Dolphins bowling. Boast, very good up front, 2.6. So he was the pick of the bowlers at the start, and then you go down there and definitely Stride has done a great job, as has Dyer. They've been the pick of the bowlers in the middle over.
For me, that's where the game swung in favour of the Dolphins. Those two, when they came on, bowled long spells, 7 each. But they changed the flow of the game. Dyer to continue still. Starting his 8th.
Yeah, there's definitely an opportunity here. Cunningham, there's no doubt he'll be eyeing up that straight boundary, mid-off, mid-on, quite close in. You'll almost get a feeling if that ball goes up, his eyes are going to light up. It's well bowled.
For a wrist spinner, he doesn't give away a lot.
He's got a nice attitude as well,
Yeah.
hasn't he?
Accuracy is there. Asking the right questions.
And there's the big shot. We were waiting for it. It was looped up. Good bit of bowling. Just evades first slip, and they will get a lucky 2 runs. But again, good bowling. Bowling.
Good bowling, but give Cunningham that. The option wasn't a bad one. And that's the area you want to score. He didn't execute that well, but he got 2 for his effort. But at least he's giving himself a chance. And again, going this one, squirts through to the leg side, will bring 2 to Cunningham, but he's not going to die wondering.
Yeah, I think he showed his intent from right from ball 2 when he hit that free hit through the offside. You had a feeling that those long levers weren't going to stay intact for very long. He's definitely looking for a boundary, and you have a feeling again. It'd be nice to see him to get hold of one, because I think it could go quite far.
On the field, defensive now. Guys out, and that's well played. The guys have moved back for that big shot. He's punched it for 1. Good batting.
Yeah, very good batting, and I think we've still got one more delivery in this over. Dyer 1 for 28 off 7.5. See if he can finish well. Strong shot, maybe an opportunity. Very difficult opportunity. Goes for a single, and another change in the commentary box. 176 for 6, 37 overs going just the 13, and well, we're going to have a strong finish here either way.
Are we taking to the death overs, Rose?
Yep. Hopefully we can see some exciting batting here leading into the death overs, the last power play. The Cobras probably can't afford to lose another wicket here now, so they'll to build something.
I think they've lost their way a bit, where they were but 10 overs ago.
Build something for the 45th over, I think, and then hopefully they'll still have 4 wickets in the launch. Oh, it's pretty expected.
I think the young Benkenstein has struggled a little bit, yeah. He'd like to keep, as the square, he'd like to keep it a bit tighter than what's happening at the moment.
I like the field they've got here. They're keeping the pressure on the Cobras batsmen, not giving them easy singles. Oh, there's a bit of spin there.
He was excited about that.
Hopefully he sticks with that line and length. Oh, the
The
Google.
Google. He didn't pick that
I
one.
don't think he picked that Google.
Oh, that's some good running there by the young batter, Ozzy.
He's done well to get that into spray too.
I don't think he knew much about it at the beginning.
Definitely didn't know much about it.
But once he hit it, he put his head down and he raced back for 2. Just a little chip green.
Short again. Just knocked down to mid on. No run. I think this bat got to try and take a risk here somehow. Googly again.
Called it. Big shot out to the leg side.
He's picked out the one player out on the boundary. Unfortunately for him. But I'd like to see him maybe try and hit right over the bowler's head. Try and get long off or long on back. Just to make it easier for him to rotate the strike.
I think a big player for the Cobras going forward this last 13 overs possibly going to be young Ethan Cunningham.
Yes, he's a big, strong boy. He can hit a long ball. He's got some time now, obviously, to play himself in. And then hopefully he can launch a few at the back end.
That's the end of the 38th over. The Cobras 180 for 6. I think Ethan Cunningham from the tradition halls of Rondebosch Boys High School scored lots of runs down there. From a mouth of H.D. Ackerman, Andrew Patik, Jonathan Trott, Gary Kirsten as well. So
I always found that strange. Peter being a sax boy and Gary being a...
Actually read the autobiographies and there was a reason for that. Andy Kirsten, all of them went to Rondebosch.
Yeah.
And Peter was the only one that was... Their dad, Noel, was the groundsman at Newlands and it was just stone throw away at so he went to sax.
Okay.
But Gary's very Rondebosch man.
Swap bowled.
I know Gary's son's also, he's currently playing in the second sides at Rondebosch.
Okay.
So the tradition carries on.
Yep. No pressure.
No pressure, none whatsoever.
Oh, he's bowled him. He's just yorked him.
That's a big wicket for the Dolphins.
Young Dyer's bowled an unbelievable spell here. Got his spell going with the knee high float at mid-on and he's bowled beautifully since. Picked back the Cobras. I think he's only gone for 3 and over, so that's a big wicket. That's a big loss for the Cobras because Ethan Cunningham was the one guy that could clear the ropes for them.
We were just speaking now, he just didn't pick it.
Just yorked him.
Yeah.
Just missed a straight one, I think. Can happen.
87. Cobras, Ethan Cunningham gone for 11. We got him being there for the last 10 overs.
New Darian Naidu. Heard some about him. Apparently he can also hit a long ball, so hopefully he can build something now until the 45th, 46th over and then show us what he can do.
He's a nice big lad. He's got long levers.
Big boy, isn't he?
Yeah. From Parkland College. He'll be Parkland College, that's a name.
Have you seen that school?
You know who's from there, right?
That's amazing.
You know who's from there?
Laura Wolfers.
Well done.
Yes.
That's a good call there, mate.
I know my stuff.
Well done, well done. Yeah, no, Parkland College. I wouldn't be surprised if they played in that. If you played with Laura,
Probably did.
yeah. No, it's a beautiful institution. The Bloberg area. Just beating him there with a straight one, hitting the off stump. Ethan Cunningham very disappointed as he walked.
Interesting choice of shot there with the slip in place. I think would like maybe try and hit that ball down the ground. Huge risk, huge, and unfortunately paid the price for it.
Young Dyer's really put in a good spell here.
Yeah, it's unbelievable, like you said earlier, what a good catch can do. Huh?
That the catch changed the whole complexion of the game. It just got the Dolphins in it. They were up for it after that. There were a lot of chatter. They created pressure.
I mean, we were talking about 300 at one stage.
They'll be lucky to get 250 now.
Well, 220 hours, I'd say.
Nah, it's a different ball game at the moment. The Dolphins all over the Cobras here, showing their mettle.
It's well bowled again.
I think that's the old age where, you know, just add 2 wickets to the score and that
Absolutely.
changes the entire complexion. So I like the way the Dolphins have gone about their business afterwards. The young seamer from the commentary end as well.
I thought the captaincy's been good. He's kept the field up, applied pressure to the new batsman. Oh, it's nearly poorly fielded, but he's recovered nicely. It's good running from the Cobras.
I think the Cobras will also look at their shot selection during that period.
Yeah.
That's another over gone, 39 gone, 184 for 7. Be interesting to see how Nawazi goes about his business. Does he farm the strike for the remainder of the innings? Does he look to face as many balls, take the responsibility on his shoulders? That's the Cobra scorecard. It looked a lot different earlier. Grove gone for 0, Smith for 61, Kiwi 22, Curran for 38, Fenny for 1, Solomon gone for 1, and Cunningham gone for 11. Wasn't the case earlier this morning. Was looking very good. Unfortunately, it's gone a little bit south for the Cobras.
Saw Benkenstein get a bit of spin in the last over. See if he can be consistent in his line and length. Googly again. Loves a googly, this guy.
Yeah, I think he's grown up watching Imi Tahir there.
Yeah.
Yeah, out down at Hilton.
Taking the surprise element away, I think. It's nicely played and well worked for 1. Bit disappointed there with the fielder not being tight on the 1 new batsman.
Wanted to keep him on strike.
Absolutely, you want to bowl as many balls to the new batsman as possible.
Ooh, that did a nice little drift there.
I'd like to see Noza come down the wicket and try and pop him over his head here. He's just getting bogged down a little bit because of all the men in the ring.
I think it's going to take a brave man to get on the wicket now at 185 for 7, Roos.
Yeah, bit of a counter punch.
That's the way we like to play.
Just sitting ducks at the moment, eating up lots of dots, not really rotating the strike.
Just worried he's not, when the bad ball comes, he's not putting it away, and that's just creating the pressure. Ooh, that's a drag down.
Again, he's found the only man out on the boundary. Literally could have hit that into the Danny Craven Stadium.
That's the over.
Unfortunately, he just blinked it out to deep square.
185 for 7 after 40. We into the last 10. I think a little bit of gym work for young Nyoze. That would work. That's the bowling figures. Both started very well. He's 1 for 18 after 7. Crawford struggled a little bit with his line and length earlier, but Vidaya was very good. 1 for 35. Chaliza just got the 1 over. Benkenstein's bowled 6 north for 33. But the big wicket takers are Stride and Dyer, 3 for 27 and 2 for 33. They were the ones that really put the skids under the Cobras after a very good start from the home side. And you're looking at, as you can see, it was 149 for 2 at one stage, and we're looking at 180 for 7 going into the last 10.
Young Dyer finishing up his spell, yeah. Last over, he'd want to finish well. Oh, that's an interesting shot selected there by Nayoza.
So, to me, if you're playing that shot, surely the risk that needs to be taken. In fact, how many are you actually getting for that?
Yeah. Look, I think he's noticed that 45 is...
Gonna run hard, yeah, he's gonna come back.
The 45 fielder is quite square. Thought maybe I'd just get one past him like he just did there now. Nayoza doesn't strike me as one that's going to hit the ball up the ground. He's one to, looks like one who uses the pace of the bowler. It's gone again. Yeah, some interesting options been taken here. It's just lost sight of the ones here at the moment. It looks like it's all or nothing at the moment. He still needs to...
It's a shorter ball here at the moment. It's a shorter ball.
Still needs to work the singles around. Get some momentum going through. That's a nice shot down to long
That's
off.
much better. That's much better from young Nyozi. Try to hit the long off. Sometimes the simplest option is the best option.
Absolutely. That's well bowled again.
I think Dai has been really impressive here. South Africa always looking for a leg spinner. Always looking for somebody that's a wrist spinner, taking the ball away from the right-hander. And he's really put up his hand here with a very good spell.
That's a lovely shot.
Oh, that is beautiful from Naidu.
That's a great shot. Recognized there's no deep backward square. He's gone on one knee and just swept him past square leg for 4.
I think if the South African under-19 coach Shukri Connor is watching, he's a big advocate of the sweep. We know on any tour to Sri Lanka, take your broom along. You know, so he'd be impressed by that. Well done, young Naidu.
Speaking of a broom, I've got a good story. Under 19 World Cup. I remember Chad Baxter was our opening batsman, and
From Eastern Province?
from Eastern Province. Got out a few times in the warm-up games and got out in the first game of the tournament sweeping. The next practice session, Hilton Ackerman made him bat to the broom.
Oh, that's fantastic. Only Hilton would do
So
that.
the
That is wonderful.
Our seamers were running in at him and he was batting with a broom. Made contact a few times, to be fair to him.
Fantastic, fantastic.
Yeah, but there was some interesting methods there from Hilton.
As we said before,
He was not an advocate of the sweep shot. That's a great shot.
oh, that's much better
I've been
from.
calling for that.
I think he's listened to you, Rose. He's gone the aerial route. He's taken on the mid-on and got a boundary for his side.
Best place to hit the ball, straight down, back towards the side screen, and we'll see now if the Dolphins captain will drop a few out, make the game easier for him. There we go. Long on, long off, go back.
Rose, I'd like to have seen him keep the field up there. Tell the young man, have a go again.
Have another crack, yeah.
Have another crack.
Especially at 197 for 7. Ooh, that's close.
Oh, where's he going?
Ooh.
Oh, he went wandering down the wicket. Good thing he got back in time.
I think it was pitching outside leg. It was very close. Oh, he's missed out on a few drag downs outside off stump there. I think he's just trying to hit the ball too hard. Just needs a good bat on it and good placement, and I think he can get 4 through the covers there with the sweeper up. That's a great shot.
That's
down,
much better.
down the long off for 1. Nayoze looks like he's opening up his game a bit more now.
Expanding. I'd like to see young Naidu here have a go at the leggy.
Oh, that's a lovely shot. But a lot of time for the late cut.
He showed us before he's got the power on the sweep, and now a little deft touch down to short third man.
That's what's needed from these two, I think. Try and find the boundary early in the over and then just rotate for the rest of the over and get themselves to sort of 46 overs too. That's a lovely shot again.
Oh, the young man's found his range now. This pitch just on his legs. He's gone down on one leg. It's down to this deep square boundary for another boundary.
That was a good Cobras. Hopefully it'll give them a bit more momentum now. Great shot.
You saw it was a free hit. It was outside his leg stump, and he got his hands through it. I think young Benkinson might consider a change from the side. had the best of days.
I think the Dolphins will be looking to try the bowlers out here. We've got them 7 down, 8 overs left in the end.
The boundary also brought the 200 up for the Cape Coast, 103 for 7 with 8 overs remaining. What is the chat between the two young men now? When do we hold a little bit, or do we go from here?
Well, they've obviously got a bit more momentum now after the last years. I think they should just go with it, to be honest. Try and hit it hard. If you get one either side of it, that's 4. Gives you the boundary that you want in the over. Otherwise, you're just knocking the ball around about 46 overs, I would have thought. That's well bowled.
It's the return of Krul a little bit with his first ball. Gave a few extras away. There were wides, there were no balls. Show that he's a Keegan Crawford. He'd like to come back a little bit stronger here today.
Well, he's coming down the hill with the wind now. Earlier this morning, he was running.
He was struggling there. He was struggling. So
no fast bowler enjoys that.
Enjoys that, yeah. So he'd like to show his death skills here.
Oh, that's close. That's out.
Oh, you said Mr. Weingart likes finger. He had no hesitation there. He gave it. That was the death signal for young Naidu. Cobras lose the 8th wicket at 203. Much better return from Crawford from the mountain end.
Yeah, looks like he's found a bit of rhythm on that end.
Enjoys the wind at his back.
Yep, like every fast bowler does.
Oh,
quite a tough one that I think might have hit him outside off stump. But again, another getting way across his stumps. Too far across his stumps. Nice ball playing around his front pad. Nice.
I think maybe possibly looking just to bat up.
I think so. Yes.
I think that's just changed the entire complexion once again.
Just a partnership, I think. I need a 20-30 run partnership here from these two. Not sure what the number 11 skills are like. New batsman is Nathan Jacobs, high school in the Boerland.
A very, very, very popular school. I've been down to the New Orleans Clay Niederberg rugby derby. That is experience to behold.
Can imagine some skillful sportsmen out there.
Fantastic. The gees is unbelievable.
Unbelievable, yeah.
It rivals the Paul Jim Boys High derby to the T.
Oof.
That's a wide ball.
Crawford's definitely he's got more of a bounce in his step here, running in down the hill.
It's all about the wind in his sails there. It's not. He shouldn't get carried away though. He's keen to hit that length again.
Oh, it's
go there.
yeah,
We'd like a review there.
a bit unlucky. I'm sure Doughty would have been up by if he were batting.
Rose is leading to Mr. Weingart, the umpire. They lots of cricket together.
Played lots of cricket together in the garden. He was never out when he was batting and was always out when he was batting.
What's the family relation there, Rose? What's the family relation?
Yeah, he's my cousin.
First cousin?
First cousin. Mom's brother's son.
Fantastic, fantastic. Yeah. Keeping it in the family.
There we go. Ooh. He's definitely found a yard or two of pace here from the other end.
Jacobs squeezing out a single too.
Yeah.
To square leg.
It was a little bit late on that one. I haven't seen many bounces bowled here today.
No. It's, they're keeping it full. They're keeping it honest. I think it's a very much underutilized ball in
absolutely
in one-day cricket. 9 out of 10 times the dot ball.
Yep. Especially with square leg and fine leg back. It's a massive option. That's a squeezed away over point. Good running again for 2.
New has definitely shown he's innovative, he's energetic. Not always the by the textbook, but he definitely finds a way to get some runs.
I'm really enjoying his running between the wickets. He's putting the fielders under pressure, and that's a nice way to get your innings going, especially if you faced a few dot balls. Crawford coming in again. Oh, there we go.
There we
You
go.
asked for a bouncer.
I'm definitely thinking the players are mic'd up there. They're listening to you, Rose.
Yeah, like you said, bouncers are very underutilized delivery in white ball cricket. I think if you've got, especially if you've got deep square, in fact comes a wicket taking option as well as a dot ball option.
Slower ball bouncer?
Slower ball bouncer. I don't think there's any need at the moment.
No. Just keep it simple.
Absolutely. Got the team under pressure, so just keep doing what they've been doing, really.
Cobras got 207 for 8 with 7 overs remaining.
Captain's gone to his big strike bowler here. I think he's recognized the opportunity of trying to bowl him out.
Young Boast coming back.
Boast who bowled beautifully this morning.
Fantastic figures there, 1 for 18 after 7. He really enjoyed bowling with the wind. Tough scenes having to come back into the wind though.
It's well bowled. Nicely played into the covers. Yeah, I think these two are going to have to just stick it out there for a few more overs. I think it's, we always speak about the batting out the 50 overs. Making sure you make full use of all your deliveries.
I think it's criminal if you don't bat the 50.
Definitely. Oh, that's quite a big shot.
He's giving himself some room there, young Jacobs. Doesn't matter whether it's the third or the fourth ball. It's the flair from New Orleans.
There we go. Not a bad option trying to hit him over mid-off with the wind. Oh, full bunger there.
Ooh, he's going. Oh, he hit that and he would have been in trouble. I've actually got a very interesting story. I was telling you about and went to New Orleans and Clay Niederberg at the infamous Dolphins Stadium.
Yes.
And a good friend of mine, very proud member of the Young Goliath.
Oh, yes.
He was at one of those schools and
that's a lovely shot.
straight to the field. Jacobs, going to have to wait the next game to tell you the New Orleans story because that's the young man from Bar on his way for one. Caught at mid-off of the bowling of Post.
Struck it beautifully. And just straight that mid-off. Probably looking for a bit more elevation on that. Trapping over.
He was always looking to give himself room. He tried it early in the over again this time. I went straight to the middle fielder. Goes losing 9th wicket for 207. Boast gets his second, 2 for 18. Really impressive figures.
Yeah, Boast has been the best bowler on show today. In terms of the seam bowlers. He's hit a nice consistent line in length. And he's been rewarded for it.
The new batsman for the Cobras, Salman Ajam, he's got to find a way to negotiate these last, 6.1 overs?
Yeah. And the Dolphins will be looking to bowl them out here.
Really, really good efforts from the Dolphins. The Cobras were looking really, really threatening at 100 and for 2. Rose and I were talking about totals of 300 earlier this afternoon. Unfortunately, the Cobras have lost their last 8 wickets for just over 50 runs. And they're now at 207 for 9. Just shows how quickly this game changes.
Absolutely. Earlier, always 2 wickets away.
Young man, tough room, unfortunately going straight down the throat of
keep having that attacking mindset of taking wickets. It's just flicked off the pad. Looks like it's going down for 4.
A valuable 4 runs for the Cobras. Valuable 4-leg bars. They don't care where it comes from, whether it's the bat or the pads at the moment.
It's a bit naughty that from Post. I think he got his line wrong there. Just drifting down the
Maybe
leg
getting
side.
a little bit excited seeing the number 11 at the crease, going straight to the stumps. Just stick to the processes, young man.
There we go.
I think any opening bowler sees the tail ender walking, he's going at the stumps. He wants another scalp. He wants another one.
Ooh. He's just lost his line in length here, hasn't he?
That's a little bit sloppy by the Dolphins to give away.
That's another boundary.
That's another valuable 8 runs added of those last 2 balls. Cobras will be very, very thankful for those 2.
Yeah, it's a poor finish to the over. I think Post will be pretty disappointed with that. I'll come back in the next over and wrap up the innings.
What a view we'll be looking at out here in Stellenbosch. Stunning down at Marty's.
Beautiful down here. Great part of the world.
The wine farmers will be happy that they're allowed to be in business again after Uncle Cyril's family meeting this weekend.
Yeah, well, there are a few industries that have taken a bit of a knock over this last couple of years. I mean, last year.
That's the Cobra scorecard, 215 for 9 with 6 overs remaining. Crawford coming back.
Oof, that's well bowled. That's excellent running.
That's Noyosi again, putting his. He looked out and he saw where it was and he just put the pedal to the metal. He's got to face the majority of the balls here for the Cobras.
Yes. I think a jump can hold the bat. I've seen him play a few innings, few decent innings. So it's just about staying calm and making sure you use up all the deliveries that are left over.
I'd like to see a leggy at him now the eyes light up.
Definitely. Tail enders always back themselves against spin bowling. Nice.
Rose, tell me, how did it work? Was it 1, 2, 3? Okay, the 4th ball. What was the mindset? How much did the ticker did it go off?
No, look, I always try to take him down earlier in the over, just to make it easier. But yeah, my knuckles, just to get white knuckles after 2 or 3 dot balls.
Figured as much. I remember sitting up there thinking, this is the one. not gonna block too many here.
It's well bowled, well played.
Just my humble opinion, but I always thought very underrated as a batter. Rose, I thought didn't give yourself a chance to offer. Didn't give yourself a chance. Could have made lots more runs for the Cobras.
I had fun though. That's one thing I did.
That's what matters. That's what matters.
It's well bowled again from Crawford. Coming back nicely in his second spell. Lot less pressure, has to be said, bowling at number 11. But it will give him a bit more confidence going forward into the week.
It's a long week, a lot of cricket to be played.
Week. 5 days of cricket for these young guys is probably something they've never done before.
Yeah.
So bodies will be a bit sore towards the end of it. Oh, that's a good bouncer, and that's out. What a great delivery.
Well done.
He called for the bouncer.
And he's delivered. That's the Cobras inning. 18 all out. Crawford's come back. He's picked up 2. Yeah, unlucky to be left stranded on 33. And that's a fantastic effort by the Dolphins. They'll be pleased. They'll walk off. Beauty there by Crawford. And the keeper does the rest.
Yeah, the Cobras will be pretty disappointed with that. After the start they had, like you said earlier, 149 for 2. What was it, 25 overs, 26 overs? They were well on their way and just basically capitulated, yeah.
Yeah, it's just they're walking off. They'd be wondering we left a few runs out there. The wicket wasn't too bad. A little bit spongy at times, but definitely not 218, maybe 30 to 40 runs left out in the park. The Dolphins, though, they will be very chuffed with themselves going down to lunch. Really thinking we in this game, we in this contest. That's the shout.
Yeah, runs on though. Runs on the board. Cobras will be hoping they can put in a good bowling performance here and try and defend this 218. Few early wickets would help. Obviously, with being a Cobra myself, I'm hoping for that. But let's see what happens. Join us after the break for the Dolphins.
We'll
See
see
you
you
guys
in 40
later.
minutes.
he called me and asked me for Neil's number. And Neil was working on the and they'll always ask you for content. Open up other... So they'll force to shoot stuff, but then very low rate. But it does give you experience and there's like hopefully it will be real. That sort of fear with them. Show up. It's also not a bad thing. But something it would be a little bit weird. be around and help you out. Are you dependent on that or no? Let me just grab one before you go. Oh. I do have two. Okay.
Welcome back, and the second part of this game about to start. The Cobras, they collapsed in a big way. 149 they were for 2, and in the end only managed 218. So not what they would have wanted. Started very well and then fell apart towards the latter part of the innings. Dolphins in a good position, 219 they need for victory. And yeah, that's definitely to chase. The Dolphins innings about to start. They'll look at trying to get early wickets. The Cobras, they need them. If they want to defend 219, they'll need wickets and they'll need them early.
Good afternoon, Louis. How are you doing?
Good, in you?
It's a new opening partnership here in the afternoon.
Still a beautiful afternoon. Thanks for the little bit of breeze. Thankful for that. Otherwise, we would have died of the heat. But it's a beautiful afternoon. Nice conditions to bowl in. Wicket a little bit tacky. You need a bit of time to get settled. But the Dolphins, they've got more than enough time chasing a low score.
So Jam with a new ball for the Cobras. Left arm seamer. Always exciting to see a variation.
Well, the breeze should help him take it away from the left-hander. And the breeze also helping him not to deliver that one. Something flew or blew into his eye.
And we'll have to restart. Take 2. It's not very nice. You're running up to bowl and a little bug in the eye.
Not the way you want to start. 2 slips he's got. I would think the Cobras, yeah, well, they'll have a look-see and then probably be more attacking than normal because, as mentioned earlier, defending a low score like that, you need to take wickets, and for that you need catchers in attacking positions.
I think the home side would have been disappointed with their batting effort, particularly how they started. But that's all done and dusted now. They've got a new job with the ball. And it's Ajam trying to go on a second run, coming in.
Good start. Good line and length. There's a bit of swing. Like I said, wind assisted. So it'll help him take it away from the left-hander.
Nice action from the young man. Gets close to the wicket. Tulani Chaliza, the left-handed opening batsman from Northwood High. He'll be looking to make an early impression.
Well, that's one thing the Dolphins will look at. A good start would basically show this game up. If they get a good foundation to work from, it's going to be very difficult for the Cobras. No need to take any risks. Wait for the bad ball and get yourself settled. Get used to the pace of the wicket.
Jam still seems to be struggling with his eye. Still rubbing it. Wants to get it spot on early up. He'll be the guy looking to strike early for the home side. Getting it nicely away from the left-hander. Just the carry's not very good though to the wicket-keeper Caden Solomons, taking it on his knees with a new ball.
Yeah, we saw a few of those when the Dolphins were bowling as well. We saw a couple of edges also dropping short of the slips. The wicket not really pacey. I think that's one of the reasons why your seamers, you guys with not that much pace, Was effective, and that's a peach. That's
That's
an absolute beauty.
It's a beauty from a jump. It's slanted in at the left-hander, took it away. Really unlucky not to find the outside edge.
To get back to our discussion about the ball not carrying that well, I think that's the reason why the spinners, the two leg spinners, was effective. And also Stride with his, he's not really pacey. And because of that, the ball that sticks in the wicket, you don't have a lot to work with as a batter, and they were very successful. Cobras will do well to learn from that.
It's a really good start by a jump. He's been on the money from ball one. And like Louis says, just learn from the Dolphins where they go, which areas to pitch, not try to overdo it.
Problem for the Cobras is because of the low score that they're defending, it's going to be very hard to build pressure on their batters. Dot balls will not have the same effect as it would under normal circumstances. Especially when the spinners come on, there's no real urgency to take risks. The scoreboard will take care of itself as long as you don't throw wickets away.
That's a good start by Jam. Made an over for the Cobras, but exactly as Louis says, the Dolphins can afford to play out a few dot balls, play out a few maidens. The run rate just 4.5, no need for any risk. Just good solid cricket.
Yeah, to sort of explain my point, if there was 300 on the board or 280, this first over would have already caused some pressure. As it is now, with only needing 219, no harm done. And as far as the Dolphins are concerned, they can sit back, wait for the bad ball, get themselves in. So a lot harder to create pressure for the Cobras, and that was because, or it is because of a bad batting performance.
I also think when a team posts a low score, the bowlers go searching for wickets, and that's when the bad ball comes for the Dolphins.
Also true, you got to make things happen. You don't have an option. You have to take wickets, and that
Can't just wait and sit there.
yeah, and that leads to bad deliveries.
Maybe
you got to take the risks. So and the Dolphins, that's what they'll do. They'll wait for that bad delivery. Start with a spinner here.
it's the new bowler, it's the Saka, the left arm spinner. Asaki the Saka. Rondebosch boys eye. Used to be at Newlands Cricket School.
Well, that's not a good one. Wide down the leg side. Short. Hit powerfully for one. Not a good delivery. Looking for two. There's a bit of confusion, but no harm done in the end.
There was a slight misfield out at on the long on boundary. Made the Dolphins batsmen interested in a second. To their good fortune, they realized the error of their ways and turned back. Asaki to Saka from Rondebosch. He was previously at the Newlands Cricket School.
Looking to settle into this. And also again a little bit wide off the toe of the bat, but it'll bring two.
I think just struggling here into the strong breeze, just finding his areas at the moment, his lengths and his lines. Needs to settle very quickly though. The Cobras don't have much runs to play with. Got to keep it tight, got to get some more dot balls in there.
Not yet finding that danger area.
At the moment, just darting them through. Oh, that's a little bit better from the young left armer.
That was better, and there was some turn there as well.
He's got to give himself a chance. He's got to get it up there above the batsman's eye line.
Well, that's 2 gone. 4 runs on the board. And from the Dolphins' point of view, the most important part, no wickets down. They can settle nicely in here and bat those runs down. 219, that's all they need. Jam, his first over was quite good. It was to the left-hander though, so let's see how he adjusts to the right-hander.
He looked really impressive against his left-hander. He took it away nicely. Is he going to go for the? Is he going to try and bring it back into the pads, or is he going to take it across?
I think his main weapon will be to swing it back at the right-hander. The wind helps him a lot there, but nothing wrong with every now and then having one just straighten or just hold on to its line. And that's good. Good adjustment.
He does look really threatening for the Cobras.
Well, these first 7 balls just sort of showed you that Ajam pretty much knows where he's putting the ball. He knows what he's doing with it. He's accurate. Has been for the first 7. Things can obviously change quickly, but he looks like he's in control.
It's really impressive considering the little amount of cricket these young lads have had over the last 12 months.
And that's a good ball, I think outside line, but he's definitely getting some swing back into the right-hander.
He's asking the question. He's asking the question. Mr. Weingard, who usually likes lifting that finger very quickly, has decided to keep it in the pocket on this occasion. But definitely Ajam asking good questions of both the right and the left-handers, Jaliza and Ngobo.
Ngobo there looking vulnerable against the one that swings back, but give him that. He got a good and proper stride in, and therefore the LBW wasn't an option. It struck him outside line.
Ajam's bowled 9 deliveries and not a single off his bowling just yet.
Yeah, nothing off course yet. Everything pretty much in the danger area where you would like it.
Looking a really promising prospect for the Cobras. The wind coming across the field really helping that in-swinger.
That one down leg, was there something on it?
The umpire points to his thigh, off the thigh pad.
There was a deflection, and I think he made the right call, yes. But Ajam keeping the umpire interested.
Be interesting if he just starts a little bit outside the off stump. There we go.
And that is a good shot. That is a good shot. And that is the result. First wicket down. Ajam has deserved this first one. Ngobo will have to go back. He's finished with his innings, and only one could he contribute.
Ajam's been on the money from ball 1. That one hits him on the front pad. He turned around, was always in business there. And that's just reward for the young left arm seamer. He's been looking very, very good from the moment he started, and he's given the Cobras their first wicket. That's what they wanted, an early breakthrough. Tulani Chaliza leaves for 1. The Dolphins 4 for 1 after 2.5 overs.
Well, if they want to have some sort of chance, they need early wickets, and that's a good start. 1 down, but I'd go as far as saying they've got to have about 3, at least 3 down within the first 10 to give themselves a chance, and also keep the scoreboard quiet. Well, Ajam has given them that start.
Everything his captain has asked for him, he's delivered thus far. He's been on the money.
Nicholas Hatton, also a Hilton College boy. He strides to the wicket.
Not a small boy there, Louis.
There's a big man.
Not a small man at all. Long levers.
Well, I'll tell you one thing with the swing, although it's wind assisted that Ajam is getting, he'll have to be on his best, on his game in his first couple of innings deliveries, because it's swinging back at him, and you get your foot in the wrong place, you'll have problems. There's the shot that might miss leg stump, but it just proves the point I'm trying to make. End of a very, very good over.
That one just drifting down the leg side. Umpire Wango not interested. But young Ajam has looked very, very impressive in his first 2 overs. He's got figures of 2 overs, 0 for 1. And the Dolphins are 4 for 1 after 3. I think it's up to Saka to maintain that pressure from this side. He was a little bit loose in his first over.
Yeah, he'd have to be a little bit more accurate in this one. There was not a lot of harm done in that first over, but only got his line and length really on the last delivery of that first over. Let's see what he can do now. He can partner his opening bowler friend on the other side with some good bowling. And also a little bit wide, but like to see him just a foot and a half straighter. He got turned there as well, the one he got in that area.
Oh, that's a beauty.
There you go. Right area, right questions, and all of a sudden Chaliza looking as if he doesn't know which side of the bat the ball has passed.
That's what happens when you get in the right area. You ask the right questions. That's unfortunate. You got to follow it up with a good one when you've bowled such a good delivery, maintaining the pressure with a follow up.
Lucky to get away with that one. Wasn't a good delivery. Not consistent enough in my view. He's got good assistance from the other side. If he can bowl 6 in a good area, you'd think he's got a good chance of reaping the rewards, but at this moment it's a bit of a mixed bag.
That's much better. We want to see him get it up there, back himself, give the ball the opportunity to use the surface, to turn.
A misfield, and yeah, there probably was one there, but in the end the Dolphins don't need to take any chances. No need for that.
The wind picking up in Stellenbosch, really hustling now.
Don't think anybody's complaining, definitely not the players. That's where I want to see him. Another good one, and again he beats Chaliza. End of the 4th over. 5 for 1. A great start by the Cobras. They'll have to, unfortunately for them, keep it up for quite some time, seeing as they're defending a low score. But the start has been good. And because of that, the 1 wicket down belongs to Ajam. He thoroughly deserved it. And let's see what he can do as he's going to start his 3rd over. He's getting swing back into the right-hander. And that's also the way he got his wicket, LBW, the one behind his name at the moment. Let's see what he can do in this over. There's the swing.
Just on the money, every ball is Ajam. Not giving, he's bowled 13 deliveries, hasn't given the Dolphins one sniff at the moment. Really maintaining the pressure for the Cobras. If he can get another one, the Dolphins dressing room might just get a little bit nervous. Louis?
Yeah, that's what I said. They're going to need at least 3 in the first 10. You get another early one here. There, the nerves will start. Looking to swing that one. Nothing wrong with that. Slightly over pitch, but that's okay because you're trying to give the ball as much opportunity as possible to swing. And if somebody is going to score on this wicket, because of it being not that quick and the ball sticking in it sometimes, ask him to score the runs straight down the wicket. It's the hardest place because of the wicket. Don't give him anything short. Make him play with a vertical bat.
Is that the first run? It's interesting. Oh, direct hit would have been interesting.
It would have been. That was risky. It was to the fielder's right hand, and it got to him fairly quickly. It wasn't the best of runs. I think a good fielder, and you would have been in trouble there. Good throw, and
I think
Hatton might have had a problem.
I think that's what the dot balls cause. You want to get off strike. You want to get the other batsman to the other end. It's going to be interesting to see against the left-hander again. The Cobras just building a little bit of pressure here, just building a little bit. Dolphins also don't want to get bogged down. It might be a low score. They don't want to get bogged down in the crease. They want to look to rotate the strike, look to remain positive.
Yeah, you got to find ways to make the scoreboard tick over, and whether that be by dropping it in gaps and taking singles, waiting for the bad ball. But you got to find ways. Work out your plan. You've by now seen what a jump bowls. You need to work out where you're going to milk him, and not miss out on bad deliveries like that. It's a wide, yes, brings one, but it could so easily have been four. It wasn't a good one, full one on the leg side, one that Chiliza would feel he's missed out on.
A rare occasion that Ajam's radar was a little bit off, just slightly down the leg side. He's got to bowl it again. Back on the money, the next ball.
Yeah, from his point of view, if they score 219 runs in that area, then they deserve to win. It's going to be very, very difficult if you keep it there. His biggest problem is going to be who's going to assist him in keeping this batting lineup quiet, and also have the discipline and the ability to hit those areas that Ajam is currently hitting. There he is again.
Stays on the money. That's another over. The fifth over gone. The Dolphins 7 for 1 in their chase of the Cobras 219 to win. Thus far, the Cobras have done everything that's expected in it from the start. They've been led well by Ajam, who's kept the pressure on. Sasaka's got better as he's progressed.
Let's see how he adjusts to the right-hander. Was bowling to the left-hander in the previous over. Still hasn't convinced me about his ability to be consistent and accurate. Did point out that the wind might make it, or the wind's making it a bit more difficult than normal. That's good. That's a good area, and he played back to a very full delivery there.
Kept a little bit low as well. Hatton would be wary of that, going back to the left arm spinner. Cobras just keep building dot balls. Just keep building up the dot balls.
Hatton seems to be happy to hang on the back foot and wait for the shorter delivery. Bowler should immediately recognize that and realize to him you'd rather err on the fuller side than the shorter side. He's comfortable on that back foot. He's looking to play the spinner off the back foot. So push your length up just a fraction. There's a sweep shot. There's no one there. The bounce is dead, so there won't be too many. Won't go to the boundary, but it'll bring 2.
But like a bit like a chip shot on a golf course. It just landed and didn't go anywhere.
I tell you what, I've seen pitching wedges, but a lot less than that one.
Got the. Which iron would you have got out there?
Pardon?
So which iron would you have got out there?
Well, that definitely reacted like a pitching wedge. That's short. That's what he's waiting for. And that is the mistake that was made. He cuts it away for 4. Should have seen by now that it is a shot that he favors. He's waiting for it, and Saka, he dishes it up for first boundary for the Dolphins. That's the one problem. Ajam's been doing so well from the opposite end and keeping the scoreboard quiet. But one over like this, and all the pressure that's been built just evaporates.
100%. Couldn't agree more. It just seems that Hatton that's where he wants to hit it, square the wicket. That's the end of the 6th over. 13 for 1, the Dolphins.
Very good first 5 overs by the Cobras. But this last over, a good one for the Dolphins.
Hatton's guard is quite interesting there. He stands outside the off stump. It gives him room to get free the arms to do the offside. Sorry, apologies. He stands outside the leg stump to give him free his arms on the offside.
Well, Ajam, he's going to start his 4th. 1 for 2 in 3. Gets away with one there, slightly straight, but still good enough for a dot ball.
I think he's got Saliza in a bit of a hole here at the moment. He's 2 of 20 balls. He's just not been able to rotate the strike to get down to the other end. Just looking for the big shot instead of just working the ball around. It's a good take by the young wicketkeeper, Caden Solomons. His dad, a former Western Province provincial wicketkeeper, Mario. Played a couple of games for Western Province down at Newlands.
That was interesting. These are choosing not to even play at that, shouldering arms down leg. Now all you're going to do is get a bit of bat on it, and it's a run. I mean, you've got a guy at mid-wicket, the other one is at fine leg. And all you're going to do is get a bit of wood on it, and you'll get a run or 2. And if it's a fine nick, it'll go for 4. Look at that. It's a wide, yes, but not bowling well in this over. Ajam is given Chaliza chances to score, and Chaliza chooses to let them go through.
The radar just a little bit off in this over, searching for that wicket. As we said was going to happen if you're looking for wickets. Sometimes the bad ball gets slipped in.
Better area, and having said that, he gets Chaliza gets one off it.
I think Ajam prefers bowling to the right-hander, bringing it back at the pads.
Guys inside of in front of the side screen at the opposite side, which might hold things up a bit. There's the width. Hatton has shown he likes that area, and he cuts and cuts well.
I've always found it strange that in a ground where no spectators are allowed, there's still people walking across the side screen.
Yeah, there'll only be 3 and you'll find all 3 of them in front of the side screen.
It actually happened in the South Africa-Pakistan test the other day. As you said, there were 3 people in the ground and 2 of them were walking across the side screen. Jam's just got to find the radar again, just a little bit off in this over.
2 left in this over. That's good.
That's better. That's better from the young left-arm seamer.
Also always benefit in having a right-hand, left-hand combination. It does ask some questions of the bowler. He needs to adjust, and every now and then you will get it wrong, and you'll get a freebie. And Ajam definitely has struggled with that in this over.
Just resetting the GPS.
Well, that's the 7th over gone. We're going to take a break, and we'll have some new commentators for the next 7.
Decent start here from the Cobras, Nick.
Yeah,
Nicely.
very good, and great to be on air with you. It's been
It's been a while.
on the field, off the field, and now in the commentary box. And great, it's been a fantastic game of cricket. Left arm spin on now. Nice aggressive approach from the Cobras, and it has been a good start. Yeah, starting slowly. Dolphins, it's circumspect, haven't they? Which you can understand. Not a big total chase.
Yeah, I think the Cobras are looking for 1 or 2 more balls in this power play. Well played down to long off.
Yeah, we saw when the Cobras batted, Daniel Smith, who got a very well played 60. I mean, he started off slowly, didn't he? He got himself in, and it seems like one of those tracks that looks quite flat, but on the same sense, it's quite slow. To get your timing, it's not easy.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it's coming onto the bat as well as we would have hoped for a one-day game. But it's a challenge for the batters. If you knuckle down and get yourself in, it can only get easier. Ooh. Batsman's missed out on that.
We know what you would have done to that.
Probably hit it straight to cover.
Yeah, exactly.
We actually saw a knee-high full toss change the game in the first innings. The leggy Dreyer.
Yeah.
Spectacular catch at mid-on. And things like that can change a game, as we saw in the first innings.
It's amazing when you're batting and you're sometimes in that one mode and you get a bad ball, and then you don't quite hit it that well because you're sort of in that ticking it along sort of mode, and it's you just want to kill yourself when you get back to the change room.
Yeah, full tosses and long hops.
Lots of players have made a career out of that, haven't they? That's the end of the over. It's 20 for 1 after 8. Chaliza on 4. He's faced 27 deliveries, so he's been a bit slow to start. Hatton's on 11 or 14. Just the 1 wicket from Ajam, 1 for 7 or 4. So he's been very economical, left armour.
Yeah, it's chasing such a low total. I guess if you set your stall out to bat 50 overs, you're more than likely to get over the line. And then on the other hand, obviously the Cobras will be looking to try and bowl them out, I think.
Absolutely.
Very difficult to... That's nicely bowled, well clipped off his legs. Hopefully this can get Chaliza's innings going.
Yeah, it seems that obviously anything on the legs has been quite easy to score, but when you've bowled straight and back of a length, batsmen haven't really gone anywhere. outfield's not particularly quick, so it does hold up into the wind.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting chase. I think, like we said, like we mentioned earlier, if the Cobras can get a few more wickets, put more pressure on the Dolphins batsman.
He's nicked it and he's gone. It's well bowled from the jump. He's done a great job with the new ball here. He's got it to swing. Got the earlier wicket, LBW swinging back into the right-hander. This time he's nicked the left-hander off. Smart catch from the keeper, Solomons.
Absolutely right. This one, it's a bit of a loose shot there. It's got to be said for Chaliza. He shouldn't really be having a feather at that, but it's good bowling. He's been right on it as a jump. He's swung the ball, he's pitched it up, and that's what you got to do early on. And you know, that's exactly what Rory was saying. Trying to get early wickets. The Cobras will be happy with that. It's not good batting from the Dolphins, and Chaliza will be very disappointed with that shot. He's really chewed up a lot of balls there, not really gone anywhere. They're 20 for 2, and that's 8 overs gone.
Yeah, a bit of pressure on now. The Dolphins way behind the asking rate. Need someone to come in and take the game to the attack here.
Yeah, it's a tricky one, specifically when you've got a small total, because part of you just thinks if we just bat 50 overs, we'll tick over, and but you still got to have that intent, and you still got to have a bit of a game plan, you know.
Sure.
Do you guys in England have a similar competition for your under-19s, or?
No, this is brilliant. I mean, I remember being a young player in South Africa, and always found the junior competitions very competitive. I mean, I grew up with the likes of Hashim Amla and Imran Khan, and we played a lot of cricket together, and it always reminds me of those days. And you know, that's where I learnt my cricket. And I think in England, it's not quite the same. It's quite school-based. There are some representative opportunities, but it doesn't have this sort of competition. I mean, I think, wow, this is incredible, isn't it? You know, being on TV and being able to showcase your skills, and you never know who's watching.
Yeah, no, it's great exposure for these young guys.
Oh, he's giving him one first up. Interesting to see the old white helmet out. Haven't seen that in a while.
Back in the day.
Old school.
So you're involved in coaching now, and very much in this age group, and I suppose you're keeping an eye out for some talent.
Yep, I've been fortunate enough to have the opportunity to work with these youngsters, particularly the bowlers. Haven't done much for obvious reasons. Due to COVID. I think I mentioned it on air as well. It's quite difficult for us to judge these young guys, having not really played much cricket and then coming into this tournament and expecting them to perform at their best. I think it's going to take a few games for them to get into their rhythms, and we need to take that into consideration. But there's some good talent out there. Oof, that's nicely bowled again. It's just gone across the right-hander.
Very nice.
He's got good skill, this kid. Seems to be moving it both ways. I think a left arm swing bowler. It's like gold dust these days.
Absolutely.
Particularly in the short form. If you look at the data going around at the moment, left arm seamers seem to be more successful than anyone else, really.
Oh, if you can find a good one, I guess it's like a good leg spinner. If you can get a left armer who swings it and pitches it up, I mean, it's absolute gold dust. I remember you would have played with Shal Willoughby, played with him at Somerset, and apart from being a great guy, he was an exceptional swing bowler.
Bit of width on offer there, just left alone by the batsman. Yeah, I was fortunate enough to play my earlier years with Charles and Alan Dawson. Those two guys could swing it around corners.
Jeez, they could.
Bowling first change, you get the ball, and it still looked brand new, which was awesome. But yeah, like you said, Pop Willoughby, what a performer he was. Unfortunately, he didn't get that many opportunities at the highest level. I'm sure he would have done well, but
Not sure about his batting though.
no. I used to enjoy batting with old Pop.
Yes, I mean, if those of you remember Shal Willoughby, he definitely didn't get in line with it, did he?
No. Walking bonus points is what comes to mind when you think of Charles batting.
Soccer is continuing here. He's 0 from 13 from 4, been pretty tidy. Dolphins still quite circumspect.
They need someone to break the shackles here, I think.
It's quite a good field though, isn't it?
It is good, yes.
Got mid off back, so it doesn't really let him free his arms.
Oh, he's dropped him. That would have been massive for the Cobras. Unfortunately. Let's put that one down.
Yeah, I think the game, I mean, you don't want to say it too early, but it does hang in the balance a bit here. A couple more wickets and Cobras are right on top.
It's nicely played. Poor fielding. I was just about to commend the Cobras on their fielding.
Yeah, Louis and I in the first 50 overs, every time we commended somebody, the complete opposite happened the next ball. Commentators curse.
Commentators curse. But they've definitely shown a lot more energy in the field than the Dolphins did this morning. I think with the ill-disciplined bowling, with all the wides and the no balls, that can deflate fielding teams.
Yeah.
But they pulled it back nicely through a great catch and finish off the innings pretty well.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think at one stage the Dolphins were really looking quite lackluster, and Cobras are playing nicely.
It's well bowled again.
It's quite a nice thing about youth cricketers. There's always a twist, isn't there? Ends another good over from the young spinner. He finishes up, and again, a bit of a pedestrian start from the Dolphins, 23 for 2, just off 10 overs. Hatton trying to settle himself in. He's faced 18 deliveries, and Taylor, he's just come in and has yet to score.
Captain's giving a jump one more, yeah.
It's worth the chance, isn't it?
Absolutely, he's bowled beautifully. He's earned the right to bowl this over, I think, and hopefully he can reward his captain.
I suppose as a coach at this age group, you're looking for attitude as much as anything. Thought the leg spinner for the Dolphins bowled quite nicely.
He did.
Had a nice aggressive way to him.
Oh, that swung back nicely. He's definitely getting the ball to talk here, a jump. Hitting a beautiful length, as you said.
Yeah, and I think as an opener in these circumstances, sometimes you've got to almost go, you know what, I've just got to try and get through this.
Yeah.
You know, the last thing you want is him getting 4 for in the first spell, and the game's done.
Yeah.
Got to take it deep.
Oh,
that's a cracking shot. Cracking shot, and that is the first sign of aggression we've seen. Hatton does swivel very quickly onto the back foot, a bit short from the jump. We haven't had a bad word to say about him, but that was probably the loosener that they've been waiting for, and my word is he hit a nice shot there in front of square for 4.
Maybe one too many overs for the opening bowler.
Should have taken him off. Should have taken him off.
It's a nice little chip shot over point for a couple. Oh no, that's good running. They've come back for the third. Got a bit of width there and just threw his hands at it. Popped it over point for 3.
Yeah, two good scoring shots. One was a bit more convincing, but there was some width there. Pretty safe. Sele, the new player, just got to get himself in. We've seen it's not been easy to do that, but if you give yourself some time in this wicket, it is possible to score some runs.
Oh, that's very well bowled. Maybe just swung a little bit too much down the leg side.
Nice late swing there, wasn't there?
It's got a nice clean action. And he has the ability to swing the ball, which is like gold dust, as we said earlier.
So that's something you try and help your bowlers. They've got to do something, I presume.
Absolutely. I mean, if you don't have out-and-out pace, you definitely need to be able to do something with the ball in this day and age. Otherwise, you'll just get lined up. And he's come on leaps and bounds over the last couple of months. Swap bowled again. I'd say he's a county type bowler.
Yeah.
Just runs up, it's a nice full length.
The worst
Darren
type.
Stevens and the boys.
How was Northants? I've not had a chance to talk to you about that.
Good fun.
Good bunch of guys there.
Yeah, a good bunch of lads.
Don't always take it the most seriously.
No. No, we had fun on and off the field, to be honest with you. Like I said earlier, it was a good changing room to be a part of, and to be fair, we won a trophy.
He did,
which was amazing considering that we only really had 15 players contracted. That's nicely bowled again. Yeah, when I got there, the club was in serious financial strife, and we only had 15 players on the books, and
it's amazing.
Yeah, we were pulling in guys from the county second setups, and yeah, it was quite interesting.
But it's funny what you can do, hey? When you pull together and there is a good sort of team harmony and you have a good culture.
We also we kind of focused on that format as well. We put all our energies into trying to be a good T20 side, and it paid off for us. That actually gave us confidence to do well in the other formats as well, you know. But yeah, it was good fun. Good setup to be a part of. Oh, he's missed out there.
Left arm spinner is carrying on. Saka.
What are you doing with yourself these days?
I'm doing a bit of this. Did the CPL, Caribbean Premier League, last year, and let's watch this delivery as Hatton works it to the leg side. Good running. Yeah, I've done a bit of this and also doing a lot of photography actually.
Nice.
Yeah, I had the chance of, since retiring, doing a bit of traveling and growing up in South Africa. I've been very lucky to be in a beautiful part of the world, and it's nice to come back and spend some time here.
Especially when it's snowing in the UK.
Yeah, everyone was saying, you know, I'm like, yeah, COVID, there's no chance of travel, and I was sort of thinking, I don't really want to go back, you know what I mean? Heart of winter.
Stuck indoors.
Indoors in a flat. And here I am in the most beautiful part of the world. Talking about a game I love, so
shot.
Lovely shot.
It's good running again.
Yeah, you don't get too many better views than this, do you?
Yeah, no. Nice place to play. Remember back in the day, we played quite a few 4-day games here. They were busy reconstructing the Paul venue, and we moved our games out to Stellenbosch. It was actually quite well received, yeah. We had some good crowds, students coming to watch a bit of cricket.
Yeah.
It was a good vibe.
Yeah, we had a few pre-season tours and played here, and yeah, I think if you're someone from England who's not been to South Africa before, you come here and your eyeballs pop out, don't they?
Cheap wine, cheap steak.
Oh, 25-1 at that stage. Remember that tour to England to South Africa when England beat South Africa in 2015-16, and I think it was 25-1. And remember we arrived in Potchefstroom for a pre-tour. We went out that first night for a steak, and I never forget, it was about £4 for a kg of steak and wine, and I'm surprised we played so well that trip. We were just going to town.
Yeah, the game's just meandering along here at the moment. The Dolphins are being very circumspect.
No, but it's not too bad. I mean, you know, 3 runs and over. Hatton's on 22, so you have got a man in. A bowled well at Sele early on. There's a change of bowler now. The left arm has come off, and they've got a new man.
Nathan Jacobs into the attack. Paul Boy, New Orleans High School.
He's swing it a bit.
I think he's just a little seamer, running and trying to hit the top of off stump. Just trying to be consistent there, I think. Not seen much of him. I know he's got a good slow ball, from what I've heard. So it's excited to see what he can offer.
Big appeal.
Oh, he's given him.
And he's given him.
He's given him out. I think he looked over to the square leg to see if the ball carried through to the keeper. Bit of a nothing shot, that. Nothing delivery as well.
Geez, you'd be very happy with that first up. Hey, the loosener taking a wicket. So Jacobs into the attack, and he's taken a wicket with his first delivery. Very much a loosener, and yeah, as you say, a nothing shot there from Tele, just trying to sort of guide it almost down to the vacant third man, and obviously gets a thin under edge, which just carries. So Benele Tele, he goes for one, and he's faced 11 balls. The score's now 34 for 3. I think it's 34 for 4. Dolphins in quite a lot of trouble.
Oh, he's bowled an off cutter, just cramped him a little bit. Looked like he wanted to try and cut that through point. Don't think we've given the bowler enough
credit. Just held up a bit.
Yeah. Good catch from the keeper, diving forward. He's taken 2 good catches now. Young Solomons. Played a bit of cricket against his dad back in the day, long time ago. Mario Solomons.
Mario.
He made a 50 against Australia in a tour game for Western Province too. But I think they chased down 180, 200 on the last day of a 4-day game. He's a good player. Good wicket keeper, his father was.
Sorry, it is 34 for 3, not 4. Got that wrong. Laycock, the new man. Someone's got to try and stay here. Another look at the dismissal. Very good catch, diving forward.
So bowled again. Looks like he's just rolling his fingers over it, yeah. Bowling a few off cutters. I think the Dolphins will be looking for a partnership now. 2 guys who can stick together and just accumulate some runs for the next 5-6 overs.
Anyone in the Dolphins attack that impressed you at all?
The young opening bowler, Boast. He bowled nicely up front.
Yeah, I agree with that. He's quite strong at the crease.
Quite strong, big lad as well. He's got all the attributes. The other opener struggled a little bit this morning, but I think we mentioned it earlier that it's difficult for us to judge these guys. Their preparation's not been ideal, and I think later on in the week, once they've found something, it's well bowled. Once they've found a bit of rhythm, we'll see a lot better bowling from them. He came back nicely, to be fair to him, down the hill with the win in his second spell.
Well, just reading up about him a little bit, it says that he regards himself as a very good death bowler, so maybe that's his kind of forte.
Yeah.
And he's got red hair as well.
It's well bowled. Good over this so far from Jacobs. Just running in, keeping a simple game plan, trying to attack the stumps. As we mentioned earlier, it looks quite difficult when it's straight. Any kind of width or any kind of length, short length is pretty easy to put away on this pitch.
We just need an operator.
As Laycock gets off strike, and that'll, I think, end the over, and it will. Dolphins now 35 for 3, end of that over, so that's 13 overs gone. Little chat between both batsmen, and a look at this amazing ground that we're at. There's again the scorecard. As you can see, not much to speak of. Hatton is on 22, and he's about the only guy that's managed to get in. The Cobras taking wickets at important times. It was that man Ajam, the left armour, who definitely bowled well. Really pitched it up, swung it nicely, and making the job for these Dolphins very, very difficult.
What would you be thinking now as a batsman? How would you be approaching the situation at the moment?
I think it'd be very much a case of looking at the guys who have made runs, or the guys that have spent time at the crease, and almost backing myself that once I get in and the spinners come back on, that I can pick up the rate a little bit. But as they say, it's an old cliche. It's not a big score, so there is time. You have got time. There's no excuse to play a poor shot.
No, sometimes I go to him and...
New bowler into the attack is Naidu.
Darian Naidu.
Starts off with a wide. They'll be looking to him to maintain the pressure exerted by the opening bowlers. Oh,
it's close.
That's very close. That's out. The Cobras have started so well with the ball here.
Yep, that's a big wicket. We keep saying it, but it's another wicket. And the Dolphins now are really reeling.
I think tomorrow I need to bring my...
Right on the money. Just came back slightly.
Even
hit him probably in line with off stump. Going on to hit off stump.
Where is incoming?
Just his head falling over a little bit there, Nick.
Yeah, I know all about that. Biggest problem as a batsman, don't fall over, watch the straight one.
So in the
I suppose that full floaty wide one lured him in a little bit.
No, when it says that block there that says photo, I use that as a guide as the...
Yeah, they just need someone to come in now and really show some guts, and really fight through this period.
Absolutely.
Even if you go nowhere for 5 or 10 overs, just stay in, Hope that Hatton, who's in, can maybe do some of the scoring, but even if he can find a partner who just stays with him, give them a little bit of hope.
Yeah, they're desperate now for a partnership. They just need two guys to knuckle down and bat a period of time. Get used to the pitch and look to score later.
Still just the one slip. Wonder whether it'd be worth getting another slip in there. I suppose there's no need to chase it.
Yeah. Sticking to what's working. Ooh, he's gone straight again. Looks like it's gone down leg side though this time. But their plans have been on point here. The Cobras, they've looked to bowl straight at the stumps, and they've been rewarded for their good work and their consistency.
Yeah, I think just talking about what to do as a batter, I guess the one thing that's been quite evident, and I think where Cobras have been good, is both their intent in the field. Their fielding's been a little bit sharper, especially when they've bowled. They look alive.
Yeah. Looks like there's a game plan they're working towards,
Absolutely.
Whereas this morning with the Dolphins, it just looked a bit all over the place.
And also, I think with the bat, when you are facing a low score, you almost think things are just going to happen and someone's going to just do it. And you still got to be alive,
Absolutely.
As a coach, you'd almost be saying, guys, forget the total. Just get out there, make sure you're busy, make sure you're dropping and running and looking for singles.
Good body language.
Absolutely. Those are the things you can control, and there's no doubt that the timing will come. They've been stuck indoors for ages.
Yep. It's well bowled again. Just there's a marked difference in the lengths that the Cobras have bowled it in there with the new ball compared to
Now
the
you're
Dolphins.
wondering
The
where's Seven
Dolphins
gone.
were a touch short.
Okay.
They got an early wicket with a beautiful Yorker. And you almost would have wanted them to
I'm going
on
to
the
keep...
fuller side rather than the shorter
I'll
side.
bring mine tomorrow as well, but
That's
I might keep
okay, got away
these
from
because they're loud, they're not on my ears. And I'm not on the comments.
Oof. It's well bowled that.
That was nearly through the defences.
Sometimes it's a
Good
bit...
start this from Naidu. He's backed up his opening bowlers.
The batsman's Mr. Stride. We saw him, Joshua Stride, we saw him bowling. Bowled quite nicely.
He did. He brought it back nicely for the Dolphins after a terrible start. Oof. Looks like he's just getting a bit of in shape here. Oh, that's poor fielding again.
Nice shot through the covers. I'll get back for 3. Wind just picking up a little bit. Was quite pleasant this morning.
Do you think that would favour the bowling or the batting side? Just tickle down to fine leg. Nice casual one-hand pickup on the bounce.
I guess it's a question I should ask you in the sense that I suppose you can use the wind to your advantage as a bowling team, can't you? Bowl your spinners from one end, but it's probably a bit more of an advantage for the batters in some way. I don't know.
Yeah, look, as a bowler, you'd probably, particularly towards the back end of the innings, you'd want them hitting, because it's quite a big boundary where the wind is coming from. You'd want them hitting towards that boundary and into the wind. And then as a batting side, you just need to get the ball up. The wind can take it over for 6. Nathan Jacobs to continue. Had a great start. 2-1. Do this though. It's a dodgy single. Got through in the end. Hatton's impressed me. He's played very nicely. He's put away the bad ball and been quite solid in defence. I think that's a pretty good game plan, I think, on this pitch.
Yeah, he looks self-assured, doesn't look too flustered, and quite happy to just play normally. Someone's got to come in and show the same intent.
That's well bowled. It's excellent discipline here from the Cobras. They look a well-drilled unit. Coach Gershwin Rabi will be very happy with how things are going at the moment.
Yeah, they do. Pretty well drilled. I suppose it's those controllables, the fielding, the attitude, the intent, and all those sort of things that you can control. I suppose the line and length and the timing will come, as you say. I mean, it hasn't been ideal preparation, but there's no doubt you can get the other things right.
Yeah. Chuck the Yorker in there. Worth a try, or Yorker's always worth a try. If you can nail it, it's a wicket-taking option.
Definitely. Not just at the death.
Yep. Let's try it again.
Yeah, I guess when you're running with the wind, it can be quite tricky to always get your run up right and your delivery stride and all those sort of things, and then maybe you can overpitch a little bit at times.
But I think they've recognised, obviously, they'd rather err on the fuller side than on the shorter side, so we won't be too disappointed with that. It was an opportunity for the batsman. He's just missed out on a short, wide one.
Still within reach, 44 for 4. Yeah, they've lost a few too many wickets, but run rate's okay.
Yep.
Don't have to worry about that. Someone's got to get in. Still plenty of time, exactly.
It's well bowled again. It's a good over that again from Nathan Jacobs, and time for
Well, this funny old game, the Cobras, they had a dream start. They got 149 for 2 and then collapsed. And at the change, you would have said that the Dolphins they were in control of this game. They were chasing a low total. The Cobras needed wickets and they needed them early. Well, that's exactly what happened. 44 for 4. Another dream start for them, this time with the ball. Can they pull it through and this time get to the winning line? I haven't seen anything in the Dolphins batting that would suggest anything different than a Cobras victory. It's a long way out, but I have not been impressed by their batting.
It just doesn't seem that they've come out with a plan. Doesn't look like they had an intention of how they were going to go about getting that 219 runs. It just seemed that it was just batting themselves into a hole, and the pressure eventually told.
And that's another good delivery, another wicket, the 5th one down. This one a Yorker, and Stride will also have to stride back to his teammates in the change room. And 44 for 5. The Cobras are on fire.
Just looked across at the Cobras bowling coach Rory Kleinveld, got a big smile on there with his charges. The 5th wicket down. Naidu picks up his 2nd one. Hit the block hole, hit the stumps, and the Cobras are elated.
A lot would rest on Hatton here for the Dolphins. He's still one of the top order batsmen that's there, but he doesn't seem to be finding any partner in this quest to get to that 219 runs. At this point in time, very dark clouds up there for the Cobras, for the Dolphins. 45 for 5. They only need 219, but already 5 of their wickets down. With only 45 on the board, it's now become a very, very difficult target. But yeah, give the Cobras that. They have been bowling well. They've bowled well, they've asked the right questions.
It seems the Dolphins are going to need a captain's innings. The new batsman is Luke Benkenstein. The skipper's really going to have to knuckle down here for his side and try and put together a partnership. That's what the Dolphins have been lacking. They haven't been able to put together any partnerships.
Well, like I say, Hatton's there. He's a top order batsman, but he hasn't found any support. Nobody's really looked like they were interested in supporting him. They all looked in a way out of their depth. The bowling's been good, no doubt about that, but it hasn't been that good.
Louis, I don't think it wasn't even a way of trying to play a big shot or anything like that. It just seemed that there was no plan. Nobody came out with, this is how we're going to go about the runs. We're going to put the fielders under pressure by running hard, by looking for the singles. That just hasn't happened at all. I think the Cobras have maintained the pressure. They've bowled good areas, particularly the seamers. I think from both sides they've kept up the pressure.
Well, it's paid off. There's a bit of width, but it's not getting through. You get away with those if you've got a new batter in front of the wickets, and Benkenstein only just joined Hatton. Hatton hasn't been getting much of the bowling, or not facing a lot either. He's got 27 of 28, so he's done well, but like I say, he hasn't been able to find a partner that can assist him.
Just good areas by the Cobras. That's another over gone.
Another over with another wicket. 16 overs gone, 45 for 5.
Cobras got a spring in their step here in the afternoon. The breeze helping them in all manner of speaking.
Yeah, I can't really blame them with the situation as it is. Ajam started it. He bowled very well. He got 2 wickets for his troubles. 2.7 is what he went for. Saka struggled a bit, but the damage wasn't too bad. And from there on, Jacobs and Naidu just took it that little bit further and Jacobs with 1 and Naidu with 2. And both of them not really giving a lot of runs away. Areas is good. They remain good.
I like Jacobs' action. It's all hustle and bustle all the way to the crease. Lots of energy at the delivery point. It's really charging in here for the Cobras.
Hatton, he's a man that the Dolphins will hope can bat long and put a big total together. They're going to need it. They need a big partnership, and they need it very quickly.
What do you think the message was to Benkenstein when he went out there as the captain? What would the coach have spoken to him about?
Well, I think the first thing would be we need a partnership to give ourselves any sort of chance. We need a partnership, and we need a big one. Hatton's there. He's settled. So try and feed him as much as possible of the bowling and hang in there. If you battle over 50 here, you'll win the game, no doubt.
I think just a little bit of courage, a little bit of grit that needs to be shown. Wanting to be out there, wanting to stay out there. Playing the score runs in the tough situations. Players always talk about tough runs, and that's what the Dolphins need right now.
Well, we saw the Dolphins doing it at the Momentum Cup, the senior team. They were in trouble, and two of their senior players in Freilink and Mutusami pulled it through for them, having looked down and out. So can the younger version of the Dolphins, the younger side, the CUBS side, can they also do that? They're going to need it. If they want to win this one, they're going to have to show some guts, and they're going to have a big partnership. If not between these two, then definitely the next one must be big. Otherwise, at 218, it's just going to be too far. A bridge too far.
Just seems a very tall order at the moment. So 219 seems a long, long way away right now.
Yeah, but when you bat, you've got to analyze that and realize that. Look, it looks a lot worse than it is, because what you're going to do is bat for 5 overs, get 20 or whatever runs on the board. All of a sudden, you're at 65, 70 runs. Then you plan the next 5, and you break it down in smaller portions, and then all of a sudden it becomes possible. But if you look at the big picture, it seems very, very difficult. And that's what the Dolphins need to do. Set themselves small targets and get a game plan. Talk to each other. Okay, we're going to try and milk it this way. We're going to try and get runs in this area. We'll wait for the bad ball. He bowls long ops or whatever the case may be. Work out a game plan and break it down in small targets, and you'll get there. But you need to have a partnership, and you need to have a plan. Anyway, it's going to be drinks. It is warm. There's a bit of a breeze, but it is warm. Now, welcome drink for the players. The Cobras, they would be very happy to go and have a sip there. That'd be the side that smiles broadly. The Dolphins, concerns there.
I think that's the Dolphins batting scorecard at the moment. Not a pretty sight. Only Hatton there on 28 of 31 balls. That's looked comfortable. The rest, Shaliza and Ngobo, Sele, Laycock and Stride, all gone back in the pavilion for not troubling the scorers very much. So the Cobras enjoying the drink, and as Louis said, that's probably the conversation the Dolphins are having right now. Ajam, he started beautifully for the Cobras. He got 2 for 16. Saka struggled a bit, but it was Jacobs and Naidu that came back with 1 and 2 each respectively, and they're the ones in the much happier change room right now.
Well, the players enjoying a drink. We'll be back in a short while to watch whether the Dolphins come out with a plan and whether the Cobras keep on dominating. Welcome back. Naidu on the attack, but that one he got wrong down the leg, so that'll be a wide.
The wrist just let him down on that one. Upon delivery, straying down the leg side. Would love to know what the Dolphins chat was at the drinks break.
That's a good Yorker again. Seeing it, getting him a wicket a little bit earlier, previous over actually. And once again he pushes it in there, but Hatton, he's been around for a while. He picks it up early enough and manages to keep it out. And to get back to your chat in the Dolphins dressing room, I don't know probably what the hell happened, boys. Accurate, right areas.
Just angling it into the right hand at the moment. Hatton not willing to take any risks now, knowing the position his team is in. Probably knowing that he's the last remaining top order batter. He's the guy that's got to take them home if they're going to get there.
Sure. He's got his work cut out. Bowling's good, and the support's not.
The wind's picked up here in Stellenbosch. It's getting quite blustery. He's quite a bit of a relief for the Oaks out in the middle.
It can cause problems on your run-up as a bowler. Naidu, when he gathers, if he gets a bluster or a bit of wind like that, it can throw you off. Up to now, hasn't been a problem though. And that's good area again. Beats his man.
The Cobras asking serious questions of this Dolphins batting lineup. Every ball's probing, just probing outside the off stump. The wicket keepers and slips could come into action.
Dolphins got a lot of work to do in as far as their batting is concerned. I don't see positive movements. I very seldom see positive strides. I've not been impressed by their batting. And because of a lack of movement and I think in a big way probably ability, they are in dire straits.
Cobras pushing the man out to deep cover, just protecting the over, the last ball.
There's a full wide one, driven crisply, but once again, the Cobras up to it. They've got a man, they've got protection out there. They were protecting that over. It's been a good over, and only one from it. 47 for 6, for 5. Apologies, 47 for 5. 18 overs gone. Pressure mounting, and it's mounting on only one side, and that's the Dolphins.
I think if the Dolphins would have learned anything from their senior side the other day, it was how to compile partnerships. It was about rotating the strike. It was about getting the bowlers to bowl at different batters all the time, to adjust their lines, to adjust their lengths. Yes, it was a right-left-hand combination in with the Simon Freilich, but you have to try and just move the field around, rotate the field.
Too straight. Yeah, that's one area that both sides have struggled with, is their discipline. There's been a lot of wides and no balls bowled today. Dolphins were not good in that department at all, and yeah, the Cobras they've also made a few mistakes in that area. It's better.
I actually felt that the Dolphins extras allowed the Cobras to get away this morning. There wasn't many scoring shots on offer, but the free hits that came about, I think there were about 3 in the first 5 overs. That really set the Cobras on their way. It was whenever pressure was built, it just allowed them to break the shackles a bit and get away from the Dolphins.
I mean, Nick spoke about it as well. It just made it so much easier. They They were handed freebies, and because of that couldn't really build pressure, and the batsman was never forced to take a risk in order to bring the scoreboard into the game. There was always bad deliveries, there was always extras, there was always free hits, and that got the Cobras off to a fantastic start. There was one there, and there's a hesitation, but there was one. The call had to have been immediate, and it wasn't.
These two haven't been at the crease for very long, but already there's been a couple of mishaps. Communication not great. The young men would say, do you have data? Are you getting the message?
Yeah, well, there seemed to be a lack of data at this point in time. There was width. Cut and cut well. Outfield slow. I'm not sure that it'll go all the way. And it does. A very welcome boundary for the Dolphins. Hatton, he moves on. And he's the one guy that has looked like he can give the Dolphins a chance in chasing down that 219.
He's shown previously that he enjoys the ball, a short ball outside the off stump. Jacobs offered him some width. He got across and he threw the hands at it, and it was a lovely boundary for the Dolphins. A big, tall young man, enjoys the ball, just a little bit outside his eye line.
That's the area you want to bowl at him. I haven't seen him getting a big stride in straight down the wicket, and he didn't on that occasion either, and it was slightly uppish.
I think as a big man, you'd expect him to get a big step in there. He basically just sits on the crease.
He's always going to struggle because weight seems to fall over to the offside slightly. That's on the leg side. It's full, and it's a bad delivery. Even though it's being a bad delivery, you're still going to put it away, and Hatton does so.
This is Jacobs just struggling with his lines and his length. That over, an expensive over for the Cobras, a profitable one for the Dolphins. They move to 57 for 5 after 19.
Yeah, they've not had many good overs, the Dolphins, but that was one. Can that give them a bit of momentum in their chase?
Just about to say, is that the little bit of break they needed, some breathing space?
Well, Hatton will be happy. I mean, he's comfortable. He looks like he's got the pace of the wicket, but that you don't need the pace of the wicket for that. Never used the bowler Adams never used the facilities. So, but like I said, you still got to put it away. You still got your timing and your placement to be correct, and Hatton did so.
Ball just seems to be lost a little bit at the moment in the forest of Stellenbosch. And as you know, nobody else is allowed to touch the ball. The boys are in a bio-bubble environment. It's a biosecure environment. Only they are allowed to fetch the ball. Nobody else is allowed to touch it. This is the new normal we're staying in, Louis.
Hopefully the new normal goes back to the old normal. But I'm afraid we've still got a long road ahead of us before we get to that. Naidu will continue his spell. He's been good. He's got a couple of wickets behind his name. Cobras now, they need a good over now, in the sense of just reasserting their dominance. You don't want the Dolphins to start getting away. There's a run there as well, if the calling was good. You know, momentum is a funny thing. It can so quickly shift, and once it's shifted, it's very difficult to turn it around. So they need a good over from Naidu. He's been the man that's been delivering them, so no reason why he won't do that again. They'll look to reassert their dominance here. Good areas.
he's just going to build the dot balls again. He went a little bit shorter in that instance than he's been going previously. Just push Benkenstein a little bit back. Just asking the question, are you going to take me on? There's nobody up there. Young Naidu doing a good job for his skipper here. Cobras really in a strong position.
Good straight drive. That'll be four. And Benkenstein shows what he can do.
Just a little bit over pitch from Naidu, and Benkenstein was all over that. Showed a straight bat and very few more beautiful shots in the game than straight past the bowler.
Yeah, full face of the bat. Good stride in. That's the last thing the Cobras wanted. Benkenstein now starting to feel more comfortable. Hatton's been there for a while. You don't want to give them a sniff. You've got them down, and you want to keep them down there. And that boundary will not help. Picking up, Bales being disturbed every now and then now. That'll be another wide.
I just feel this game's been playing in quarters. The Cobras dominated the first quarter. The Dolphins came back in the second. The Cobras took the third quarter again. Could this be the Dolphins, the fourth one?
Well, you'd feel if they dominate the fourth one that they'll be the victors, but they've got a long, long way to go. But I can't agree with you more. I mean, the Cobras had a dream start. 149 for 2 of 27, 26, somewhere there. Yeah. Also a good cover drive. They do go for the single, and I'll tell you what, if the throw had been a little bit stronger, Benkenstein would have struggled. These two, there's a lot of confusion when it comes to running between these two batters.
They're really chancing their arm. I actually thought that was a lot closer than it looked. I thought if we had some television replays there, it might have been interesting.
Yeah, there was a single there from the word go, but the calling's not decisive, and because of that, they are putting themselves under pressure. Well, another over comes to an end. Another good one for the Dolphins. They've had 2 good ones in a row. They'll start feeling that they're starting to put a partnership together. There's some momentum here, getting a little bit of confidence back. It's still a long way, but baby steps, and they have taken a few.
It's 63 for 5. Just a little bit, the skipper providing Hatton with the support that the Dolphins very much needed. Just got to sort out the running between the two at the moment, because that, if I was a betting man, I'm thinking that's the point of dismissal here.
Well, I tell you what, they have given a chance or two, and they have definitely not looked happy. Another wide. Cobra is starting to buckle. Why? Only they would know, because there's no pressure on them. The pressure is on the Dolphins. But the bowling has not been good in the last 2-3 overs. As good as it was prior to that, the last 2-3 has not been good.
Just feel maybe the lacking a bit of patience here. Not putting the balls in the areas, asking the questions like they did at the beginning. Maybe searching too much for the wicket. I think Hatton missed out there. Or at least Benkenstein at least.
Pretty much Also a guy that looks to hang on the back foot. He played a beautiful cover drive in the previous over, but on that occasion never came across into the line.
Full delivery. Just seems the Cobras have gone a little bit quiet in the field as well.
They have, yeah, and
that's a little bit disappointing.
It
When you
is.
have the team 5 wickets down.
There's no reason for it. They should be absolutely cooking now. They've got the opposition on the back foot, almost down and out, and now they're giving them a chance, getting them back in the game. That is short and well pulled.
Benkenstein showing great intent there. He just rocked back through the leg side, through mid-wicket. And that's another boundary to the total.
Well, we spoke about it. Both of these batters, you can see, they prefer the back foot shot. That plus the fact that the wicket is not the quickest in the world. It tends to stick a little bit. The last area you should make a mistake in is going short. If you make a mistake, make it on the full side. And
couldn't agree more.
Yeah, and the bowlers, I'm afraid, are giving them opportunities to score off the back foot, and it's costing the Cobras. Calling this time good.
That was a little bit better from the Dolphins. The moment he hit the ball, he called his partner through. And that's the positive intent you want to see at the wicket. That's what you want to see at the crease. Batsmen, it's not just about hitting boundaries. It's about good running, getting between the wicket.
Well, these two started something here. Can they follow through? That is a good cover drive. It's cut off. And once again, there's a little bit of confusion with the running. In the end, nothing serious, but these two, I tell you what, if I was the coach, I'll have them share a room so they can just learn how to communicate, because it's not their strong point.
Like we said, buy some data. Get some data there. Get some data, boys.
That's the area you want to ask them to score off. Nothing wrong with that. It's the short ones where you'll get hurt. And Adams did. He leaked a boundary with one. 21 overs. Gone. 70 for 5. Looking better for the Dolphins, but still a long way off.
Partnership just growing a little bit. Just building steadily. Would we like to see some spin from the Cobras?
I would definitely have thought of it or tried that 2 or 3 overs ago. Especially with these two now showing signs of being settled. Naidu's done well, but why not give somebody, just change it up a bit, get somebody to take the pace off. Once again, cut by Hatton. This one will only bring him 1.
Just seems very comfortable on the back foot. Much more comfortable rocking back than coming forward. And that's something the Cobras need to look to exploit. It's a little bit better. Bailey, if you could bring it up a yard or 2, take it further. Bring the slip and the wicketkeeper into contention.
I'm not convinced about the options spin-wise that the Cobras have, because I mean, if you looked at the Dolphins, their spinners was they were the ones that changed the game. They were dangerous.
That was the 2 leg spinners. They bowled in tandem, and they just put the skids under the Cobras, brought the Dolphins right back into the game.
Now surely you got to learn from that and use this time. I think in a way they did. They started with a left arm spinner, but nothing since. And I I mean, with this partnership developing, it'll be the first thing that I would look at. It's a slower delivery. Hatton manages to just push it down to third man for one. He's been good for the Dolphins, Hatton.
He's got 39 of 48 balls. By far and away most comfortable of the Dolphins batters at the crease.
He's given them a chance at least. It's still a long way, but he's given them a chance. Only one that looked like he had some sort of control. And here's the other one that's joined him, who's starting to look better and better by the minute. Benkenstein, another fantastic cover drive. 4 more.
The skipper really showing that's leading the way. Getting forward and just piercing it through the offside between mid-off and the cover fielder. He looked up and he saw the gap and he said, that's 4 runs, thank you very much.
Goes at that one as well. The timing and the placement not there, but shows his intent. Well, 22 overs. Done and dusted. Dolphins are fighting back. They're on 77 for 6 and starting to really get a partnership going. And for the first time in their innings, their batting innings, starting to look threatening. Up to about 3 or 4 overs ago, it was all the Cobras, in all aspects. But Dolphins fighting back, showing some fighting spirit, and these two leading it. We have a change of bowler. You can't at the moment see the number. Oh, Cunningham.
Ethan Cunningham.
Cunningham coming into the attack.
I think he might have been a little disappointed by his innings with the bat today. He spelled with the bat. He looked to make it up here with the ball.
Still no spin for the Cobras. Me, very surprising to both of us. Very surprising. Anyway, they need a little bit of consistency. They need to just take that free scoring away from the Dolphins that's been taking place the last 3 or 4 overs.
I think the skipper would probably have gone to Cunningham and said, just bowl wicket to wicket, hit the fielders in the inner ring, and build that pressure again. Just keep building that pressure. That's what got us wickets earlier, and that's what will get us wickets again.
Again, these two.
It's just all happening out in the middle when these two are at the crease.
I tell you what, I've seen batters communicate or struggle to communicate. And these two are right up there with the worst I've seen.
Are they up there? Are they?
They're up there.
Jeez.
That's not the length you want to bowl. And for once, no confusion when it comes to running.
I think even a single is an event with this two at the moment.
There's been very few runs between the two that there's not been some degree of confusion.
A stumble here, a stumble there. Still got money on that run out.
Yeah. No. It's a good bet. Full and straight.
I think Benkenstein looks comfortable now. He's wanting to just look and rotate it a little bit more.
Well, we're going to take a break. We'll have some new commentators in here. 23 overs gone, 77 for 6. And starting to get interesting. It was been all the Cobras, but the Dolphins fighting back. And we've got a few interesting overs ahead of us.
Yeah, the really is heating up here. I'll tell you what's also heating up is the wind. Rory's had a bit of time to walk around and look at some of the other players. This game's not really gone too much further forward. I suppose Hatton's been the one shining light. He's played nicely.
Yeah, there's a nice partnership developing here between Benkenstein and Hatton. They haven't really done anything out of the extraordinary, so they've just batted nicely. Hopefully they can extend this partnership.
Saw the guys having a bit of a laugh about their running between the wickets, saying that money was on the run out. That's the last thing the Dolphins need.
Yeah.
I mean, just struggling to keep their hats on in the field there.
Yeah, it's not a day for the floppy hat, unfortunately. I think one of the other games on the B field is coming to a close. The Lions look like they on their way to victory against the Warriors. It's well bowled.
Yeah, there's so much good cricket here. You can see the other field there. You've got Titans
and the Knights.
The Knights. Cricket's only going to get better, isn't it?
Yep.
Wickets should get a little bit better as the sun bakes them a little bit more.
It's a lovely shot through the covers.
Beautiful shot.
Great
Beautiful shot from Benkenstein. We said it before, it's just about spending some time at the crease, and he's done that well. Moves on to 16 now of 24. The bad balls do come, and he's put it away beautifully.
Yeah.
This is exactly what the Dolphins need, and suddenly you just start to build a bit of momentum.
Like to have seen, sorry, it's another one. Oh, well fielded. Like to have seen the left arm spinner come from the other end, just with the wind. The wind would have helped his drift a little bit more.
That's true.
I think these are the kind of things that you need to make these young guys aware of. Obviously, starting out in the game, they're not really that aware of wind and how it can help and how it can assist the bowler. The left arm spinner, his natural shape would be to drift in,
Try and turn it away.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Ethan Cunningham, big lad from Rondebosch boys. He will just look to run in and hit the deck here, try and bowl straight lines. Ooh. Sliding down the leg side.
Yeah, pretty spread field, as you can imagine, to Hatton, who's in. He's on 42. He's played nicely. Just a ring field, man out on the offside, and yeah, opportunity to get off strike. It's important they keep rotating the strike. Don't want to get too behind the 8 ball. 79 for 5 of 23, so about 140 to get in the remaining overs.
Tickle down to fine leg. Running hard but well fielded. Just the one. It's interesting that Luke Benkenstein would have played a lot of his younger cricket in England. His dad obviously playing over there, playing county cricket. Interesting to see what his approach to white ball cricket is. If it's the the modern way, the English plays. Could be exciting. Could be an exciting half an hour for us here.
Yeah, they really have taken off in one-day cricket, England, haven't they? Owen Morgan and powers that be have had a definite plan that's paid off, and I'd say they're probably the team to beat now.
Would you say that plan is filtered down all the way through county cricket and through junior cricket?
I think it has in some ways. I think that it's a very clear structure in terms of what is needed from you if you want to go up to that level. You know, there's an attitude requirement. I think perhaps the treatment of Alex Hales has been an example of what they're not willing to take. Personally, I feel on a different subject that's not been handled particularly well. I think I have to say I feel quite sorry for him in many ways. I think he's paid his dues, and everyone deserves another opportunity. But you know, he's a stubborn man, Owen, and I think there's a certain amount of stubbornness that's required to stay on track and to make sure that there are certain standards that they've adhered to.
That's a great shot over point. Short and wide from Cunningham. Cut over point. Should be 3. And they're coming back for the 3rd. Good running that.
Yeah, always another run on the arm there. Big fields, big outfield, hitting into the wind, so never really going to get all the way there. Yeah, I think just on that subject, I think, you know, there's obviously a certain type of play that they want, and players must fit into that. So it's definitely filtered down a bit. But you've got it's a tough, I mean, Sam Billings was saying the other day, it's probably the hardest team to get into at the moment.
Yeah, I can imagine. But yet they still give opportunity. I mean, I think of Crawley, all these young guys coming through, Banton, and I think through COVID also that could afford younger guys a lot more opportunities. We're seeing it now with the South African team, with the totally different T20 squad they've picked for the Pakistan series. And it's exciting times for a young cricketer. I think if you put in a few good performances and put your name out there, you never know. In this current climate, you could be making your international debut before you even know it.
Yeah, I agree with you. There's so much cricket being played that, you know, you've got to manage these players. You've got to make sure that you are giving other guys opportunity, because players are going to be in different formats and playing around the world. Nice strong shot down the ground. Doesn't get any runs for it though. Yeah, I mean, they've balanced it well, allowing the likes of Banton to get some experience. And I suppose the tough call comes when it comes to the actual World Cups and the important games. What is your starting 11? And I think it means that everyone's on their toes, right?
Oh, it's up in the air and he's caught.
Can you believe it? I mean,
full toss strikes again.
Hatton looks so good. We put the curse on him again, 44, and if there was a way he was going to go out, we didn't think it was going to be that way. A full toss down the leg side, could have hit it anywhere, and all he's done is top-edged it to short fine leg, and that is a huge wicket for the Cobras. They've toiled well all day, and just as the Dolphins were getting going, they've got the all-important wicket of Hatton, who goes for 44. Very well played. Did play very well, and they're now 88 for 6.
Yeah, it's pretty unlucky top edging a full toss. Should have hit it for 40 earlier, to be honest. Good catch. Good catch in the wind. The ball's up and it's this windy. It's always a tough chance.
Nicholas Hatton, he goes for 44.59, so it was a very good innings. But that is not the person that the changing room would have wanted to see walk back to the sheds. 88 for 6, 25 overs. Dolphins are reeling now, and the new man to the team is Boast, who bowled very nicely. Obviously,
I don't think
it's him. No,
it's Vardia. Ronan Vardia. Bowled nicely this morning, Ronan. Hopefully he can back it up with a bat. But it's a huge ask for them now, being 6 down. A lot of onus on Benkenstein now to try and bat as long as he can and hopefully see his team on.
Yeah, very big ask.
been very impressed with how the Cobras have played the conditions here today. They were set up to make a big score. They obviously fell away a little bit with their batting, but in the field and their bowling plans have been spot on. Just ran in and kept it simple.
Absolutely.
Straight lines. And it's been tough for the Dolphins batsmen. Oh, he's bowled him through the gate. First ball. 80 for 7 now. I think it's fair to say it could be game, set, match now for the Cobras, I think. It's going to be a very tall order for the Dolphins to chase this down now.
Yeah, that is, it seems to have potentially sealed the match. We don't want to say that, but it does look very difficult now for the Dolphins to get back in. Another wicket, another Dolphins batsman heads back. And it's been a disappointing batting performance here from the Dolphins. They did well to come back into this game and give themselves a total that you thought, you know what, if they can get themselves in and get a good start, this is very, very makeable. But now, just too many wickets have gone.
Hopefully the big lad Post can come in and hit a few lusty blows and maybe change the momentum of the game.
This is when you need a Rory Kleinfeld to walk to the wicket and go, I've had enough of this.
Just slog the first ball.
50 or 20 balls, game changed. Benkenstein can just stand there and rotate the strike. Easy game.
You've played with some big hitters in your day, old Sterling and all those guys there at Middlesex?
Yeah, I have. Trescothick was one that came to mind when he was in his pomp.
Sure.
Craig Keyswetter, who did well for England T20 World Cup. Yeah, I've played with some big hitters. Safe to say I wasn't one of those.
You were the one rotating.
Quite happy rotating and sweeping and doing those sort of things. But
it's always disappointing seeing a big guy like that block his first ball.
When it was right in the slot.
Right in the slot. Should have been heading our way.
It'd be quite nice to see someone at least just have a go.
Yeah,
nothing to lose.
Definitely. Let's give us a bit of entertainment here.
These big crowds rolling in. We got more chance of the clouds rolling in than the crowds.
Few people walking on the mountain this morning. Caught a bit of cricket on their walk.
Yeah, I might have to get here early, and I remember doing a run along there one time. It's beautiful.
A few snakes out there on a day like this.
Yeah, you won't find me in the rough if you're playing golf. Are you a golfer?
I try. Not very good at it, but I do enjoy my golf, yes.
I thought playing golf in the UK, particularly over the winter, you see some really die-hard golfers, you know, who love it. But I have to say, being in Cape Town is a different type of die-hard golfer because the winds here, I mean, I've never seen anything like it.
Yeah, it can get tough. Cape Town, PE, not easy places to play golf. It's a good shot. Straight to the field, unfortunately.
Yeah, he looks like quite a sort of well-composed cricketer, Benkenstein. You can probably imagine having a dad, Dale. I mean, I played a lot of cricket against Dale and obviously respected him hugely. He was quite an influence in my cricket and my career.
It's a good shot. One down to third man. He's rotated the strike nicely, Luke.
He has.
Maybe look to get him up the order later on in the week. Give him some more time to bat.
Yeah, I agree with that. Bowls a bit of leg spin. Obviously the captain of this Dolphins team, so a good thinking cricketer. Probably have to have a stern word with his teammate or his batsman. Yeah. Early days though.
Yeah. It's nicely bowled from Cunningham, just going across the left-hander. Yeah, Cobras will be looking to try and wrap this up as quickly as possible. I think net run rate will come into play later on in the competition. If there is a bit of a scramble for places, net run rate will definitely help. That's a good shot.
Cracking shot.
Nice half stop there from the fielding cover. I'm not sure if there are bonus points on offer in this competition. They're always handy to get.
Yeah, I think the Cobras now want to just finish it off. Finish well.
Would you look to get your strike bowlers on now and try and finish it off, not worrying about what's going to happen later on in the innings?
I'd definitely try and get the left armour again. I think he had real wicket-taking potential,
Yeah.
and I would do that. I agree. I think there's a chance for him to come back. See how he comes back as well. Give him another burst. He's obviously going to be important to them in this tour. Left armour, I guess, can continue the spinner. He's done well. He's kept things tight and allowed the others to rotate. But I guess you're thinking the same thing.
Yeah, look, I mean, it's something I've always admired in the way New Zealand approach one-day cricket. They always look to kill the game off as early as possible, especially if you're defending such a low total and you've got a team 90 for 7. They'll bring back the likes of a Bolt or a Saudi just to come and finish the game off, not really worrying about if the game's going to go to the death. Because that's the main reason why they hold their bowlers back, really, isn't it? Oh, that's gone for 6. It's a great shot. He's picked it up downwind. Hit a lovely shot for 6 over mid-wicket.
It's a 6. We got a bit of excitement, and the game is coming alive. Hold on to your hats. Get back in your armchair, and this could be an exciting finish. I'll tell you what, if he gets hold of a few more, it could be fun.
Yeah. Long on. Well, mid-on's in the ring. Ball's turning in.
Go again. Oh.
It was there. It was there.
Every ball's there now, isn't it?
Ooh, the knee-high full toss.
You'd have
the wicket taking
24 by now, wouldn't you? 18 by now. I think the other opportunity is you could also look at it another way and give guys an opportunity who might have to bowl in tomorrow or the day after and give them a bit of a go. You know, chuck the ball to someone else who maybe needed. Another good over.
Sure. I think we've got to try and work on getting updates from the other fields during the course of the week. It's always nice to know what's going on.
Absolutely. Another look at the scorecard there. Only really Hatton anything to talk about. 44, played very well. Yeah, he did play well. And
Benkenstein, 24 of 36.
Exactly. But it's you're quite right. It's the Cobras who have looked very self-assured. They've had good plans. They've bowled wicket to wicket, kept the game very simple, and looked like a well-drilled unit.
Yeah, played the conditions very well. Home ground advantage. Oh, that's a bit too wide. It's a great shot through point. I think that will run away for 4.
Lovely shot from Benkenstein. He's looked very good on anything wide, hasn't he?
For sure. This is something that's needed, I think. Just a few boundaries away, get a bit of momentum, create a bit of panic in the fielding side. Just chip away at that score.
And more than
you know
anything,
what it gets like out there.
You're Benkenstein. You're sort of thinking, may as well get some runs for myself here.
For sure.
No point in throwing my wicket away.
guys are playing for the opportunity to play for South Africa under 19. So
need to impress people like you.
Absolutely. Big World Cup coming up, 2022.
Yeah, exciting. You must have played in one or two of those.
I played in one 20 years ago now.
Jeez.
New Zealand. Oh, he's gone with the bouncer. Great shot.
Oh.
Slapped it over mid-on for 1 bounce 4.
Yeah, fantastic shot. Almost a front foot slap,
Yeah,
taking it in front of square. Almost went for 6.
Don't mind that from the bowler either, with deep square and fine leg back. It's a wicket-taking option.
Agree. Yeah, I played in New Zealand. Was that 2003?
2001.
One.
Yeah. Hashim Amla was our captain.
Yep, I played in that. I remember that. Good times.
Ooh, that's my ball.
You lost to a good Australian team in the final, is that right?
Yeah. Sean Marsh.
Cameron White, captain.
White, yeah.
Yeah, they had a good team, didn't they? Very good team.
Yeah. That was a good World Cup that you guys had. Samit Patel and those guys.
Yeah, Samit. Jeez, I played a lot of cricket with Samit. He's a good cricketer.
Yeah, we had Imi Khan, Ryan McLaren, Hashim Amla, all went on to play international cricket.
Yeah, you had a good team. Can't remember if Kyle Hogg, who played quite a lot of domestic county cricket. Samit Patel, Bilal Shafayat.
I remember him.
He was a good, talented youngster. It's funny when you look back at why some players go on to make it and some don't. And you always ask yourself the question, what was the reason? I don't think talent's necessarily the answer.
No. There's so many other things to the game that brings you success, you know.
Another guy called Kadir Ali, who was very talented. Played at Gloucestershire for a bit, never really went on, but tends to be probably more resilience and hunger, really.
Absolutely.
Those who wanted a bit more, and
also at that age, being in control of your ego.
True. You do get told how good you are at that age, and when you get professional, you realise that you're absolutely nowhere. Nice fielding. Yep, the Cobras just been a cut above, really, in every department. Fielding's just been a bit sharper. Bowling's been tighter, and their general attitude and energy has been better.
It's nicely played. I'll field it again. Chaka's coming to the end of his spell. He's got 2 for 32 at the moment of 9.4. He'll be wanting to finish well.
Yeah, not many have put too much pressure on him, I guess.
No.
That's the only thing I would say. He's bowled neatly.
He did bowl half of his overs in the power play, which is...
That's true. Which did show a bit of improvisation, getting the spinner on early.
Yeah. I always enjoy a bowler that can bowl in the power play, who wants the challenge, who is brave enough to put himself at risk of maybe getting tonked around the ground. But he had a solid game plan. He was just bowling straight lines at the stumps and made it difficult for the Dolphins batsmen. New bowler in is Kai Curran. Not sure what he bowls, to be honest.
Might be one of these guys that the captain thinks, go on, have a bowl.
Yeah.
Get a few overs under your belt if we get into trouble.
Looks like he's going to turn over some leggies.
A few dodgy leggies.
Always gets wickets, that.
Also quite nice when you're in, though, and you know you're going to get a couple of long hops.
Yeah. It's not nice when you're in and you hit the long up down someone's
No.
throat, though. I've been guilty of that plenty of times.
Oh, there you go.
It's just rolled out some leg spin there.
Even I wouldn't mind putting the pads back on.
You can't knock this kind of bowling. It's wicket-taking bowling.
It's deadly. Yeah, I mean, you look at the run rate, and had they not lost 7 wickets, I mean, they only need 100 and, 112 runs to win of 20 overs.
20 overs.
Yeah, five and a bit. So
It's all bowled. Thought we were going to see some fireworks from the big lad.
yeah, it's just not the right end now.
He's just getting himself in. Shot. Nice sweep shot down to back the deep square for one.
Yeah, you almost want to, if you're Benkenstein, and I guess not from this end, but when Saka was bowling at the other end, you almost go up to him and say, look, I want you to just go for it.
Yeah.
I'm backing you as my captain to try and lodge a few into the trees and give us something to at least aim for.
Downwind as well. Ooh, the long up nearly gets another wicket.
Oh, if that... oh.
I think if he had chopped that on, he would have walked up here and thrown himself off this.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
Oh,
that's
that's
an
well
absolute
bowled.
seed.
That's what you get with leg spin, isn't it?
It's the unpredictability that makes him gold dust in short form cricket. It's nicely played.
It's not a bad first over, is it?
Tidy first over. Couple of long ups.
109 for 7, 31 overs bowled. Benkenstein ticking over nicely, 34 from 48. Boast in, and he's got 9. He can hit a long ball, that's for sure, but he's just holding himself back a little bit. Change of bowling again. Naidu's back on. He got 2 for 24 in his first spell of 5 overs and bowled nicely. Bowled tidily, took a couple of wickets. One of the pick of the bowlers, really.
I think the captain's had enough of this now. He wants to get this game over and done with.
Get a slip in. Probably not going to carry anyway at this stage.
Yeah, it has slowed up quite a bit from this morning, I think.
Now's the chance for him to maybe put his foot down and anything full and wide. Give it the kitchen sink.
Especially with the sweeper fielder up in the circle.
Exactly. Mid-off's up. He's actually quite close there, so
he can just throw his hands.
Back himself.
There we go.
Oh!
Dropped. Nearly a great catch at point.
Yeah, that would have been good.
It's a good effort.
There's the leggy that we've just seen at backward point. Diving to his left, and it was a good effort. Got 2 hands to it. Was hit struck hard. I'll have a look at the replay here. Width on offer. Good strike, and just out of your view here, but he did make a good effort of it. Benkenstein's back on strike. Field goes out a little bit more spread to him, as you can understand. He's the man who's in.
It's interesting that both teams have kept square leg up in the circle for long periods of the game, and no one's tried to exploit that. It's usually the first fielder that goes out.
True.
Once the restrictions are done. It's well bowled.
Nicely bowled. Bit of a change up there.
Taking the pace off that. Yeah, they've showed good skill, these Cobras bowlers here today. The discipline of just running in and hitting a nice line and length on off stump.
Could see someone like Herschel Gibbs just going down on one knee and
yes,
slog sweeping it, huh?
definitely. There's no chance Herschel's allowing anyone to bowl at him with no deep back and square. To be fair to the Cobras bowlers, they haven't really given them any length to work with. Try and hit the ball over there. Oh, there we go. I think he's going to cop a few more of those after he's played that the way he has.
Shall we take a break, I think? I think we've got two eager commentators behind us, ready to get on.
Dolphins fought back nicely. One followed it quickly, and since then the Dolphins have rebuilt it. We've seen some bad fielding. One of
Ooh,
which
yes,
is
trouble.
now, and there's again confusion. Again confusion.
We said off air that there's event every ball, and with Benkenstein, doesn't matter if Hatton's his partner or Boast is his partner, there is a little bit of trouble. That could almost have been a disaster for the Dolphins.
You get the feeling that this would be the last stance or the last bit of fight for the Dolphins. If they get a good partnership, get close, they have a chance. But they'll have to do, between these two, they'll have to get to about 170, 180, somewhere there. They're on their way, and they look positive, but a lot of damage has been done. 7 down, and still quite a few runs needed. That's in the air, there's a man under it, and that, and he spills it.
He's held onto it, Louis.
He juggled it. You saw it leave his hands, and eventually did manage to control it. 8 wickets down, and after I just said this partnership is worth a lot for the Dolphins should they want to get to that score. The 8th wicket went down, and Boast is on his way back to the pavilion for a 10. He's leaving his captain Benkenstein on 36, and you would feel stranded. He's only got 2 batters that can still come and join him. He hit it well, hit it hard, but the placement was never there, and it was into the wind. And look at this, out, and he managed to grab it.
We saw a great catch by the Dolphins earlier this afternoon, and that one should have been straightforward, but he made it spectacular. And the Dolphins, that's Matthew Booth, caught Ethan Cunningham, bowled Kai Curran, gone for 10. The Dolphins 112 for 8, and the Cobras, be fair to say, are smelling victory right now.
Yeah, I think more than smelling victory. There's still over 100 runs required by the Dolphins, only 2 wickets in hand. Yes, they've got their captain there set on 36, looking comfortable. The problem is who's going to help him get that 100+ runs. And he's only got 2 tailenders to try and help him get over the line. Be interesting to see how he manages it from here. I suppose you can try and be a little bit more adventurous, but that's still a long, long way. You can just bat normally. I would just bat normally. Should I find a partner that stick with me and get me there, then so be it. But yeah, there's too many runs left to have real plans. This game's on the fields next to us. We are obviously on the main field. And on the 2 next to us, the Lions had won 6 wickets against the Warriors. They got a total of 162 runs and 32 overs to win that game. And the Knights are batting. They're on 118 for 7 after 29 overs. They're chasing 268, which put them pretty much in the same boat as the Dolphins here. They're in trouble.
I popped over there to the Lions game earlier. Coach CSB very happy with his team's performance today. Apparently the wicket was a little bit on the slow side, kept a little bit low, but the Lions, they're defending champions here at the CUBS week. They managed to negotiate that, and they take a victory on day 1.
Strong start for them, being defending captains, which defending champions, which is what you want.
And that's what the Cobras will be looking for here as well. A victory on the opening day on home soil.
Well, they've got it. It's theirs for the taking. You would think that they would manage it from here.
They would be very disappointed if they had to lose from here, that's for sure. I don't think their coach, Gershon Rabi, would be too happy about it.
Yeah, that'll be snatching the feet from the jaws of victory, because they're right there now. They're right there to clinch this game. They need 2 wickets. Bowling at least 1 tail ender. Benkenstein's got pressure on him. He knows what the situation is, and you can see his concentration has gone a bit. The fight has gone out of him a bit, knowing that he's probably not got the partners to get to that 219.
Be really interesting to see how he goes about it.
We'll be looking for 2, trying to get back. He turns, should make it comfortably. Oh, and if that had hit on this side, his partner would have been in trouble. That was bad cricket by the bowler.
That's exactly what I was going to say, Louis. I thought he had enough time. They ran 2 to get behind the stumps. You know, I think it's a skill that's been forgotten in modern day cricket. You know, getting behind the wicket, taking the return. Just a little bit lazy there on the part of Naidu.
That's just cricket awareness, getting back to the stumps. Oh, that one's through. Pulled it powerfully, pulled it fairly straight, got a hand on it, and it's cut off because of that hand that took a little bit of speed off it. But Benkenstein, well, he's answered our question. We've seen how he has decided to play. He's going to be aggressive.
That's his approach. He's going to look to employ the long handle, a little bit short. He got back there, pulled it, one before through the offside. So could be a little bit entertaining, a little spell here in this afternoon. Cobras making an adjustment to the field, bringing up fine leg into the ring, pushing back the long off.
Again, aggressive, pops it over the top, this time only for 1. But he has left us in no doubt as how he's going to approach the rest of this game. If the side's going to get there, he knows he's got to make the most of the runs, and he's going to do it aggressively.
Cobras just playing around with the field, trying to keep the tail end, give him a single to get him back on strike for the next over.
That's straight up in there. 9th wicket down. Naidu bowled one short at him, and Crawford did not have the answers.
It's Naidu's 3rd wicket for the day. He dug it in short at the big man, and it just cramped him for room, and straight up it went, and it completed a comfortable caught and bowled for the Cobras. The Dolphins' story has almost been written.
Yeah, and that explains to you Benkenstein's approach as well. He knows if they're going to get close, he's going to have to make most of those runs, and he'll have to make it quickly because he's going to run out of partners. The batting skill's not there. We're in the tail of the Dolphins. They haven't impressed with the bat. 1 or 2 have, Benkenstein being one of them, but the rest not really. Hatton won, yes, he played well, but the rest seem to have fell apart. And yeah, well, good disciplined bowling by the Cobras did help. Anyway, players are having a drink on this the fall of this 9th wicket. The Cobras huddle, happy one, and unfortunately the Dolphins cannot say the same. It's just a question of time.
Overall, it's been very disappointing from the Dolphins. We showed the dismissal again, just dug it in short, straight up into the sky, and neither did the rest. And just a reflection of the entire Dolphins batting unit. They were never in the chase. Really didn't come out with a plan this afternoon. Didn't look to rotate the strike. Didn't look for the singles. Almost went about the total as if the score was going to be made by itself. So lots of work ahead for the Dolphins for the rest of the week. Job's not done yet by the Cobras, but the church bells are ringing.
Yeah, they've also got things that they've got to work on. I mean, they had such a fantastic start with a bat and then sort of threw it away. Got themselves under pressure, but yeah, came back very well with the ball. The Dolphins, a lot of work. And the plan wasn't there. Maybe they thought the runs would come by themselves, and surprisingly so, they came out lackluster and paid the price for it.
The new batsman for the Dolphins, the last man, Sanele Mabatha. I think he's gonna have one way of playing here. He's gonna swing from the hip. He's not gonna hang around.
Well, his captain's already shown us what he's gonna do. So might have some action here in these last few overs. Both of them, I think, definitely Benkenstein's going to be very aggressive. A few might travel, or the 10th wicket might be just around the corner. We'll see.
I think overall the day, opening day, the guys haven't played for a long time. I think the bodies will be a little bit stiff tonight. You know, from a lot of boys haven't played for almost a year. To get out there on the park, have a run out. It'll be very interesting to see how they come out tomorrow again.
Yeah, it's going to be a hard week to get through because I remember old varsity week, cricket weeks, and even your defence force week. That's hard on you. But you're fit and you're young. So,
and you love it, don't you?
Yeah, and
you want to be out there.
You get through it, no problem. But these guys, bit of a disadvantage in the fact that there hasn't been a lot. It wasn't possible. It haven't been possible.
Yeah. So I think you got to get the big ice bath out tonight. Maybe in that bubble environment, a few ice baths there for the fast bowlers. We know the former under-19 coach, Ray Jet Jennings. He loved an ice bath.
Well, that does serve a purpose. Not a pleasure getting into, but it needs to be done sometimes, especially the bowlers.
This could be interesting. Benkenstein against Kai Curran.
We're going to see some shots. There you go, and that one will go for maximum. Wasn't a good delivery, but well taken care of.
It was the freebie he was waiting for. Yeah, just when he's taking lollipops from a baby.
Well, it moves him into the 40s, Benkenstein. He deserves a 50. I hope he does get it because he's played well, but hasn't had support on the other side. So deserves a 50, but he'll have to get it quickly. He's running out of partners.
I think that's what he's playing for, a little bit of a personal milestone at the moment. team's cause is gone and forgotten.
That's in there. Didn't carry. You get the impression that if you had somebody on his toes there, you might have gotten to that easier said than done. But anyway, because the man is pushed out on the ring, they know what Benkenstein are looking to do. And that's in the air as well. Falls safely. Only the one. So now we'll see whether your prediction has any merit.
Mr. Mbatha, I'm putting on, my money's on block, big swing. Definitely not going to hang around against the leg spin of Kai Karen here. His captain's come all the way down the wicket to have a chat. Tell him, mate, 3 balls. That's all I'm asking you. Just hold out 3 balls.
3 balls, I might be able to get my 50 on the other side. I'm on 49. Help me here. Just keep these 3 out.
Let's see if he listens. Knowing most fast bowlers, that's not the case.
Nah.
White line fever. Here we go. Kai Karen with the shades on. Typical leg spinner. Here he goes. That's block 1. 2 to go.
That was that speech by his captain got him into that mode for that one. How long will it last? Let's see. Oh, no. He's listening to his captain. That's block 2. Let's see.
That's good discipline. Look at his captain giving him the big high five there. Well done.
One more. If I was Curran, I'd float this one up high. Tease him.
Oh, well done, Mr. Mbatha. You've survived.
Well, gives Benkenstein an opportunity to get to that 50.
The Dolphins 126 for 9. Very disappointing scorecard. One that they would not have imagined at the turn of the interval.
Turn of the interval, they were the side in the pound seeds. That changed very, very, very quickly. Dolphins, they lost wickets in that first 10, 11 overs. I think they lost 4.
You called it 100%. You said, Louis, you said the only way the Cobras are going to be, they need 3 in the first 10. They got 4. So that's where the Dolphins find themselves right now.
Yeah, they haven't looked back, the Cobras, from there. 1 or 2, let's say, brief periods where the Dolphins try to fight back, but nothing to be too worried about. Well, attention with Benkenstein. He needs 1 for his 50.
Mr. Naidu's been very impressive for the Cobras, running into quite a strong wind here at Stellenbosch. He's really given his team a chance here today with figures of 3 for 31 in 7. He showed good fight, good heart.
Well, Benkenstein biding his time. Oh, it's a 6 of the one and half a dozen of the other. He takes a single, he gets his 50, but he exposes his number 11 batter.
Could be the end of the game.
Yeah, he takes a chance and go for the 4. He might not get to his 50.
He's willing to wait. He's willing to wait. Two balls remaining. What's he going to do? He walks away. He has a little chat with himself. Is it for the team? Is it mine? What's more important here? The captain having big questions with himself there.
For the team, ideally you want to take a single of the second or the last ball of the over and get to your 50 and have the strike on the opposite side. That'll be his 50. Looking to come back for 2. He goes. If the throw had been at the bowler's end, there might have been a problem, but that's Benkenstein's 50 and a well-deserved one. He's played well under pressure. Unfortunately, I don't think it's going to really make a difference when it gets to the result, but nevertheless a very good 50.
Definitely captain's knock. When he came in, his team was under severe pressure. He lost wickets while he was at the crease, but he's shown good concentration, good courage. Luke Benkenstein, 51 of 66 balls, 6 boundaries and a maximum.
Walks away, hits this one through the covers. There's the man out on the fence. He'll only take the one because he wants to retain the strike. Leaves one for his tail ender on the opposite side, Mbata.
And he walks up immediately to Mbata to just run him through that final ball.
Well, Benkenstein's been good. He's played some lovely cover drives and a knock that he can be proud of.
He was good off the front foot, he was good off the back foot, big pull shot there. And then he got a nice juicy full toss from Kai Karan and dispatched it.
Last one of the over from Naidu, bouncer, and Bato handles it well. So Benkenstein will take strike. And Karan will be bowling at him again. I think we might see some fireworks here now. The 50 is in the bag.
I think he's going to go every ball now, every ball. And it's a fair chance that Kai Karan will offer him up a few as well.
He will, yeah. If I'm him, if I were him, I'd just wait. There's going to be enough bad balls. Hit them away, yes. But don't attack the good one as well. Keep that good one out. Hit the others, milk them, and then see if you can't get a single off the 5th or 6th ball.
I think the Cobras captain has made a good decision. He's got Kyle Corner out there for the big long hop.
Or the full P. One's gone that way. A full P's gone over there for 6. Turns around, reverse sweep, beats his man. I don't think it'll go for 4, so they'll only get the 2. Yeah, he'll settle for 2.
I think that was a great little bit of thinking there from the Dolphin skipper. He saw the men all posted on the leg side boundary. He thought, okay, I'll just switch around and go the other way. The modern day cricketer. It's going to make our Karen think now, where am I going to go?
Yeah, that's good thinking. Ball's not really there to hit. You've got to try and beat a man on the fence. If you attack that one, he punches it away. Walks across. Try to beat, because the man on the sweep is almost mid-wicket. So you get something on square, you'll get your boundary.
That's perfect.
That's in there, falls safely. Looking for 2, coming back.
Bartha just about makes his ground. I think the one conversation in the Dolphins changing room today is about the running between the wickets. That'll be the first. That's where I'll start today.
Oh, I have to say, the main culprit there was the captain himself, because he was involved with so many misunderstandings with Hatton, and it seems to follow him as his innings went along. So he might be the guy that needs to look in the mirror when it comes to those problems.
Decided to block that one.
Punches that to the leg side. They'll get 1 for that, which is probably as good as you can do under the circumstances. Won't expose his number 11 batter. He's got his 1.
I've actually been really impressed the way he's navigated these last few overs. He's He's manipulated the strike. He's made sure that his batting partner, the tail end on the other side, doesn't face anything more than 2 balls in the over maximum, and he's put away the bad ball in the process. So a little nice little partnership for the last wicket here.
I'll break it down in small targets. We spoke about it earlier. Work for this over. Say, well, no, ball 5 or 6, I need a single. What happens before that? I dispatch the bad ball. At certain points in time, they're going to bring infielders to try and keep me away from getting that single. And keep all of those in mind and see what you can do and protect your number 11. Cobras, they need to get him off strike. They're still making 1 or 2 mistakes. I mean, all their inner ring fielders can be on the ring. No need for them to be in. Benkenstein's not going to take one, so stop the 4. And then in the last couple of balls, then you bring them in tight, stop the single, and if he gets 4, that's fine. That's pulled in the air. They'll get 1, which is not ideal from Benkenstein's point of view. So for the first time since he's joined us, Mabatu's going to have to face more than 2 balls.
There he goes down there. He has the chat again every time. I think that was a little bit naughty from the skipper. I think he ran for the shot more than the actual execution of what he was trying to do.
I agree with you. If that had been a normal punch down the ground or just a flick to, he'd have said no. But the flashy pull got him into running.
The adrenaline that went through him. And he has a second chat. He goes down again. I think this gives Naidu a real chance. He's got 4 balls. This is what the Cobras now. This is what they wanted. They're in tight. This is what they wanted to close out the game. Let's see the Cobras' match awareness right now.
The captain's match awareness is good. All these guys are in preventing a single.
Not the bowlers, unfortunately. He's got a. At least he's still got 4 balls at him. That's the benefit of what happened there.
Yeah, the only positive out of that, he didn't waste it because he'll have to re-bowl it.
Yeah.
So he's still got 4 at the batsman.
Because everything else wasn't according to plan.
Keeps it out.
That's the short ball. I like to see Naidu maybe try and attack the stumps. He's got a big Yorker. We've seen it before during the day. Maybe just slip that in there.
He got a wicket with the Yorker, so he's got that up his sleeve.
If I'm not mistaken, it was the first ball of his spell, wasn't it? Earlier today?
Well played.
Martha's got the message. He is his skipper's best friend right now.
Hanging in there.
Showing discipline. Still think the time bomb's ticking there. I still think it's ticking. It's going off in his head.
Well, you said 3 balls on the well, you said he'll swing at the 3rd one, so
he's down at 6 already. He's got 6 already. So
he's proven you wrong. You've got to give the man credit.
Oh, he played that defensive shot before the ball arrived. He's not a tail-ender.
His captain obviously got big influence. Yeah.
Where do you want supper tonight, buddy? Nah, he's showing great restraint here, Mr. Pambatha.
One left in the over. Can Naidu get through? There's an appeal and there's glove on it. And that's the end. Not the way we expected it to happen. The number 11 is not happy, Mabata. He doesn't feel he got anything on it. But the main man, the man that needs to make the decision, the umpire, he was convinced. And the Cobras, they have their victory.
We have a look here down the leg side. Naidu digs it in. Looks just a little bit of feather off the glove. And Caden Solomon's behind the stumps, takes a good catch. And that's unfortunately the end of the Dolphins. Naidu's ecstatic. He's got 4 wickets. And the Cobras, the home side, have a victory on day 1.
Yeah, victory that looked doubtful at one point in time, especially after they threw away a good start and didn't get what you would have felt that start deserved. But came back very, very well with the ball, and from ball 1 got the Dolphins under pressure and eventually bowled them all out for 135. 38 overs was how long it took, but they've got their victory. They off to a good start. The Dolphins, they've got a lot of work to do.
I think the captain Benkenstein, he played very well for the Dolphins. He's out. He's not out on 58. He tried to shepherd the tail to get the Dolphins closer, but unfortunately the task was just a little bit too big for the Dolphins skipper, and they'll come back tomorrow, think about what happened, and really hope that they can put in a better performance, particularly with the bat and also with the ball. The discipline wasn't always there.
Yeah, the discipline, that's what got the Cobras off to a good start, but discipline with the ball and with the bat, I'm afraid the Dolphins, apart from 2, Hatton and Benkenstein, was not impressive. Well, the Dolphins CUBS versus the Cobras CUBS, as you saw, the Cobras won comfortably, even after they did post a score that we felt they should have done better than, but comfortable victory for them. Good disciplines at certain points in the game.
That was the first wicket, Ajam. He started well for the Cobras. He kept the pressure. He got the first one going.
And they just went from bad to worse from there. You saw some ill discipline, you saw some doubtful shots, but the pressure was on, and even with the total being low, the Dolphins never looked like they were going to get it close.
That was Naidu, the star for the Cobras. He, the big Yorker we spoke about, and the left arm spinner, getting a 42-ish wicket down at short mid wicket. Short
fine leg, yeah, but that wasn't all. He got a good one too, and well, things just kept going south. And then this catch, which we thought was spilled, and grabbed at number 99
by Ethan Cunningham,
and things just kept rolling on for the Cobras. That's the 9th wicket down, and the 10th we just saw, and a comfortable victory for them.
Just Naidu like enjoying the short ball, not afraid to dig it in there, and just picking up some tail-enders at the end to finish with 4 wickets. And the star performer with the ball for the Cobras on day 1. And that's the end result here from a picturesque Stellenbosch, a beautiful setting down here in the Western Cape. The full scorecard: Chaliza went early for 6, Noble for 1, Hatton 44. He looked solid for the Dolphins. Sele 1, Laycock 1, Stride 3, and then the skipper really fought to the end with a solid 58, but he didn't find any support from the lower to middle order. Vidaya, Bose, Crawford and Mabatha hardly troubling the scorers.
The bowling was good. Ajam started it very well and built the pressure, but he was supported by Zaka and the main man, Mr. Naidu, down there with his 4, not throwing away the contributions from the other guys. But in the end, 135, that's all the Dolphins could manage from that bowl attack. Tomorrow, that's the summary. You saw Smith batting well, and Curran supported him well initially with 3 wickets for Stride. And Benkenstein and Hatton were the main contributors for the Dolphins, with Naidu adding 4 wickets to his tally. Cobras, comfortable wicket win by 83. And tomorrow we'll be back here with the Warriors against the Knights. Looking forward to a good day's cricket. Will you be here?
Louis, I'm back here again with you tomorrow. I've thoroughly enjoyed day 1. Thought lots of entertaining cricket for everybody to enjoy. Lovely to see the guys out on the field again. That's the main point, getting the boys out there in the middle. There's a World Cup in 2 years. They got to prepare for it. So we'll be back here. Louis, you back?
I'm back. Looking forward to it. Enjoyed it. Like you said, a bit starved for cricket, and therefore enjoyed it. Looking forward to some of the talent, or seeing the rest of the talent tomorrow. The Warriors versus the Knights, and as the week progresses, we're looking to identify players for the future, and enjoying the game that we love.
That's us from Stellenbosch. We'll be back tomorrow, bright and early. Thank you very much.